Orange Sky Audio presents The Shadow File, an Alex Vane media thriller, Book 4, by A.C. Fuller. Narrated for you by Joe Hempel. Part 1. 1. Offices of the Barker, Pioneer Square, Seattle. The headline read, Ransomware Attack Threatens Grayson Systems, Inc. It was one of 30 articles the Barker published before I arrived at work that morning, but it was the only one that got me to click the link, probably because it made me wonder whether America's most wanted hacker had finally come out of hiding. There were only 10 people on Earth who knew the name Innerva Shah, but that headline had her name ringing in my ears. I noticed it while scanning our top stories on my laptop and sipping a coffee as I did every morning when I reached the office. Because the Barker relies on clicks for our survival, our biggest stories are usually a mix of clickbait BS and think-piece essays about the topics grabbing headlines across the country. That morning was no different. Leaked audio of Hollywood hunk Tyler Morgan's racial rant. Tricky nip slip trips up hipsters. Inner peace through apps? Top executive fired in shakeup after leak of the Atlantis Vision screener. The avocado, scourge of a generation? As part of my program of self-care, I'd stopped reading most of the stuff we published months ago. Plus, keeping an eye on our content was Bird's job. He was my number 2 at the Barker, and I trusted him to find the right balance between stories like the ones I mentioned and the decent journalism we needed to do so we could sleep at night. He handled the content, I handled the business, and business had been booming ever since we started doing real journalism from time to time. Don't get me wrong, we weren't winning any Pulitzers at the Barker, but we'd expanded our hard news staff and hired a handful of investigative journalists who reminded me of myself 15 years ago, back when I'd been a real reporter. Anyway, the article that caught my attention that morning was from the Tech Triune, a 3-woman blog based in Silicon Valley. We'd purchased the site in 2010, allowing them to retain their name while acquiring exclusive rights to publish their content on the Barker. The story in question wasn't something I would have clicked on 4 months ago. Even though I run a major website, I'm not much of a tech guy, and I count on Bird to keep me informed about major shakeups in the industry. But ever since my run-in with the dark side of America's private security forces, I'd had a special interest in large security firms with innocuous-sounding names. According to the piece, Grayson Systems was the Midwest's largest network security company, known for providing high-end protection to both government and private contractors working on various aspects of U.S. security. Essentially, Grayson was the company doing network security for the companies doing security. And, also according to the piece, Grayson's systems had been taken over by a ransomware attack. The anonymous hacker holding their systems hostage had a single demand: shut down all operations within 72 hours. The demand was absurd on its face. Why would a company shut itself down just because a hacker took its servers hostage? I found out later that things were much more complicated, but at that moment, I was still trying to figure out exactly what a ransomware attack was. Luckily, the article explained. A previously unknown hacking outfit calling itself the Freedom Collective has initiated a ransomware attack that is unique in scope and purpose, though unclear in its ultimate goal, Tech Triune has learned. In general, ransomware is malicious software that takes over and sometimes locks a user's computer, threatening to delete data or expose private information if the user doesn't take a specified action. What makes this particular ransomware attack unique is that the threat goes much further. Using an advanced technique known as cryptoviral extortion, the Freedom Collective has encrypted all of Grayson's systems files, making them inaccessible and rendering most of their business inoperable. In addition to the unique scope and sophistication of this attack, taking control of a major networking company would only be possible by an advanced team of hackers. The hack is peculiar because of its demand. Whereas ransomware attacks generally demand payoffs via Ucash or Bitcoin, the Freedom Collective has made no financial demands. Instead, they are demanding that Grayson Systems cease operations within 72 hours. What is unclear at this time is precisely what actions the Freedom Collective will take against Grayson Systems if their demands aren't met. If the headline made me think of Innerva Shah, the final couple paragraphs made me feel like she was in the room. I hadn't been certain when Innerva would try to exact a revenge, but I'd known for months that, when she did, it would look something like this. To understand Innerva Shah, you need to know about James Stacy, my old friend and business partner. James and I started out around the same time at the New York Standard in the early 2000s, back when newspapers were still a thing. After leaping off that sinking ship, we co-founded one of the first investigative journalism sites on the internet. I could say we drifted apart after that, but the truth is that he ditched me to become a data leak journalist, leaving me to run the site on my own. His partner was Innerva Shah, the notorious hacker who was already well known under names like _nightmare_ and Bit1. She left her past behind to partner with James, and together, they became NUM, the next underground media. Before there was WikiLeaks, there were James and Innerva, world-class white-hat hackers who had every reporter who mattered on speed dial. As they were either trying to save the world or destroy it, depending on how you view leakers, I went the other direction. I transformed our little website into The Barker, one of the largest independent media websites on the internet. James and I lost touch, and I hadn't heard from him or Innerva in a year when I learned that he'd been killed in a mass shooting at a Las Vegas newspaper. Along with 5 others, James died in a storm of bullets at the Las Vegas Gazette, and the media ran with the story of a crazy gunman killing at random. But it wasn't a mass shooting, and it wasn't random at all. I found out, as horrifically as I've ever learned anything, that James and the others had been assassinated by one of America's 1 million private security contractors working for a company called Advanced Regional Data Security, or ARDS. Though his actual shooter had been killed days later, the man who ordered it, and the system that supported them all, had escaped unscathed. Now, every time I thought of ARDS or any other company connected to the web of private security contractors working in the shadows, my whole body went into a panic. Memories flooded me. Memories of being chased, toyed with, and finally tortured. Memories that left me working like hell just to keep breathing and stay upright. I was afraid of water, afraid of redheads, and afraid of ever again becoming entangled in a nightmare like the one I'd lived. And while I tried to deal with the memories, I often thought of Innerva, of the last message she'd sent me, which promised revenge on the people who killed James. Alex, from now on, this app is the only way you'll hear from me, and the only way I'll hear from you. Messages are protected by military-grade encryption. They are as untraceable as messages get. Amand will not bother you again. I've uncovered enough dirt on him to keep him quiet for good, and he knows it. That's why they let you go. I have left the country, and there will be no funeral for James. But there will be revenge. Stay safe. Innerva Shah. Reading the article had me feeling frozen and far away, but the beep from my intercom brought me back into the room. Alex, phone call on line 2. Mia's voice was bright and efficient as usual, and I was happy for the interruption. Even though I'm only in my mid-40s, I sometimes feel like the decrepit old company founder who wanders around his office looking for something to do, as the young people he surrounds himself with do things that actually matter. Mia was one of those people. Hey there, I said, pressing the talk button on the intercom. How's things? Seriously, Alex, you have a phone call. You know I hate phone calls. I tried to pass it to Bird already. He said he'd only speak with you. Who said? I have no idea why it's relevant to you, and I couldn't get a straight answer out of him. Something about... Hold on a second. I heard the shuffling of papers and pictured Mia at her desk, curly hair pulled back, handing off papers to someone. She was the ultimate multitasker. Her hair was naturally red, but she'd dyed it black when she'd picked up on my aversion to redheads after my ordeal. Sorry about that. A company called Advanced Regional Data Security. I froze and heard my voice in the room before I was even aware that I'd decided to speak. Okay. Give me a sec. Staring at the blinking red light on my phone, my first thought was that I should call Greta, my wife of 13 years. Not too long ago, I would have referred to her as my soon-to-be ex-wife. She'd kicked me out and we'd lived separately for around 8 months. But getting kidnapped and tortured tends to put things in perspective, both for the one who is tortured and the ones who love them, or used to love them. Through long talks and several months of counseling, we'd reconciled over the summer and moved back in together a month earlier. In counseling, I'd promised not to get involved in any big, dangerous stories again, and she promised to give me the time and space I needed to process what happened to me. Alex, are you going to take the call? I stared at the flashing light, promising myself I'd tell Greta about the call as soon as I got home. After all, this wasn't a big, dangerous story. Just a phone call. 2. I glanced at my screen and scanned the rest of the story, thinking both that it must be a coincidence and that it couldn't possibly be a coincidence. There was no mention of ARDS in the piece, which gave me a moment of relief. If Innerva was behind the ransomware attack, surely she would have started with ARDS, the company most closely tied to James's death. And by most closely tied, I mean that they'd actually killed him. Must be a coincidence, I decided. I got up and shut the door to my office, then leaned on the desk and tapped the speakerphone button. Hello, this is Alex Vane. Alex, the esteemed CEO and senior editor of The Barker? It's been a while. Did you miss me? Amand. I should have known it would be Amand. I walked a slow lap around my desk, trying to decide whether to hang up or to humor him. Finally, I said, Can't say that I did, Amand. In fact, I hoped I'd never hear from you again. That hurts, Alex. I thought you and I had an understanding. I guess we did, technically. But you must know that the sound of your voice makes my skin crawl, and the thought of you makes me want to punch the wall. Amand talked like a used car salesman, except that instead of trying to sell you a 12-year-old hatchback, he was trying to sell you on the virtues of an endless web of security forces that operate on the periphery of U.S. law. When I'd discovered that James had been killed by employees of ARDS, the firm Amand managed, he'd met me with a shit-eating grin and a firm handshake, assuring me that it wasn't his fault. In fact, it wasn't anybody's fault, according to Amand. In the course of doing what's necessary, sometimes innocent people like James get shot to death for no reason, and technically nobody is responsible for it. That was his story. To make matters worse, he'd tried to convince me that he and I had similar interests, and that he might call me from time to time for information. My sense was that he expected me to share information with him, information he could use to cajole or blackmail politicians, business leaders, celebrities, criminals, or anyone else he deemed an enemy of U.S. interests. I hadn't agreed, but I'd been in no position to decline either. After they'd kidnapped Greta to scare me, then tortured me for 2 days, I'd naturally assumed that our deal was off. Plus, Innerva had assured me that he wouldn't bother me again, and I hadn't heard from him since. How's Greta? Amand asked, his voice even smarmier than usual. Go to hell, I said, leaning on my desk and trying to project my anger into the phone. I heard she took you back. I said nothing. You know, I hear things, Alex. I wasn't exaggerating when I said that his voice made my skin crawl. Little beads of sweat were forming under my gray button-down shirt. My black jeans, which were roomier since I cut down on carbs and started exercising a few weeks before Greta let me come home, felt sticky against my thighs. What do you want, Amand? Just to talk? We're talking, asshole. I mean in person, Alex, and there's no need for such language. I thought we were friends. There was no way in hell I was going to have a face-to-face with this guy. Not after what he did. You're delusional. I'm a professional, Alex. I thought you were, too. Won't take more than an hour. You live 1,000 miles from here, I wouldn't come back to the ARDS offices for anything in the world. You won't have to, Alex. It took me a second to get what he was saying. You unbelievable bastard. I'm downstairs, Pioneer Square. Everyone says that Seattle is rainy all the time, and maybe that's true, but today? Well, look out your window. Sunny, warm, the air is crisp. Lovely day for a walk. Hearing his voice was bad, but knowing that he was in my city, walking around my neighborhood and probably getting coffee from the same place I do, put me over the edge. I picked up the cordless phone and stabbed the talk button, shifting it from speakerphone. Look, you miserable piece of shit. We have no reason to talk. No reason to ever see each other again. No reason to... There's a good reason, Alex. A very good reason. It involves your friend Innerva. And there it was. My legs decided to take 5, and I flopped into my chair and slid over to the large window. 20 stories below, the traffic was light, and I could see a ferry nearing the dock in downtown Seattle. For a moment, I imagined that I could see Amand below, standing in a camel hair coat and drinking a latte while screwing with my life. But the people were too small to make out, and it was more likely that Amand was sitting in the back of a black SUV with tinted windows. Who's Innerva? I asked, playing dumb in a way I knew he wouldn't buy. Please, Alex, have some respect. You may hate me for whatever reason, but you know I'm not stupid. Fine. What about her? I have reason to believe you've been in touch with her, and I'd like to chat with you about that. I haven't been in touch with her. I didn't need a reason to lie to Amand. I'd lie to him on principle alone. But this was the truth. After Innerva helped me get to the bottom of James's death, she disappeared, leaving me only a simple app on my laptop called Collude. I couldn't contact her on it, but she could contact me. But after her initial message, vowing revenge on James's killers, I hadn't heard from her. Well, either way, Amand said, we're going to need to speak. You haven't given me a single reason to speak to you, Amand. You have 10 seconds before I hang up. That would be a mistake, Alex. You know we can monitor your servers at the Barker, right? Bull. We have software that protects against that. Amand let out a long sigh, followed by a chuckle. I knew that theoretically someone could hack our servers, but I didn't imagine anyone would, and certainly not Amand. Even if you could get into our servers, we are in your servers, Alex. Every piece of internal communication, every draft of every story you've ever published, and, most importantly, everything you haven't published. What are you talking about? Nude photos of underage girls, Alex. What the hell are you... I stopped halfway through the sentence, racking my brain. We'd never done any stories on child pornography, and even if we had, we never would have allowed any images to touch our hard drives, even for research purposes. Melinda Garcia ring a bell, Alex? It did, but I wasn't going to admit it. I have no idea what you're talking about. Yes, you do, Alex. You killed the story yourself. We know all about it. And if you're not out front of your building in 15 minutes, the FBI is going to know about it too. You son of a... Alex, please, I don't have time for your self-righteous rage. This isn't about you, and it's not about me. I don't want to tell the FBI about those photos, but you know I will. He paused and sighed again. Be downstairs in 15 minutes. With that, the line went silent, and I was left to fume. Melinda Garcia was a doe-eyed 16-year-old who lost in the final round of The Voice a few seasons ago. She'd been all over the news leading up to the final round of voting, and our music writers had been covering her religiously, along with all the other finalists. Garcia was a fan favorite, a religious girl with a stunning soprano voice and just enough edge to keep people interested. I didn't watch the show, but I was already familiar with her name when the photo showed up in our inbox at the Barker. There were 6 of them altogether, showing Melinda in progressive states of undress, probably in her bedroom because there were posters of pop stars on the wall behind her. The photos were the type most likely taken by a boyfriend or ex-boyfriend on a cell phone. The quality was fairly low, but they were unmistakably Melinda Garcia, and she was, unmistakably, nude and underage. Of course, we didn't publish them or respond to the anonymous email. We'd run some terrible stories to generate clicks, but even if we'd been able to get around the fact that publishing them was wildly illegal, we never would have stooped that low. Despite a brief objection from one of our music writers, who argued that they were newsworthy because they contrasted with Garcia's wholesome image, Bird and I shut down the story before the first word had been written. We never even mentioned their existence on our site. We'd notified the police, but they hadn't been any help. After a failed attempt to trace the email, they gave up and wrote off the whole thing as a prank. And since the photos never surfaced online from another outlet, we were left wondering who'd sent them and why. Now it was making more sense. If Amand knew about the Garcia photos, maybe he really did have access to our server. Just as I started to wonder how he'd done that and what we could do about it, it hit me. It was equally likely, maybe more so, that he was lying about the server access and that he'd sent the photos himself to set us up, to gain leverage. I pressed the intercom to dial Mia, but hung up before it rang. Again, I thought of calling Greta, and I picked up the phone. Dialing her, I looked down at the street below, trying to think my way out of a problem without a solution. Before the phone could start ringing, I hung up and threw on my blazer. I had to meet with Amand. 3. The late morning light edged around the corner of the Puget Tower, blinding me temporarily as I stepped through the revolving door on the ground floor. On the elevator ride, I'd realized that we hadn't set a meeting spot and concluded that Amand probably wouldn't want to be seen with me in public. Guys like him have hundreds of informants, and there's no value to him in anyone knowing who those informants are. Shielding my eyes, I shot a look down the street, then up it, looking for an oversized, double-parked black SUV. But he wasn't in an SUV after all. A sharp whistle came from across the street, and there he was, leaning on a tree and smiling. In a superficial way, Amand came off as gregarious and open, even transparent. But it was all an act. A former spy, he'd probably decided to play an affable character because he genuinely believed in what he was doing and thought I'd respond to a genial, guy like you type. But when I spotted him, his smile wasn't quite as convincing as usual. Waiting to cross the street, I tried to read something in his eyes, but he looked away and tugged at the bottom of his seersucker jacket, a nervous tick I wouldn't have expected from him. Next, and even more surprising, he didn't look at me as I waited for the cars to pass. 10 seconds, then 20, then 30. A full minute passed and he kept his eyes on the ground. My memory of Amand was of a guy who never broke eye contact first. The kind of guy who would offer up a smile even if you'd just insulted his mother, or he'd just insulted yours, because ultimately, he was in control of whether you lived or died, so why bother with coarse human emotions like hurt or anger? There was a brief gap in the traffic and I jogged across the street, then strode up to him with as much confidence as I could muster. "Seen the Space Needle yet?" I asked, defaulting to sarcasm for safety reasons. As I stepped up on the curb, he turned, flashed a smile, and extended his hand. "Alex, good to see you." After we shook, he stepped back, adding, "You've lost a little weight. 10, maybe 15 pounds? Living with Greta again is good for you." "Don't know," I said dismissively. But that was a lie. I'd lost exactly 9.5 pounds. Not much at a height of 6'2", but better than nothing. "I'm surprised you're not in a black SUV, idling for hours and burning taxpayer dollars by the gallon." He studied my face for a moment, then gestured down the street, toward Occidental Park, an open square which was once the heart of Seattle. I did ask if you have time for a walk. You did, but I assumed you meant that we'd drive somewhere first. Don't want to be seen with me? Not especially, but I figured you wouldn't want to be seen with me. We walked in silence for a minute, then crossed the street and entered the park, which was really more of a plaza, a half-acre, brick-paved area lined with trees and dotted with benches. Walking slowly, we made our way halfway across the square before Amand spoke again. I came into Seattle alone, early this morning. No SUV, no team, just me. And I assume you're going to tell me why. I'll be honest with you, Alex. I need your help. First of all, I don't trust that you'll be honest with me or with anyone. Second, you made your need clear on the phone, so tell me why I took an elevator ride down to discuss it face to face. Right, I hear you. Amand seemed flustered, but I couldn't tell if it was a new act he'd created for me or if something was going on that he couldn't control. For a guy like Amand, losing control is the worst thing that can happen. My uncertainty, combined with his earlier threat, was throwing me off. Can you get to the point? I blurted. We need to find Innerva Shah, and we need to find her now. Why? Do you know where she is? If you've been tracking our emails and whatnot, you know that I don't. I believe you, Alex, I do. We'd been tracking Innerva closely since the incident since your people murdered James, her best friend, business partner, and lover. Helps to say it out loud. Since that incident, yes. We've been tracking her, and a couple weeks ago she dropped off the map. And why would I help you find her? Amand took a seat on a bench about 20 yards from the famous firefighter memorial that sat at the west end of the square. He turned toward me, and I could tell he was waiting for me to meet his eyes. But I wasn't going to give him the satisfaction. If you're not going to check out the Space Needle, at least take the time to appreciate the firefighter memorial. I pointed at the 4 bronze firefighters, 2 standing, 2 crouched down, but I could tell that Amand wasn't shifting his gaze. Stunning, right? Look at me, Alex, right now. This time I did, and he looked genuinely concerned. There's been an attack. As he said it, he looked straight into my eyes, trying to read me. I tried to keep my face expressionless. What sort of attack? A hijacking of sorts, a ransomware attack. Do you know what that is? Alarms were going off in my head, but I played it cool. I do, but I don't see what this has to do with me or with Innerva. Did you read your Tech Triune blog this morning? I saw something go by about a ransomware attack. Is that what you're all worked up over? If it was a big deal, wouldn't the newspapers be covering it? He was quiet for a moment, and he seemed to be making a decision. I'm going to tell you something that only a few dozen people on Earth know, Alex. I'm going to tell you this thing because I trust you and because I want you to trust me. I said nothing, and he waited for a couple with a double-wide stroller to pass us before continuing. The attack on Grayson is real. She has total control of their systems. They're in a panic over there, and their ability to protect the data of thousands of companies is compromised, to say the least. They can't access anything, can't use their phones. Their payroll system doesn't even work. But Grayson is the tip of the iceberg. News hasn't broken yet, but the Grayson attack is one of 791 attacks, all initiated yesterday, all aimed at the private security apparatus that keeps the United States safe and kills innocent people from time to time. He grabbed my forearm, twisting the skin a little to let me know that he was in no mood for my quips. Alex, don't let your stupid grievances get the better of you. Every military on Earth kills innocent people on occasion. It's tragic, and it's absolutely necessary. You're not military, though. You just said you're— Don't, he said, waving a hand dismissively. You know you don't believe there's some sacred line between military and private security, and neither do I. Pulling my arm free, I said, Fine. But what does what you're talking about have to do with Innerva? The hacker who initiated the attack is going by the name The Freedom Collective. We believe the Freedom Collective is Innerva Shah. She's demanding that each and every non-governmental security firm in the United States shut down by midnight Eastern Time on Sunday, about 4.5 days from today. What makes you think it's her? Various channels were used that she's used before, and she left a few other fingerprints, plus, as you know, she has a motive. I stood and did a slow lap around the bench, then sat back down. When you say every, do you mean every, like every single company that has anything to do with private security? Not everyone. She skipped over a few minor subcontractors so she can feel like she's not hurting the little guy. It's only the companies working on national security, counterterrorism, cyber warfare, intelligence, and related issues, but outside the purview of the federal government. And yes, every one of those. I looked away, trying to think through what that meant. Amand must have read my mind because he continued. That's right, Alex. All the companies that existed before 9/11 and hundreds that were created or expanded afterwards thanks to federal funding after that tragedy. Like I said, 791 altogether. Together, they employ north of 1 million people, 300,000 of whom have security clearances. This is the most significant attack on U.S. security since. As he trailed off, two opposing emotions were hitting me at the same time, and I could barely contain them. I did another slow lap around the bench to get out of his field of vision and still my racing heart. The first emotion was elation, the pure joy of vengeance, the satisfaction of knowing that Innerva had struck back and had struck in such a way that threatened Amand. It was the kind of feeling most of us only get to experience secondhand when Joffrey Baratheon gets poisoned, or when Clint Eastwood kills Little Bill, or when Inigo Montoya kills the Six-Fingered Man. But the elation was mixed with terror, the kind I'd felt just one other time on the morning of 9/11. When the planes hit the towers, I was about 5 miles north of the World Trade Center, sleeping in my apartment on 105th and Broadway. When I heard the news, I panicked. A couple dozen guys I'd never thought about had killed thousands, redirected the American government, and broken the sky, which was gray with smoke and ash. I worried about our vulnerability, about my vulnerability. If Amand was telling me the truth, and I believed he was, at least about the scope of the ransomware attack, I didn't know exactly what it meant for the U.S. or the world, but I knew it wasn't good. As much as I loathed Amand, ARDS, and everyone else tangentially related to the staged mass shooting that took my friend James, I was no anarchist. And deep down I knew that I benefited from the shadowy security firms doing God knew what all around the world. Was it even possible for them to go dark at the same time? And what would it mean if they did? Amand was watching me closely, and finally spoke. Do you know what her threat was? What do you mean? I mean, she demanded that every one of these companies close up shop, cease doing business, that the Department of Defense and all the other government agencies who pay them stop cutting checks. But do you know what she said she'd do if they failed to comply by the deadline? I recalled that the article had noted the lack of a specific threat, and I was genuinely curious. What? If these companies don't shut down, she's threatening to leak all the data from their private servers. Mission data, names and addresses, sources and methods, millions of pages of top-secret information, plus private correspondence and even cam footage of many of the executives involved. It would be like the Panama Papers leak, combined with the WikiLeaks hack on the CIA, all times 100. He paused and let out a long sigh. Times 1,000. Amand looked half-broken, and it struck me that all that data would certainly include a good deal of information about him, about ARDS. Are you sure she actually has it? I asked. But I already believed she did. In 2004, when I'd first met Innerva, she'd uncovered thousands of personal phone records and bank statements belonging to George Bush and John Kerry before the election, and it had taken her only a day. At the time, I'd convinced her not to release the documents, which easily could have swayed the 2004 presidential election. With ample time to plan her revenge on ARDS, I believed she could have accomplished almost anything. "We think she has what she says she has," Amand said. "And there's more." He sighed again, and for the first time he looked as worried as I felt. "She has personal information, or at least claims to. We haven't yet been able to verify it. Embarrassing personal information about thousands of men and women in top positions at these companies. Alex, do you get what I'm saying?" Assuming Amand wasn't lying to me, the fact that he knew about the scope of the attack meant that he was even higher up than I had previously realized. Until now, I thought he was the head of a powerful data security firm that did the dirty work of protecting and destroying data, and sometimes people, for important companies and the U.S. government. If it was true that the attack targeted all the companies he was claiming, that meant that many of the most powerful men and women on Earth would be implicated, and they trusted Amand enough to let him know and to send him to Seattle to find me. I did one more lap around the bench, then stopped in front of him. "I get it. You think Innerva is involved and you want to know where she is. And I'm guessing that if I refuse to tell you, you're going to threaten to release the pictures of Melinda Garcia or tip off the FBI to the fact that they're buried on one of our servers somewhere. Try to drum up a bogus child pornography charge on the Barker. No, let me finish." I held up my hand to stop Amand, who was trying to interrupt. "And I'd also bet that if I still refuse, you'll threaten to plant other pictures, worse ones, on our servers. Hell, maybe on my personal laptop. My guess is that you'll threaten everything short of killing me, since that would be beneath your dignity." I finished with what I thought was an oratorical flourish, but he didn't seem rattled. Crossing his right leg over his left, he said, "You and I have had our disagreements, Alex. You mean like when you had your people torture me? I guess you could call that a disagreement, but I'd call it more of a necessary evil. And look, now you're fine. Down 10 or 15 pounds, reunited with Greta. You should be thanking me." "Get to the damn point. I meant disagreements about what I do for a living. Our mission, so to speak. And it's easy to think of me as the bad guy when you only see one side of what I do, what we do. But there are hundreds of thousands of people working every day in countless ways to keep this country, and you personally, safe. Safe from people who want to kidnap and torture me, right? You're not doing a great job of that. From warehouses full of North Korean teenagers trying to crack our military servers and our voting systems. From that guy in Yemen who's quietly being radicalized into a terrorist, and nobody knows it but us. From people who want to spam every teenager in America with ISIS recruitment propaganda. From a million threats you never even become aware of, because we stop them first. If Innerva's attack goes off, nearly 1 million people will lose their livelihoods immediately, and the United States will stop being a superpower. We'll become a punching bag for every terrorist, dictator, and psychopath on Earth. You can prevent that, Alex. You can be a hero. 4. He was right that I didn't want to see the entire security apparatus of the U.S. crippled. But in that moment, I didn't care about the threats he was making. Plus, I wasn't buying his self-serving monologue about how he was keeping scary foreigners from blowing up my dog and turning my next-door neighbor into a member of ISIS. There was no way I was going to help him. "No," I said. "No what?" "No, I'm not helping you. I've got an army of lawyers to defend the Barker if you send those photos to the FBI. We did nothing wrong anyway. And if you come after me, I can afford a pretty decent lawyer myself. Alex, hear me out. We know what country she's in. We know her last known whereabouts. We figure that if you go to where she is and start asking around, maybe she'll hear about it and contact you. Then you lead us to her. That's the stupidest plan I've ever heard, and even if it wasn't, why in the hell would I do that? Because at your core, you're a patriot, and you know that what we're doing is right. As wrong as it can sometimes seem, and even with all the mistakes we've made, like with James, what we're doing is right, and you know it. What Innerva is doing is wrong. It's evil, it's dangerous, and you know it. So let me get this straight. You asked me where Innerva was, even though you already knew, and now you want to send me to find her? I'll level with you, Alex. Innerva has a better chance of surviving if you're there. If you help us find her, convince her to call off the hack in the next 108 hours, she'll live. Hell, we might not even press charges, given what's on the line for the men and women involved if this stuff goes public. If the hack goes through, and if we find her, well, I can't guarantee her safety. What he was saying made perfect sense from a certain perspective, and I had to forcibly remind myself of two facts. First, that this man had ordered me tortured for days, that he was responsible for my recurring nightmares. Second, that his explanation of why he'd had me tortured made the same kind of perfect sense he was making now. I'd had enough. I'm done, I said, standing abruptly. Go to hell. I was a couple yards away when Amand called after me. One last thing, Alex. It's about the statues. The firefighters. I turned to see Amand smiling again, pointing at the memorial. As much as I hated him, something in his look made me want to hear what he had to say. Walking over to the bench, I felt like a sucker, unable to get out of the car dealership without giving the huckster a fair listen to be polite. It is a nice memorial, and it made me think of something. Remember when we first met and I told you about the time I spent working in Pakistan? What he'd told me was that he'd assassinated 2 men in Pakistan on behalf of the CIA and made it look like self-defense. But I nodded at the verb working anyway. There was a man there named Bilal Qadir Khan. And technically, he was an envoy between the Pakistani and Chinese governments, but his real job was smuggling raw, uncut heroin from Afghanistan into Pakistan, and from Pakistan into China, where it could be refined and smuggled into the United States. Qadir Khan was a real scumbag, but he wasn't the scumbag I was there to kill. So we let him operate. Not my job to police the Pakistani drug trade. I knew he was operating, but our paths only crossed when his crew picked up a member of my team by mistake. My guy was named Sadir Mohammed, and he was staking out the men we were there to deal with on the same day that Qadir Khan's crew was supposed to meet a truck from Afghanistan. Qadir Khan's crew picked up Sadir, thinking he was with another crew, threw him in a van and drove him to an old warehouse outside of Lahore. Needless to say, we weren't going to let a drug-pushing bastard kill a U.S. agent, especially over a mistake. So we waited for about 30 minutes while reinforcements arrived. Then I walked up to the door of this run-down old warehouse and banged on the door. The last thing we wanted was to get in the middle of something with a Pakistani gang, so the plan was to introduce myself, explain the situation, and buy our man back for about $100,000. Qadir Khan knew we were in Pakistan, and he also knew that his business was none of our business, so I thought the transaction would go smoothly. But when I walked into the warehouse, they had Sadir Mohammed tied to a piece of wood, and you have to picture it, Sadir was a beast. 6'1", 200 pounds of granite. His parents were Kuwaiti, but he was born in America, spoke 4 languages, and played linebacker at a Division I school. Missouri, or maybe Michigan, I can't remember. Important thing to know is that Sadir was a specimen. If I was the brains, he was the brawn. And there he was, tied to a board, black bag over his head. He paused for a moment and looked down at his lap. I lowered my head, but he turned away and wiped his eye before I could quite see if there were actually tears in it. What did they do to him? I asked. The factory was old. Wood-heated, with an old black stove in the corner surrounded by rickety fans that were supposed to disperse the heat. When they led me in, Sadir's feet were in the wood stove, his legs and chest and head outside it. Like I said, He was tied to the board, and 3 guys were there, inching him forward slowly. He was alive? Not only was he alive, he was conscious. I'd explained who I was, and I guess they figured that since they were already torturing him, they may as well let me see it. Every time he'd pass out from the pain, they'd drop a hit of pure cocaine in his mouth and splash cold water on his face. They were sliding him, feet first, into a wood-burning stove, asking him questions all the while. Who did he work for? Where was he from? And so on. By the time I got there, Qadir Khan had ordered his men to stop the interrogation, but they left his feet in the fire. I let out a breath I hadn't been aware of holding in. Horrible, right? Amand continued. He was screaming and screaming. I don't want to say too much more about this, but when they pulled him out, his feet were burned to a stump, burned down to the bone. What did you do? Paid Qadir Khan the $100,000 and sent Sadir Mohammed back to the States. Both legs were amputated at a military hospital in Germany first. Now he teaches Arabic at some college on the East Coast. By the time he finished, the park was growing crowded. Men and women in business attire were scrambling through on their lunch breaks, staring at phones, sipping coffees, or eating sandwiches. A group of young women were taking selfies in front of the statues. I looked up at the sky, wishing I'd called Greta. Under the best of circumstances, I don't like being threatened, and I honestly wasn't sure whether he was threatening me, or Innerva, or both of us. I assume there's a point to your story? I asked. I've been trying to tell you that sometimes good people get caught up in stuff and suffer. That's what happened to Sadir Muhammad. Of course, I wanted to kill Qadir Khan and his whole crew. I wanted to burn down their warehouse with him inside, but that would have compromised my mission. So we paid him off and chalked it up to the cost of doing business in a foreign land. That's not the moral you want me to take away, though. No, I want you to know that as sad as I was to see my friend's feet burned to ash, I'd be that happy to watch Innerva suffer a similar fate. I want you to know how fucked you are for refusing to help me. You could have had a nice trip to Dubai on the taxpayer's dime. You could have helped your nation. But instead, you signed a death warrant for the company you built and maybe for yourself. After a long silence, I said, Threats don't work on me, Amand. And anyway, I have to get back to the office. 5. Problem was, threats do work on me, and I didn't go back to the office. Instead, I walked across the park, and when I was sure Amand wasn't following me, I ordered a lift to my apartment. But I wasn't going to my apartment. On the ride, I sent 2 texts. In the first, I explained to Mia at the office that I had some things to take care of, so I wouldn't be in for the rest of the day. The second text was to Greta. Smedley is sick again. Can you meet me at the vet in an hour? After my last run-in with ARDS, I'd shared everything with Greta. Everything they'd done to me and everything I felt about it. That was when I promised her I wouldn't get involved in any dangerous stories again. That was also when we came up with a code. Smedley was our dog, a beautiful brown mongrel who'd been abandoned at a freeway rest stop. If I ever texted her that Smedley was sick, it meant that something was up. It meant that I needed to talk with her immediately and couldn't say so over the phone or via text. The vet referred to Animal Brew, a lovely coffee shop a block from our apartment that was home to a huge, slobbery dog who lay on the floor all day so you had to walk around him to order. Greta was a life coach to the stars, and I knew she'd only cancel appointments for something urgent. And as much as I was trying to convince myself that the meeting with Amand was no big deal, I wasn't succeeding. When I'd refused to help him, he'd turned threatening fast. From personal experience, I knew that his threats were backed up by teams of killers and torturers, and gray sedans that were always 2 cars away, never more or less, and a lot of things. Greta's text arrived as the lift stopped in front of my apartment. One more client. Be there in an hour. From the apartment, I walked to Animal Brew, ordered a black coffee, and took a seat at a table in the corner, as far away from anyone else as possible. The hour, or more likely 90 minutes since Greta was always late, would give me time to do some research I'd been wanting to do since I walked away from Amand. Pulling out my phone, I Googled Grayson Systems and read a few articles that had popped up since the Tech Triune piece dropped late last night. So far, there hadn't been any new developments, and none of the major news outlets had picked up on the story. But one article had an interesting quote from a source with knowledge of the attack. From the wording of the quote, I figured that it was a source within Grayson, but I was more interested in what it said than who it came from. According to a source with knowledge of the attack, this is only the beginning. If Grayson has been targeted, there are probably more attacks coming. When you've worked in the media as long as I have, you start to learn that, although quotes from anonymous sources are rarely made up, they should not be taken at face value. People who give quotes do it for a reason. Sometimes they're just venting to a reporter. Sometimes it's a weird kind of bragging, a way to prove how much of an insider they are. Occasionally, they want the public to know the truth about something, but usually the reason is far less noble. Sources often use journalists to float ideas and gauge public reaction, or to shape or sample public opinion. Other times, sources try to break bad news to the public in a way they can control, and without having to attach a name to it. In the case of the Grayson quote, I thought it might be the latter. Assuming that Amand was telling the truth, that hundreds of companies had been hit simultaneously, the men and women who ran those companies were surely having frantic discussions about how to respond. One of those discussions had led them to direct Amand to talk to me, as I was likely their only connection to Innerva. But other conversations would have been going on as well. Conversations with FBI and military leaders, probably even the president. And somewhere, someone was having a conversation about media strategy, about how to deal with the fallout when the press learned of the full scale of the attack. My guess was that a determination had been made to try to keep the attack private for as long as possible, to avoid a crash in the stock market or national panic. The quote I read had the feel of softening the ground for later leaks. My bet was that a decision had been made, by someone with tremendous power, to let news of the scope of the attack break over the course of a few days rather than all at once. Step one of that was to have a source with knowledge of the attack. Tell a blog that there could be others. Then, when it turned out that source was right, the shock to the public would be lessened. It was a risky technique, of course, because there was a chance the full story would come out at any minute. But the men and women who knew the scope of the attack probably kept a million secrets bigger than this one, so my gut said that this wouldn't leak. After reading everything on the web about the Grayson attack, I ran a series of searches I knew would be fruitless but felt I had to try anyway, if only to assuage my fears. First, I tried Innerva Shah combined with every word I could think of that might relate to the hack at Grayson Systems. My hope was that some blog, website, or Reddit commenter might have a tidbit of information that would confirm my sense that Amand was telling the truth about Innerva being behind the attack. But like I said, only about 10 people on Earth knew Innerva's real name, and none of them were using it online, so nothing came up. That's what you expect when you try to crack the internet's deepest secrets with a Generation X journalism degree. But I kept going anyway, because persistence has gotten me places that good sense never would have. Second, I tried Grayson Systems combined with a few different hacker names that I knew she'd used over the years, including NUM. Still nothing. Third, I tried Freedom Collective combined with her name and all possible pseudonyms. Again, nothing. Finally, I searched for Amand combined with words like CIA, ARDS, promotion, Grayson Systems, and others. Like I suspected, nothing came up. The ARDS homepage didn't even list Amand as an employee, and when I considered it, I felt like an idiot for ever believing his name was really Amand. Guys like him have had 100 names. After finishing the searches, I called Angela, the managing editor of the Tech Triune. As I expected, she was cagey with me, not wanting to give up sources or step on future scoops. Though she didn't have much information other than what she'd printed that morning, she confirmed that she'd heard rumors of the hack extending way beyond Grayson Systems. Without mentioning my meeting with Amand, I told her that I expected those rumors to turn out to be true. I was ready to begin another series of searches when I heard Greta's voice. "Hey, honey, you've got me worried. What's up?" I looked up from my phone as she sat across from me. Greta had aged gracefully in our 13 years of marriage, more gracefully than I had, and seeing her long black hair and kind face still calmed and excited me at the same time. I leaned across the table and kissed her cheek. When we'd moved back in together, I'd vowed to myself to let her know how I felt whenever possible, no matter what was going on in our lives. The kiss was a gesture of that kind. "Sorry for the weird text," I said. "Remember Amand? He came to see me today." "The Amand from—" "Yeah, that Amand. Do we know another—" I realized I'd snapped at her and winced. "Sorry. No. Yeah. The guy who— Yeah, that guy." Greta reached for the peppermint chai latte I'd ordered for her and began spooning the foam into her mouth using 2 little red straws like they were chopsticks. I told her about the ransomware attack, Amand's claim that Innerva was behind it, and his demand that I help him locate her. When I told her the last part, she nearly dropped her straws, and I could tell she was about to launch into an epic rant about how there was no way I was going to help him. Before she could, I told him no, of course. No way. She leaned away a little, still looking concerned. "That's a relief. You know how I know," I said. "And even if I hadn't promised to avoid stuff like this, I wouldn't help him." I sipped my coffee and locked eyes with Greta, who seemed to be studying me as only she can. She often knows me better than I know myself, or, more accurately, knows things about me before I know them, and she's usually not shy about telling me. "Why do you have that look?" she asked. "What look?" "Like a little boy who wants to know how a computer works, so he takes it apart to see the inside." I tried to clear any looks off my face. "I don't look like that." She just stared at me, and I knew she was right. "I'm curious, okay? The whole thing has me curious is all. There is no way in hell I would help Amand, even though I don't agree with what Innerva is doing, and to be honest, I'm a bit freaked out about it. I wouldn't get on a plane to Dubai for all the money in the world." "We have plenty of money, Alex." "I know, that's not the point. The point is, I said no." She smiled slightly. "Then why do you have that look?" "I have questions. That's what I do. I'm not going to try to answer them by flying off to Dubai. But I do have questions. Is Innerva actually behind the hack? Is she really trying to destroy the entire private security apparatus of the United States? If so, what does that even mean? I'm not a security expert, but Amand seemed rattled, and I don't think he rattles easily. Maybe it was an act, but if so, it was a good one. Finally, I want to know why a piece of hack leaked to Tech Triune and not the full story." "That last part you might be able to find out. You do own the Tech Triune." "I do, but 3 rules of journalism. Always carry a notebook. Never give up a source. And if your mother says she loves you, check it out." I gave up on the first and the last years ago, but the second rule doesn't stop applying because technically someone owns your site. Greta said nothing. "I guess it wouldn't hurt to call them," I admitted. Finally finished with her phone meeting routine, Greta sipped her drink, then slid the mug around in a small circle on the table. "Why are we here? I mean, why not meet at the apartment?" I was being paranoid. I'd left Amand 5 minutes before and thought, I don't know what I thought. Maybe he had people at our place. I don't know, I sighed. "Let's go home." "Have you checked your app thingy? The one Innerva left you with?" "Not for a while." "You have that laptop at home now, right?" "Right. That's why I want to go home. If Amand is telling the truth that they lost track of her, she might have messaged me. I doubt it, but I won't be at ease until I check." "I wouldn't be so sure she didn't contact you," Greta said, standing. "You may be the only person left who she can trust." 6. As soon as I put the key in the lock, Smedley ran to the door and followed his usual routine. 2 or 3 seconds of pawing at the door, followed by a slow backing away to give me room to open the door and walk in. I grabbed my laptop from the bedroom while he danced around the room, waiting for me to sit down on the couch so he could rest his front paws on my knees. As I sat, he leapt at me like he hadn't seen me in months, and I had to stow my laptop under a couch cushion to keep it safe from his slobbering love. He licked my face, and I rubbed his brown fur affectionately, adjusting my position to make room for his muscular body. I hadn't planned to get a dog, but circumstance and a half-insane hardware hacker named Quinn Rivers had dropped Smedley in my lap. Greta and I had both fallen in love with him over the last months. Our only child had been stillborn years ago, and my pain over the loss was one of the things that caused me to isolate myself and focus on my work. Talking through that pain had been one of the things that brought Greta and me back together. Smedley had been another, and it now looked like Smedley was the closest we would come to having a child. "Promise me you're not going to obsess about this, Alex," Greta said from the kitchen. "Just gonna see if Innerva wrote to me. I'm sure she didn't. And if she didn't, I'll drop it." Our place was a 2-bedroom on the 11th floor of a newish building with a view of Lake Union. A low, L-shaped couch filled the living room, which opened into a modern kitchen where Greta was pouring hot water into 2 cups. As Smedley lost interest in me and ran into the kitchen to rub against Greta's legs, I booted up my computer, taking in the smell of the apartment. One of the things I missed during our months of separation was Greta's smell. Not that my apartment smelled bad or anything, but it didn't smell like Greta, a mix of jasmine and something earthy like organic produce and coffee grounds. Since coming home, I couldn't breathe it in deeply enough. When my screen lit up, I opened the Collude app, a simple text box bordered in orange. According to Innerva's first and only message to me, messages were protected by military-grade encryption and were as secure as messages could get. Like every other day since that first message, though, there was nothing from Innerva. I was tempted to do another round of searches, but I could feel Greta watching me, so I closed the laptop. "Nothing," I said. She sat next to me on the couch and handed me one of the cups. The tea gave off an odd smell, like fancy garbage, and she saw the look on my face. "It's yerba mate." "Thanks," I managed, taking a tentative sip and smiling weakly at Greta. "Not as bad as I thought, but it could use some honey or something." "You'll get used to it," Greta said, adjusting her legs so she was sitting cross-legged on the couch. Smedley got onto the couch and wedged himself between us. "You know when I read that look on your face in the coffee shop?" Greta asked. "Yeah, you had me pegged, as usual." "Actually, I didn't." "What do you mean?" "You said you were curious about the story, about the facts. I thought you were worried about Innerva." I considered that for a moment, but I had to admit that it wasn't high on my list. In my experience, Innerva can take care of herself. James couldn't. James was James. Innerva is different. She was a black hat hacker long before she got into the leaking and hacking in journalism game. No one is untraceable, but she's pretty close. But it could have easily been Innerva at the Las Vegas Gazette that day. But it wasn't. No, it wasn't. It had me thinking, though. Sometimes you go into saving mode. You see a problem and you want to fix it even if it's not your problem. I'm telling you, Innerva doesn't need saving. Even from Amand? I went quiet and Greta glanced down at the teacup in my hand. "You want me to add some lemon?" "Yeah, I can do it," I said, but she was already taking my cup. "I know how you can get," she called from the kitchen. "I know that," but I'd stopped listening. My face was in my laptop. First, I checked the Collude app again. Nothing. Next, I opened a browser and recreated the searches I'd run before, this time on sites ending in .ae, the internet in the Arab Emirates, including Dubai where Amand had said Innerva was. My hope was that if Innerva had been hiding out there for the last few months, she'd left some trace of herself, or maybe teamed up with someone who had mentioned her name or one of her hacker names on a message board. It was a long shot, but worth a try. Before I could get far, Greta was back. She held the tea in my face, blocking the screen. "I'm sorry," I said. I had one last idea about how to search for her. "Drink your tea," she said. "I've got to make a quick call to reschedule the clients I canceled today. I'll give you 20 minutes, then we drop the thing, okay?" "Deal," I said, sipping the tea and pretending to like it, then turning my attention to my laptop as Greta went into the bedroom. Searching sites in the United Arab Emirates wasn't as easy as I'd hoped. First, I had to translate all my key phrases into Arabic. Next, I ran searches for them on Google.ae, but of course the results were also in Arabic, so I had to run them through Google Translate and hope for a decent translation. After about 5 minutes, I hit on something promising, a search for Next Underground Media with date parameters over the last 3 months brought up a few results from a public message board in Dubai. It took a lot of cutting and pasting into Google Translate, but within a few minutes I had a rough idea of what I was looking at. The underground media coming. The Atlantis Vision. I figured that, in the translation, next had been turned into coming, a word being swapped out for another similar word, as often happens when there isn't a literal translation between languages. If I was right and I switched the order of the words around, it read, "The Next Underground Media, The Atlantis Vision." I clicked through to the full link, which turned out to be a comment on a movie torrent website, one of the ones where people upload pirated copies of films and allow people to download them. The word is that it has not been leaked. Someone grabbed this right off the computer's CEO. It's quite some coming underground media kind of stuff. The Atlantis Vision is biggest film yet hacked. The comment was one of hundreds on a page that allowed users to download a film called The Atlantis Vision, the sequel to the blockbuster film from 2 years ago, The Atlantis Revelation. When I switched the words computers and CEO, the second sentence read as, "Someone grabbed this right off the CEO's computer." This made sense given that movie studios are notorious for guarding copies of unreleased films like pots of gold. My guess was that the commenter was saying that the version of the film available on the site had been stolen directly from the CEO's computer, and if Coming Underground Media was a poor translation of Next Underground Media, I figured that the commenter was comparing the hack to something INUM would have done rather than saying that it was something they did do. When James and Innerva were at their peak running INUM, they hacked all sorts of CEOs, politicians, and athletes. Usually it was to expose corruption and hypocrisy, but even they weren't immune to having a little fun. From time to time, they'd steal something just to prove that they could. For example, before everyone was streaming video on Netflix and Hulu and HBO Go, James and Innerva stole the entire digital library of the children's shows owned by Family Media Holdings and put them up online, figuring that parents deserved a break from overpriced DVDs. Their site got shut down a week later, but not before 100,000 tech-savvy viewers had downloaded the films to their computers. So, even though the leak of the Atlantis Vision was something Innerva could have done, it didn't seem likely. I wasn't certain, and there was no way I could be without a real translator, so I decided to drop it. There was a knock at the door. I glanced over, but I didn't make a move to answer it right away. My heightened sense of paranoia had me repeating a phrase over and over in my head. It always starts with a knock at the door. It was something Quinn said to me once. Quinn was the computer hardware expert who got wrapped up in the mass shooting with me early last summer. In fact, she was the one who killed James's killers and my torturers. After an insane car chase that she broadcast on Facebook Live, Quinn was arrested, and my lawyer was still working to defend her against a whole heap of charges, the worst of which was murder. In addition to being brilliant and one of the strangest people I've ever met, Quinn was dangerously paranoid, and every knock at the door meant that the man had finally come to take her away. I saw Greta's slim figure gliding across the room and watched as she opened the door. 7. "It's a courier," she said, signing for a large envelope. "Didn't you hear like 2 minutes ago when the front desk guy called?" I gave her my best, "Are you serious?" look. There was no way the phone had rung without me noticing. Greta shut the door and walked over to the couch. It rang and I told him to send him up. "You're starting to scare me, Alex." In the past, I'd occasionally fallen so far into my computer research that I'd lost touch with the world around me. I thought I'd gotten over that. "Who's it from?" I asked. "Doesn't say." The envelope was large, the kind you can fill with a half ream of office paper. Greta opened it carefully, then tipped it upside down so the contents fell onto her lap. "What the hell?" "What?" I asked, grabbing the small stack of papers off her lap. The first two were plane tickets, one in my name and one in Greta's name. Destination, Cuba, via New York City. Departure, the next morning. I tore open a plain white envelope which contained a single piece of paper. "Holy hell, it's from Innerva." "What's going on, Alex?" Greta put her hand on my leg, but I didn't look over. Instead, I read the note aloud. "Alex, I have reason to believe that the Collude app I installed on your computer may no longer be secure, which is why I'll no longer communicate with you electronically. For the last months, I've been in Cuba, planning my retaliation against the people who killed James. You have heard a small piece of it in the news. I've got something much larger planned. But now I'm in trouble. My networks here have been disrupted, and I may be in serious physical danger. I have no way to get out of the country. Please, come help me. I've enclosed 2 tickets to Cuba, one for you and one for Greta. Since travel to Cuba is restricted, you will be traveling under an exemption allowing for personal travel for religious reasons, which I arranged through the U.S. Treasury Office of Foreign Asset Control. Technically, you are traveling to Cuba to visit a cathedral, La Virgen Maria de la Concepción Immaculada. Of course, I know Greta may not want to come, and you can destroy her ticket and travel alone if you prefer. But the trip will seem more believable if she accompanies you. Don't stay at any of the hotels. Instead, find a casa particular, a small boarding house that you can rent by the night for cash. Another thing you should know. You can't use American credit cards in Cuba, and ATMs won't work for American banks. Bring a lot of cash. Dollars are okay, but they will charge you a 10% fee on those. British pounds or Canadian dollars are best. I.S. P.S. I've had your name removed from the no-fly list. When I'd finished reading the letter, I handed it to Greta, who reread it under her breath. I don't know what to say, she said, handing the letter back to me. Do you think it's really her? I'd been thinking about that while she read. I do. It sounds like her, and I know that Cuba is one of the places she and James talked about ending up. After he died, I don't know. It kind of makes sense that she'd go there. Do they even have internet there, though? Heavily censored internet, available only to a fraction of the people, but Innerva would know how to get around all of that. Greta stood and walked a small circle around the couch as I had earlier in the day with Amand. She and I are opposites in most ways, but we have a few mannerisms in common. Sitting down, she read the letter again, then asked, You really think she could hack the no-fly list? I do. I thought you were already off that. Not quite. Have I told you lately how sorry I am about that? My lawyer had been working on getting my name removed ever since I was put on the list last summer. Greta, in her bitterest moment of our separation, had called the Department of Homeland Security and told them I was a potential terrorist. It was one of the few times she'd acted out her anger, and it was one we laughed about from time to time. Not lately, I said. But there's no need. I know it was the Red Zinfandel that made that call. Greta did another lap around the couch. What kind of trouble could she be in? That's what I was wondering. Amand seems to think she's in Dubai, or at least that she was in Dubai. If she's in Cuba and he doesn't know it, then she's in a different kind of trouble than I thought she was when I thought that only Amand was after her. I thought for a moment. I guess it makes sense. If Amand is in Seattle talking to me, there have to be a dozen other Amands out there, turning over every stone, pressing every source to find Innerva. There could be any number of people after her. Drink your tea, Greta said. It'll help calm you down. The lemony yerba mate was cold now, and I downed it in one gulp. Not bad, I lied, holding back a grimace. I know you don't like it, but it's better for you than coffee. I was studying the plane ticket, which looked real, but I had to know for sure. Opening my laptop, I loaded the online check-in section and typed in my confirmation code. There I was, booked on a one-way trip to Cuba, leaving the following morning. I checked and Greta was in the adjacent seat. Tickets are real, I said. What I can't figure, Greta said, is what she'd need your help with, and why she wouldn't just come out and say it in the letter. I thought the whole point of the internet is that your physical location doesn't matter anymore. What can you do there, a country you've never visited where you don't speak the language, that you can't do here? Well, for this to arrive today by courier, Innerva had to send it at least a couple days ago. Yeah? That would have been after the ransomware attack was planned, but before the attack on Grayson and the demands Amand told me about, and Amand said they lost track of Innerva a couple weeks ago. So? My guess is that Innerva got wind of the fact that she was being tracked, disappeared, then initiated the ransomware attack she'd been planning, and that somehow her change of location required my help. How? I don't know. Maybe she was in Dubai, then went to Cuba and is going to ask me to do something, like carry a computer back to Dubai or pick up a part she needs that she can't buy herself without revealing her location. Or maybe the whole ransomware attack is a hoax and she wants to leak the whole story to me. Greta looked skeptical. I know, I said. All of that is guesswork. Shh. Greta held a finger up to my lips to get me to shut up. She didn't do it condescendingly, but Greta was more comfortable with silence than me, and sometimes she had to take charge to get me to stop talking. I could tell she was thinking, and my guess was that she was calculating the best way to get me to shred the plane ticket and never think about Innerva again. It wouldn't work, of course. I couldn't control my curiosity, and there was no way I'd stop looking into the story. But, as interested as I was in finding out what was on the other end of that plane ticket, I knew that I wasn't going to use it. I'd lost Greta once already, and I was pretty sure that following this story to Cuba would mean losing her for good. Greta, Shh. She stood and walked 3 slow laps around the couch, then got another cup of tea from the kitchen. Mercifully, she didn't refill mine. She sat next to me and stroked Smedley's head until I couldn't take the silence anymore. I know what you're going to say, I said. You're going to say that I can't go, that I promised not to get involved in this kind of thing ever again. And I get it. I do. I'm not going. But I can't help how I feel. You taught me that. You know that feeling when you know something is stupid but you have to do it anyway? You can't not do it? I don't agree with the scope of what Innerva is doing, but she doesn't deserve to die for it. I'm not going, though. I promised I wouldn't, and I'm not going. Alex, stop talking. You don't know me as well as you think. I wasn't going to say any of that. Smedley raised his head, looking between us with concern, like a kid afraid that his parents are disagreeing. What were you going to say? I asked. That I'm coming with you. 8. The tickets Innerva sent included a 4-hour layover in New York City, and the flight to JFK left first thing the next morning. So, after scheduling a car to the airport, Greta and I spent the afternoon packing and clearing our schedules for the next few days. I also called my old friend Lance Brickman, a legendary sports reporter who still lived in Brooklyn. Lance had mentored me during my first few years in the newspaper business, then worked with James and me for a couple years before retiring to curse at the sports section and smoke cigars in peace. After a brief chat, he promised to meet us at JFK during our layover for a drink. By late afternoon, Greta was at her office arranging for her assistant to feed and walk Smedley, and I was at a bookstore buying a guidebook for Cuba, a country I knew almost nothing about. We met at the apartment for a dinner of leftovers, then went to bed early. The flight from Seattle to JFK passed quickly. I immersed myself in the guidebook while Greta thumbed through a Spanish-English dictionary, trying to bone up on the language she once spoke fluently. Turns out that 3 years of college-level Spanish comes back pretty quickly when you're as good with languages as Greta is. By the time we got off the plane in New York, she was stammering out what I believed to be coherent sentences. It was a little after 3 in the afternoon when we arrived. When I powered on my phone, I had a text from Lance. In the pathetic excuse for a sports bar in the main terminal. I texted him that we'd be right there, then held up my phone to show Greta his message. Even in text format, Lance can't help but rail against the modern world. Gonna be good to see him again. How long has it been? Since he came out to Seattle that one time. 6 years ago, maybe? Something like that. What's he been up to? Retired. He was teaching for a while, but when he realized that the internet wasn't a fad and he'd have to start acknowledging its existence if he wanted to remain a teacher, he quit. He'd rather live in a world where everyone still reads newspapers and smokes at the breakfast table. We rolled our suitcases past the security checkpoint and into the main terminal. The sports bar was a cheesy place, the kind Lance hated, but at least it was full of Yankees memorabilia. We found him at a booth in the back, hunched over a drinks menu, and he stood slowly when he saw us. He wore dark pants and what looked like the same brown jacket he'd worn the entire time I knew him, but he'd thinned a little so it hung loose on his shoulders. "Hey, kid," he said, leaning in to give me a quick hug. "Good to see you." His voice was rich and deep and made me feel good. I didn't realize until that moment how much I'd missed him. As he pulled away to hug Greta, I said, "Great to see you. Let us buy you a cognac or whatever you're drinking these days." "Already have one on the way." "Then why were you squinting down at the drink menu like an old man?" I asked. "Trying to get my head around all the stupid drinks that exist these days. What in damn hell is a cotton candy razzletini?" "I don't know," Greta said. "Sounds sweet." "Anyway," Lance said, sitting down, "I'm happy to let you pick up the tab since I'm on a fixed income and you're a jet-setting media mogul." When Lance left the company, which was called News Scoop before I changed it to the Barker, he took a buyout of $250,000. He'd invested it wisely enough to make ends meet when combined with the Social Security and the 401k he'd built through 30 years in the newspaper business. As Brooklyn had grown fancier and fancier around him, he'd managed to stay put in the apartment he'd rented in 1975, but he was far from rich. Lance reached out and patted Greta's hand. "Good to see you, and I can't believe you haven't left this guy yet." "I did," she said, laughing, "but he charmed his way through the door again." Lance's cognac arrived, and Greta and I ordered beers. "Seriously, though," Lance said, "I was sorry to hear that you two had split up. I don't know why, but you guys are meant to be together." "And what about you?" Greta asked. "Still single?" "Still playing the field," Lance corrected. He took a long sip of cognac. "I figure I'll meet someone when they finally cart my old ass into a nursing home." "Don't talk like that," I said. "You've got a long time before that happens. Couple weeks at least." He gave me a look, then broke out laughing. "Screw you, kid. You're not exactly the young stallion you used to be." "Should have seen him a year ago," Greta said. "Stress-eating peanut M&Ms all day, drinking Red Bulls to stay up all night." "Running a major media company isn't easy," I said defensively. "I know," Greta said, "but you can't run it from the grave." Then she turned to Lance and said, "I've got him taking better care of himself." Lance scanned me up and down. "I guess, if you're into that aging pop star look." "Why are you headed to Cuba?" "Sightseeing," I said, repeating the lie Greta and I had rehearsed on the plane. "Greta's really into old historical sites and wants to see the... What was it, honey?" "The Virgen Maria de la Concepción Immaculada." She said it quickly, in a convincing Spanish accent. Lance leaned back in his chair. "Whoa, impressive. I have no idea what you just said, but the way you said it makes me want to go with you." "It's a hobby," Greta continued, "visiting old religious sites. Maybe I'm trying to make up for my atheist parents. Plus, it's a little easier to travel to Cuba these days, and we're not getting any younger." "Alex isn't anyway," Lance said. "You look stunning as ever." "We'll let you know how the trip goes," I said. "You never know how long Americans will be allowed to travel to Cuba, so we figured, why not?" The beers arrived and we drank in silence for a minute, Lance gently swirling the cognac left in his glass. He seemed to be deep in thought. It was the kind of silence that would have been awkward under normal circumstances, but wasn't because Greta and I shared an old friendship with Lance, the kind that doesn't need meaningless chatter to fill the airspace. Lance downed the rest of his cognac in one sip, then waved the empty glass at the bartender. "So, why are you actually going to Cuba?" I stared at him for a moment, giving him my best, "I have no idea what you mean" look. "You're a terrible liar, Alex. It's one of the things I like about you." He looked at Greta and smiled, then looked at me. "One of the only things." Greta shrugged as if to say, "You might as well tell him." "We didn't want to tell you," I said, "because we didn't want you to get drawn in." "Ain't nothing anyone can do to me now," Lance said. "First of all, yes there is," I said. "I know what these people are capable of. And second, you told me you didn't want to talk about James." I was the one who'd broken the news of James's death to Lance. The call was short, no more than 10 minutes. He'd been reluctant to engage beyond the most basic facts, and I'd gotten the sense that Lance was uncomfortable talking about death. Plus, everyone has their own way of dealing with loss, so I didn't try to press him into a therapy session over the phone. The waiter brought Lance's cognac, and he swirled it around in the glass. "You're going to Cuba because of something to do with James?" "Innerva, actually," Greta said. "She may be in trouble, and we're going to see if we can help." Lance pondered this for a moment, pulling a cigar out of the inside pocket of his jacket and running it under his nose. "Damn computers are going to kill us all." I'd assumed that Lance wouldn't want to get too close to the topic of James and Innerva, but since he'd asked about the trip, I felt he deserved to know what was going on. "You might be more right than you know," I said. "Innerva may have mounted a ransomware hack targeting the servers of some, or maybe all, of the private security contractors in the country." Lance stared at me. I'm a pretty smart guy, but I only understood about half of the words in that sentence. "She's trying to destroy all the companies that do national security work that aren't official military," Greta said. Lance sighed and took a long sip of cognac. "You serious?" I nodded, expecting Lance to launch into a tirade about computers, about James and Innerva, maybe even about me for agreeing to help. I knew Lance to be pretty traditional, even conservative in some ways. When we'd spoken about James's death, I had explained who was behind it, but he hadn't seemed interested in the details. He thought for a moment, then let out a smile I never would have expected. Nodding slowly, he said, "I hope she nails them all." I looked at Greta, who was focused on Lance. "Why?" she asked. As surprised as I was by his answer, it quickly made sense in my head. I knew that Lance had served 4 years in the Army Reserves after the Vietnam War, while getting his start at the New York Standard. And branches of the U.S. military, even the reserves, tend to look down on the private security contractors they sometimes have to rely on or even protect. That's what I thought Lance would say, but I was way off. He had an odd look on his face, one I'd never seen before, at least not on him. His face was bent and contorted with pain, but also rigid like he was trying not to cry. When he finally spoke, all he said was, "Bastards deserve to pay for what they did to James." I grew uncomfortable and glanced at Greta, but her eyes were locked on Lance. "Lance, is there anything you want to say? You seem—" Even Greta didn't know what to say. His face shook slightly, like he was barely containing a combination of violent rage and sorrow. I reached out and patted his hand awkwardly. "Lance, Finally, Lance looked up, first at me, then at Greta. He smiled, then downed the rest of his cognac in one gulp. "I'm sorry," he said. "Not usually an emotional guy. I didn't agree with a lot of what James and Innerva ran off to do when they left us in New York. Still don't agree with it. Journalists partnering with hackers is a dangerous game. Only thing more dangerous than that is when essential military or governmental functions are carried out by private companies, accountable to no law, answering to no one who isn't already on their side. I hope Innerva destroys every last one of them." 9. The flight went smoothly until about 20 minutes after takeoff when a red-headed flight attendant emerged from the cabin to serve drinks. The second I saw her, I looked away and began swallowing my breaths and blinking rapidly. Greta noticed right away. "Alex, what is it?" My fists were in balls and beads of sweat were forming on my arms. I tried to speak, but nothing came out, and I watched in a panic as Greta scanned the plane. She saw the flight attendant, and a look of understanding passed over her face. Putting her hands on my cheeks, she turned me toward her. "Alex, it's okay. Can you hear me? You're okay. It's not her. Breathe." I took a couple deep breaths, then tried to look at the flight attendant again. "No," Greta said. "Don't do that to yourself. Keep your eyes on me until you're ready. Can you do the steps?" Staring into Greta's steady eyes, I felt myself calming a little. I closed my eyes and took a few more deep breaths, reciting in my head the process I'd learned in therapy. Step 1. Acknowledge the attack. "I am having a panic attack," I said out loud, but more to myself than to Greta. I waited a few seconds, then said it again. "I'm having a panic attack." Step 2. Wait. I kept breathing, as deeply as possible, eyes still closed. Step 3. Action. I couldn't make a panic attack end with sheer willpower, and believe me, I'd tried. But I'd learned that I could take steps to make myself more comfortable while I waited for it to end. With Greta next to me, I was as comfortable as I was going to get. I'd had panic attacks 3 or 4 times, and they'd been worse when Greta wasn't there. I shifted in the seat and took a few more deep breaths. Within a minute or two, I was feeling better. I turned slowly to look at the flight attendant, careful to focus my vision around her neck rather than her hair. In the past, that technique had allowed me to speak with redheads without freaking out. As panic attacks go, this had been a mild one. There are 2 things no one ever tells you about being tortured. The first is that unless you are Mel Gibson in Braveheart, even tough guys will sell out their friends to stop the pain. We'd all like to think that we wouldn't, but until you've experienced the psychological terror of drowning while being strapped to a board, a hood over your head, you don't know. The second thing that no one tells you about being tortured is that you never get over it. That your torturers leave scars on your soul and haunt your dreams until the day you die. I had 2 primary interrogators. One was a short, angular woman named Bonnie, the other a beautiful redhead named Holly. Bonnie was the bad cop, and I hated her deeply. Holly had played the good cop, yet somehow I'd been more traumatized by her. Her hair was like Nicole Kidman's in Far and Away, bright red and curly and flowing, so striking you couldn't look away. Of course, that hadn't stopped her from strapping me to a board and whispering in my ear as Bonnie poured water down my throat, but something about the combination of beauty and evil had stuck with me in a way nothing else ever had. Now, every time I saw a woman with curly red hair, my self-protection instincts kicked in. As Greta described it, I contracted internally. To me, it felt like the emotional version of standing in a corner, fists up, ready to fight. "Better?" Greta asked, resting her head on my shoulder. "Yeah," I said, relieved. That one wasn't as bad as it could have been. Other than the discomfort I felt when the red-headed flight attendant made her way down the aisle, the flight was uneventful after the initial trauma. For Greta and me, at least. For the other passengers, the flight from JFK to Cuba was like a party bus to Atlantic City. We were surrounded by dozens of couples in floral print shirts, boozing it up on $6 beers and $10 pre-mixed daiquiris while talking too loudly. Every once in a while, an exuberant shout would erupt from nearby, and I'd turn to see people high-fiving or mingling in the aisle. The only pocket of calm and quiet was in the rear of the plane where a church group of bright-eyed teenagers and a couple chaperones wore matching T-shirts that read, St. Olaf's Teen Trip 2017. They took up the last 4 rows and, through conversation with a chaperone while waiting for the bathroom, I learned that they'd flown from Minneapolis to JFK earlier in the day and were traveling to Cuba for the same reason Greta and I ostensibly were, to tour old missionary sites. While thumbing through the guidebook, Greta and I learned that drinks would be about 1/10 the price the moment we landed in Havana. But I wasn't about to go seat to seat to tell people to save their money. In fact, the boisterous chaos of the plane made me feel a bit safer. Ever since I'd seen the red-headed flight attendant, I'd been a bit on edge, but looking down on boorish jerks was emotionally familiar enough to be comforting. Clearly, I wasn't in danger if I had enough presence of mind to think that the sloppy drunk in 17C was going to lose his toupee if he didn't slow down, right? As people tend to do in dangerous and unfamiliar situations, I was taking refuge in rational logic, and it actually helped a lot. Of course, Greta could sense it. "You know why I decided to come with you?" she asked when we were about an hour out of Havana. "I have some theories, but I'm not sure." "What are your theories?" "You liked James, and my first guess was that you wanted to see the people who killed him held to account." "I did like him, but that's not why. Come on, Alex, you know I don't really think in terms of vengeance." "No one thinks in terms of vengeance, but most people want it, if they're being honest with themselves." Greta punched me on the shoulder gently and smiled. "You're saying I'm lying to myself." "Not lying so much as deceiving. I bet there's some part of you that wants to strap the bastards who killed James to an electric chair and flip the switch yourself. Keep in mind they also killed 5 other innocent people. Plus, they shot up a newspaper office, which is far less horrible than the mass murder, but I really don't like the symbolism. Seriously, though, who knows what else they've done?" "Okay, maybe I wouldn't mind seeing Amand and his crew get justice," Greta said. "But you're changing the subject. Guess again. Why did I come?" I hadn't said so, but I'd been stunned when she'd decided to come with me. Since the moment she'd announced it, I'd been trying to figure out why, but I hadn't wanted to bring it up in case talking about it made her change her mind. "Something about me?" "Getting warmer," she said, putting her hand on my knee and sliding it up my thigh. I looked around the cabin awkwardly. "Not for—" "Well, maybe," Greta said, "but that wasn't the reason." "Then I got nothing." "Because I love you," she said. "I knew you needed to go. I knew you needed help. You've said yourself that the panic attacks are easier when I'm around. You need my help, and I want to support you. Simple as that." When she said it, it struck me as obvious. It was the kind of thing couples do for each other. But not long ago, I'd been living in an apartment by myself as Greta planned our divorce and dated other guys. We'd been reconciling, but it wasn't as though we'd fallen back into each other's arms and suddenly everything had become perfect. We still had tense moments when I wasn't sure our relationship would survive. Maybe they were aftershocks from the earthquake of our separation, but it hadn't fully sunk in that she'd go out of her way to support me. At least, not this far out of her way. She'd been hurt by years of inattention, by years of my taking the relationship for granted. She scooched down in the seat and rested her head on my shoulder. I closed my eyes and breathed the stale air of the cabin, listening to a raucous group of tourists talk about the cigars they were going to buy. Then, for a moment, everything but the warmth of Greta's cheek on my shoulder faded, and I realized that, until that moment, I'd had no idea how much she loved me. 10. The Havana airport is one story, so there was no heat-controlled jetway from the airplane to the airport. After a long wait, the grounds crew rolled a rusty staircase up to the plane, and we waited in the aisle as half-drunk tourists fumbled with their luggage, the humid outside air slowly seeping in. The guidebook had said it would be hot, low to mid-80s where the average is for October. In our rush to pack and leave, we hadn't actually checked the weather, but 5 minutes into the deplaning process, I knew it was going to be much hotter than the guidebook had warned. With the cabin door opened, the hot air was rapidly filling the cabin, winning a fight with the cool air we'd been enjoying for the last 3 hours. Simply standing in the aisle and reaching for my carry-on was enough to get the sweat beating up over my eyes. But it wasn't until Greta and I made it to the front of the plane that we understood the extent to which we'd underestimated the heat. It hit me like a blast furnace as I rounded the corner from the aisle and looked down the stairs. "Oh my God," I heard Greta say as I descended. I know. This is brutal. When we reached the bottom of the stairs, she surveyed the airport. At least the sun is already down. Greta is half German and half Japanese, with creamy, light skin that she says doesn't tan. Because of that, she tries to avoid the sun. Luckily, it had set recently, so sunscreen was one thing we didn't have to worry about until tomorrow. I guess, I said. But if it's this hot without the sun, yeah, tomorrow may kill us. We made our way into the airport, which had an odd feel, like we were entering a different world, a past world. But at least it was air-conditioned. There were dozens of customs officers checking visas and passports, mostly female, emphatically and loudly female at that. They all wore tight khaki miniskirts with fishnet stockings and high heels, kind of like the female officers on the original Star Trek. As I looked closer, I noticed that not all of them had stockings, and they all seemed to be wearing slightly different styles. The male customs agents were in khaki pants and short-sleeved uniform shirts. Some of them were leading small, floppy-eared dogs that I assumed were supposed to be sniffing everyone's luggage for drugs. The dogs weren't very convincing, though. Most just tried to nap in the heat before the customs agents led them away. As we waited to have our passports inspected, I took Greta's hand. Does this place have a weird vibe? I mean, I can't quite place it, but... It's the lack of signs, Greta said, gesturing around the large open space. Advertising. There isn't any. Oh, right. That's it. The walls were blank, except for a smattering of communist propaganda posters and an old-fashioned metal sign welcoming us to Cuba. But there were no advertisements anywhere. No brightly colored sign reminding me to stop in at the McDonald's at the end of the terminal. No flashing digital billboard advertising ice-cold, refreshing Pepsi. No cash-green billboards reminding me to invest for my retirement with Fidelity Mutual. No pictures of juicy steaks enticing us to visit Ruth's Chris Steakhouse while we were in Havana. Just drab colors, mostly blank walls, and beautiful women who looked like they belonged on the Starship Enterprise. After checking in, we headed over to the cash exchange to trade in our British pounds for Cuban currency. We knew that none of our U.S. credit cards would work in Cuba, and we'd taken Innerva's advice to heart. I'd taken $2,000 in cash out of my account, and Greta had managed to withdraw 3,000 British pounds from her account, equal to about $4,000. We hoped it would be more than we needed, but the truth was that we had no idea since we didn't know what we were there to do or how long it would take. In Cuba, there are two currencies, one for the locals and one for tourists. The locals use moneda nacional, but the tourists use CUCs, convertible pesos worth roughly $1 per peso. I stuffed a couple hundred CUCs in my pocket, and we stashed the rest of our massive stack of bills in Greta's carry-on, then headed out into the heat, where we navigated a long taxi line made up of all sorts of old, unmarked cars, and finally hopped into a 1960s Volvo that looked a few decades behind on maintenance, but it ran well. We took the freeway north past a sports stadium and a bunch of propaganda billboards until we saw the water. It's hard to believe that Key West is only 100 miles away, I said. No way, it's got to be further than that, Greta said skeptically. Seriously, 100 miles. I pulled my cell phone out of my bag to show her on a map. Greta chuckled as I tapped at the map app. Planning to tweet this? She asked. Or maybe play some Candy Crush? I was gonna... Oh, damn. One of the things I'd learned while researching Cuba was that our cell phones wouldn't work, at least not to make phone calls or access Wi-Fi. But the habit of looking things up would be tough to break. There were internet cafes, but not many. Hell, I even had 4 bars of signal with the name CubaCell hovering in the corner of the screen, letting me know that a network existed, but that I wasn't allowed to access it. I put the phone in my bag and smiled at Greta. No biggie, I lied. Anyway, it's 100 miles, 200 or so to Miami. Yeah, she said. Now I remember hearing that. As we entered Havana, I stared out the window at a small row of fruit carts being operated by a group of men and women chatting merrily. I was trying to distract myself by taking in the scene when Greta touched my leg. You'll make it through this, she said. I guess you could tell that I was upset at being cut off from the world in a way I hadn't been since the pre-iPhone days, but I tried to play it cool. What do you mean? Without your phone. I was going to protest, to argue that I was actually excited about the connectivity break, but there was no point. You know me too well, I said, taking her hand. And she did. I've never been a drug addict or alcoholic. I don't have a gambling problem or a sex addiction. But little by little, I'd become reliant on my phone, on the fact of connectivity, to get me through the days, and sometimes even to get me through the minutes that made up the days. Not being able to check the sports scores, which I don't especially care about but check anyway, wasn't going to be easy. Not knowing what was happening at the Barker was going to be even harder. And not being able to keep tabs on any stories about Innerva and the ransomware attack was going to eat away at me every second until we figured out what was going on. I put on my infomercial voice and smiled at Greta. Welcome to Cuba, where people from all over the world come to get over their technology addictions. Greta laughed and squeezed my hand with affection. It's outpatient Betty Ford treatment for phone abuse. 11. Half an hour after exchanging our money, we stepped out of the antique Volvo in the touristy section of Old Havana. The oppressive heat had faded slightly during the ride, and was diminished further by the spray rising over a seawall called the Malison. The big cruise lines had docked a couple vast, floating skyscrapers at the end of the street, and it was impossible not to see them as visitors from a different world. Tourists bustled down the dock, and cab drivers hailed them and offered them rides, tours, views of the city, and hotel recommendations. The cab stand was over a block long and resembled nothing so much as a classic car show. Beautiful 1950s sedans, a few classic VW Beetles, even a lovingly restored 1956 Corvette gleamed in the sunlight, each with a neat little taxi sign on it. The cars were nicer than the ones at the airport, and it made me think that someone must be making a great effort to beautify the area where the cruise ships dock. It's like they say, Greta said. This place is a time capsule. It hit the 50s and froze. Most visitors to Havana come by cruise ship and don't make it more than a mile from the dock. The further we get from the water, the more decrepit things will look. See? I pointed to a pair of old buildings off the main street. One of them was half-painted. The other had scaffolding going about a third of the way up one side, but there was a large hole covered with a tarp about 10 feet above the scaffolding. You're right, Greta said. It's like they ran out of money halfway through the repairs. They probably didn't have enough scaffolding to get up high enough to finish. I'm guessing it'll get worse the further we get into the city. They did get hit by a hurricane recently. I knew that Cuba often had shortages of building materials, but Hurricane Irma had ravaged parts of Cuba not long ago, so it made sense that they were even more strapped than usual. Good point, I said, crossing the street. But one of those buildings is a bar. Shots? It wasn't like Greta to suggest drinks other than tea, and I glanced at her skeptically. We're in Cuba, she explained, and even though we don't know exactly why, we may as well enjoy ourselves. The guidebook was right about the drinks. The building with the unfinished scaffolding had a sign advertising 2 shots of rum for $1, and it wasn't just any rum. Standing at an old wooden bar that needed repairs 30 years ago and now needed a complete teardown, Greta and I each downed a shot of smooth, dark rum that burned and somehow cooled us off at the same time. Or maybe it was that after shooting the rum, the heat stopped bothering us. We continued walking away from the water, away from the cruise ships, and toward a more run-down part of town. Within a block of leaving the Malison, we found ourselves in a different Havana entirely. Narrow sidewalks barely a foot wide, old men sitting on stoops smoking hand-rolled cigarettes, a pervasive urine smell that either came from inadequate sanitation or the various street dogs that wandered about sniffing everything in sight. At the next corner, a couple small doorways advertised themselves as shops, their prices no longer in tourist CUCs, but in moneda nacional. One place smelled like food and offered pan con lechon and pan con perro, which I hoped meant bread with hot dogs and not bread with dogs, which Greta offered up as the literal translation. The other had stacks and stacks of bootleg DVDs, with a sign Greta told me read, "All shows, all seasons, all movies." A 2-pack of both Atlantis movies hung on the door next to a sleeve containing a dozen Chow Yun-Fat titles, films he'd done in China and the U.S. all jumbled together. A bored-looking Cuban teenager sat behind a counter just inside the door, playing with his iPhone, flanked by every season of Game of Thrones and every season of Santa Barbara. "I was totally wrong," Greta said. "This isn't a time capsule at all. The last 60 years happened here, but not the same last 60 years the rest of us got." As Innerva had instructed us, we were looking for a casa particular, a small boarding house we could rent by the night for cash. Each one was marked with a small sign with an eye-shaped symbol, and we rejected a few based on nothing more than our gut reactions to the condition of the building. About 10 blocks from the waterfront, Greta stopped. "How about this one?" It was a narrow 3-story building shaped like the old brownstones I used to walk past in New York. Small windows with pale yellow curtains faced out into the street, and tacked onto the facade a neat wooden sign with the eye symbol and the words, "Casa de Remedios, 20 CUC per night." Like the bar we'd been in earlier, Casa de Remedios was in need of repair. But unlike that bar, the repairs appeared to be underway. The bottom 2 floors had been recently plastered in bright white, and a pallet of tiles sat in the yard covered in plastic. I'd read that the law allowing Cubans to rent out space in their homes was relatively new, and had become a literal cottage industry. Apparently, 20 tourist dollars a night adds up to a lot of plaster and tile. We made our way up partially replaced steps and knocked on the door. Everything was quiet except for a couple scooters passing on the road. The house was still. After knocking again and waiting, we were about to move on when we heard steps on a wooden floor. "Hola!" A woman's voice came through the door as it opened. "Queremos una habitación?" Greta said. The woman wore light blue jeans, a floral shirt, and a white headscarf. She was in her 60s and worn-looking, but had warm, friendly eyes that put me at ease. She burst into a huge smile at Greta's Spanish. "20 CUC por noche. Desayuno incluido." Greta thought for a moment and turned to me. "I think she said that breakfast is included." "As long as they have coffee," I said, pulling out a wad of pesos. "Do we pay now?" "Cuándo pagamos?" Greta asked. The woman eyed me, then Greta. "Por cuánto tiempo se hospeda?" "5 días," Greta said, and I knew what that meant. Even though our tickets had been one way, and we had no idea how long we'd stay, Greta and I had decided to say we'd be there for 5 days if anyone asked. The woman nodded, pondered for a moment, then said, "Usted y su esposo pueden pagar al final," and led us into the house. Greta gestured for me to put the money away, and I stuffed it back in my pocket. After filling out a simple check-in form, we followed the woman, whose name Greta had learned was Maria, to the 3rd floor. The room was small but cozy, with low, cracked ceilings and a small gold cross on the wall near the bathroom. When Maria left us, Greta sprawled out on the bed, which creaked and wobbled. I put our bags in the closet, did a quick check around the room, then leaned on the tiny desk by the window. "Now what?" I asked. "What do you mean?" "It's almost 10, I said. "We have no way to connect to the internet, no way to find out anything that—" "Alex?" "Relax?" I was going to say chill, but yeah. "Sorry," I said, opening the curtains and staring out at the deserted street below. "Can't we just enjoy ourselves?" "What do you mean?" "We're in Cuba. We are waiting for Innerva. She'll either contact us or she won't, right? We may as well enjoy ourselves." It was typical Greta, and I loved it. The bed wasn't a standard U.S. mattress size, but it was definitely small, somewhere between a twin and a double. I sat gingerly on the corner, knowing that if I flopped down as Greta had, it might launch her into the ceiling. She turned toward me, and I put my hand behind her head. "You know how I've always been a little bit uptight?" I said. She cracked a beautiful smile, mocking and loving at the same time. You don't say. Seriously, I'm trying to say something real here. It's like every time I think I'm about to loosen up, something happens that sets me on edge again. And already I'm seeking out the next thing. You didn't choose what happened to James or what they did to you. Greta and I had talked about the torture, and the therapist Greta recommended had helped. At least I thought so. I know, I said. I know I didn't choose it, but sometimes I get the feeling that I don't want to relax. That my natural state is to be a little uptight. I was going to say focused, but okay. Take what you said a minute ago. It never would have occurred to me to enjoy myself while we're here. I get something in my head, something that needs to be done, and everything drops away until that thing is done. It's like there's no room for anything else in my brain or anywhere in my consciousness. Really. Even though I know, rationally, that there's nothing we can do and that we should sip rum until Innerva contacts us, it's like I can't let go. And I wonder whether I seek out these experiences because I can't help it. Greta pressed her head into my hand. Do you remember in New York, when I said that I wished you were 20% more like Freddie Mercury? You said it a bunch of times. And yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Greta inched herself up and lay across my lap, staring straight up into my eyes. I was wrong. I looked away for a second, uncomfortable with her intensity, then looked back. Greta didn't often admit to being wrong, at least when it came to me, and I wasn't sure what to make of it. Before I could respond, she went on. I was wrong to say it and wrong to believe it. And more importantly, I was wrong about you. What do you mean? I know you wanted me back the whole time of the separation, and I know you realized some things while we were split up, which is great. I definitely had real issues with the way you were. But I think that the separation was as much about me learning some things. When I asked you to move out, I believed you were the one to blame. I was. You were in a bad place, and it was hurting the relationship. But that doesn't mean it was all on you. You're too hard on yourself, Alex. Anyway, let me say what I'm trying to say. She closed her eyes and I ran my hand through her silky black hair. I'm usually a pretty verbal person. I always want to know what is going to be said next. But at that moment, I didn't really care what she was going to say. It wasn't that her words weren't important, more that I felt like I already understood her message from the love in her voice. It might have been the first time in our relationship that I felt at peace. When I said I was wrong, I meant it. While we were apart, I dated a few guys, and each time I felt like I was betraying you. Not that I didn't have the right to date them, but it never felt right. I was still mad at you, hence the whole no-fly list Red Zinfandel thing, but I could never relax with anyone else. So I started thinking about why I could be disappointed and furious, but still feel like I'm only supposed to be with you. She paused, and I thought she might be finished. I closed my eyes, feeling a wave of fatigue pass through me, as though every cell in my body realized at the same instant that it needed rest and rejuvenation. I think I was half asleep when she said, "Marriages only work when you accept the other person as they are. It's not fair to say that you wish they were 20% more like someone else." I always took it as a joke, I said sleepily. It was, but it revealed something about me. I did wish you were a little different. But that wish was about me, not you. It was about my desires and my discomforts. Anyway, it was selfish, and I'm sorry. Alex, are you still awake? I opened my eyes and looked down at her. I'd heard every word she said through a kind of gray fog. I am. I was listening. Thanks for telling me. Suddenly, she rolled off me and used a strength I barely knew she had to pull me onto my back in the center of the bed. You know what couples do while they're on vacation? I'm starting to get a sense of it, I said, taking off my shirt. Greta straddled me and ran her hands up my chest, massaging the spot where my neck met my shoulders before removing her top. Even at my lowest points, I'd never stopped thinking she was beautiful. I'd just been too obsessed with work to care. But I wasn't thinking about work. I reached up and cupped her breasts. Looking down at me, she said, "I love you exactly as you are." 12. "What are we going to do with this beautiful day?" Greta's voice roused me, and I poked my head out from under the sheet. "You're up," I said. Greta walked up to the bed and handed me a small cup of coffee as I sat up. "Been up for an hour." "Is this real coffee?" "Yes, and it's so good." "You drank coffee?" "I did, 2 cups, and I feel like the Energizer Bunny." I sipped the coffee, which was black and insanely rich, like a melted chocolate bar. "That amount of caffeine for you is like if a normal person did an 8-ball of cocaine. I feel like my brain dropped into my heart and all it can do is think about how much it loves everything." I laughed as Greta opened the curtains, letting in a stream of sunlight. An old air conditioning unit had been churning away all night, and the room had stayed cool enough to sleep well, but I could tell that wasn't going to be able to keep up with the heat of the day. "Seriously, though," Greta said, "what are we going to do?" I thought for a moment, sipping my coffee. "Innerva knows we're here. In Cuba, I mean. And she knows we're staying at one of the out-of-the-way places around Havana, but she probably doesn't know which one. We have no internet or cell phone service here. As far as I know, there's no way for Innerva to track us, and even she can't hack into Maria's brain. So what do we do?" I figured we'd wander around. Innerva will be looking for us, or more likely, we'll have people doing that for her. My bet is that if we hang out, she'll find us. "So, let's hang out," she said, throwing my jeans and a t-shirt onto the bed. I gave her my, "can I at least finish my coffee?" look. But her excitement was contagious, and 5 minutes later we were out the door. I did finish the coffee, though. It would have been criminal to waste something that good. Greta and I wandered through old Havana as the day turned from warm to sweltering. Everything in Havana looked like it was chronically not enough, like the budget ran out halfway through the job, whether that job was building a building or getting dressed. The best-dressed people on the back streets were children on their way to school, each one decked out in a neat, clean school uniform. Younger kids ran around shirtless and shoeless, as did more than a few men of different ages. A hawker carrying an elaborate stack of brooms, scrub brushes, plastic jugs and buckets turned sideways to shimmy past us in the narrow street, shooting us an apologetic smile before resuming her drawn-out, rhythmic call to business. I glanced at Greta for a translation, but she just shrugged. Whatever syllables the saleswoman were calling were too threadbare for Greta to catch. I had a hard time putting what I was seeing into context. My initial impulse was to categorize this place as a poverty-stricken third-world country, but there were important things missing. For one thing, there were no beggars. At all. Everywhere I'd been, including New York and Seattle, a couple tourists like us would be approached by homeless folks asking for alms. Here, there weren't any. Everyone seemed to be poor, but nobody seemed destitute. I mentioned this to Greta, and she said, "Part of that is I'm not seeing any disabled people. Nobody crippled or chronically ill. Maybe what they say about Cuban healthcare is true." "Maybe," I said. "But maybe we're not seeing the sanatoriums full of inconveniently unhealthy people. We also haven't seen a single person wearing glasses, and I don't think that's because everyone has 20/20 vision." "Good point," Greta nodded, then smirked. "Still, though, you have to admit they've somehow cured flat butt syndrome. This place is a Sir Mix-a-Lot paradise." She wasn't kidding. The predominant mode of dress for Havana women seemed to be somewhere between snug-fitting and painted on. The tight clothes suited the relaxed atmosphere. Everyone had something they were doing, but the requirements for how they did it didn't seem especially stringent. It was a city free of the concept of business casual clothing. We visited the Hotel Nacional de Cuba, which had passed from investor to investor, from mobsters and teamsters, and had finally been nationalized after the revolution that brought Castro to power. We even saw the room named after Jean-Paul Sartre, who had visited Cuba to interview Che Guevara after the revolution. It was preserved in an opulent Art Deco splendor that bore absolutely no resemblance to the city we'd woken up in that morning. It felt like a theme park where tourists could visit a pre-revolution version of Cuba, when it was still a playground for rich foreigners, full of quaint locals who knew their proper place. As we wandered the city, we saw a lot of that kind of facade, restaurants and bars that seemed to be putting on a show of being charmingly Cuban, while a block away people got on with the mundane business of actually being Cuban. We passed dozens of striking buildings, many from the 19th and early 20th centuries and most in sorry disrepair. In front of a stone structure that looked like it had once been an apartment building, but now had only 3 of its 4 walls, Greta approached an old man ambling down the sidewalk. ¿Por qué no reparan el edificio? I zoned out during his long and winding answer, the only word of which I picked up was dinero. When the man walked on, Greta told me, the buildings are all privately owned and no one has the money to repair them. He kept saying, there's no money. There's no money. It's beautiful in a way, isn't it? Beautiful and tragic. I wasn't expecting this. It's a magnificent city, but they need infrastructure work even more than we do in the States. We passed through a small stone square where a boy and his father were playing soccer. In the center of the square, we stopped at a patch of sunlight that was creeping through the surrounding buildings. The sun feels different here, Greta said. It's 10 in the morning and it's like the sun is hung over and taking it out on me. I laughed and we moved on, past more half-gorgeous, half-dilapidated buildings, more street-corner cafeterias, more ugly, hairless dogs, and beautiful long-haired women. Maybe it was because it was the closest Greta and I had come to a vacation in years, or maybe it was the magic of Havana, but I was loving it. By the late afternoon, we were standing outside the Virgen Maria de la Concepción Inmaculada, the building we were supposed to be visiting in Cuba. It turned out to be a towering 240-year-old Roman Catholic cathedral that would have been worth the trip, if that's what our trip had really been about. It was a stunning structure made mostly from coral taken from the Gulf of Mexico, and there were marine fossils embedded in the facade. To the left and right, large stone towers of slightly different sizes held gold and silver bells. The inside was even more beautiful. The nave had an arched ceiling at least 60 feet high, crystal chandeliers hanging from lower arches, and frescoes from different eras of Cuban art. There must have been room for 1,000 people in there. After snapping a few photos of the architecture, I sat next to Greta on one of the old wooden pews. Being in here, with all this old beauty, taking photos on my phone, photos I can't upload to the cloud or post on Facebook, has me wondering why Innerva would choose to operate in Cuba. It seems like the last place a hacker would go. Maybe because it's the last place a hacker like her would go. The last place someone would look for her. True enough, I said. But it would still be nearly impossible to gain enough network access to do what she wants to do. Greta thought for a moment. But you said that she and James had talked about coming here. They wouldn't have considered it if they weren't sure they could get connected. She was right, but the whole thing still seemed odd and had me worried. What if Innerva hadn't sent those tickets? I glanced nervously around the church. There weren't many people there, but the ones who were there didn't look especially threatening. Mostly old Cuban women quietly murmuring rosaries, and tourists like Greta and me, snapping photos and talking quietly. It crossed my mind to wonder whether the gym-toned male couple examining a fresco in the corner felt safe in a country that frowned upon homosexuality. We stood and circled the hall, stopping occasionally to examine a piece of art. You know what I've been thinking, Greta said. When we get home, we should talk about having a kid. Oh? I said, noncommittally. For a few years after our only child had been stillborn, I'd wanted to try again, but we'd always found reasons not to. Work, then moving from New York to Seattle, then work again. About a year ago, before the separation, Greta told me that she felt too old, and I stopped thinking about it. She could tell I was surprised. "We don't need to talk about it now," she said. "Is it something you've been thinking about?" I mean, It's getting safer and safer for women my age. It's still risky, but... She trailed off as we wandered by the gay couple who stepped aside to let us pass. As it often does when I'm hit with something unexpected, my head was spinning slightly. I was excited by the fact that Greta was all in enough to bring up having a child, but I wasn't sure I still wanted to be a father. So, as I often do when I'm feeling something I don't want to feel, I decided it was time for dinner. I took Greta's hand and led her out of the cathedral, where the sun had finally, mercifully, vanished into twilight. Halfway to Casa Remedios, a guy on a street corner handed us a flyer with a grin. "You guys want a good dinner? Some good music?" he asked. And I saw that the flyer was a menu. It was in Spanish and English, and the prices were ridiculously low. "Turn it over," the man urged. I saw that the other side was a photo of a band with a Spanish name I couldn't read. "That's my band," he assured us. "We go on in about an hour. You got lots of time to have a good meal, a couple drinks. It's a good restaurant. You'll like it." I exchanged a glance with Greta, and we both shrugged. 5 minutes later, we were in a recently remodeled, tile-floored restaurant with a couple stand fans churning the still-hot evening air. 5 minutes after that, we had a pair of mojitos that expanded my idea of what a good mojito could be. The cold, minty rum was starting to hit our systems when I heard a voice say, "Hey, weren't you on our same flight over?" I looked, and it was one of the energetically wholesome teenagers from St. Olaf's, the group we'd shared the plane with. 6 of them, and one of their chaperones, were at a long table and motioned for us to join them. Their food had already arrived and looked and smelled enticing. We sat chatting with the kids, who kept casting envious glances at our cocktails, and their minder, who kept pretending not to notice. They'd been visiting some of the churches around the city and were full of historical trivia. I was relieved to be speaking English with somebody, and between that and a $9 platter of lobster and several side dishes, an hour must have gone by, because the next thing I knew we were on our 3rd round of mojitos and the band was warming up. Their sound wasn't quite like anything I'd heard before, a mix of salsa and R&B that made you want to dance, but not necessarily while standing up. I reflected that the guy who'd been handing out flyers hadn't lied to us. He'd promised good dinner and good music, and this place delivered on both counts. Afterward, as we wove our not wholly sober way home to Casa Remedios, I realized that the entire city felt the same way, fundamentally honest in a way I wasn't familiar with. It didn't even occur to me that we might be mugged. A couple half-crocked tourists on our own on strange streets. Many of the Cubans we'd met that day had wanted our money for something, but every one of them, like the band flyer dude, had offered something of value in exchange. It felt almost confusing to not have people trying to take advantage of me. Then we fell into bed, and Greta and I took advantage of each other. Later, as I lay on my back staring at a crack in the ceiling, it crossed my mind that we must have something in common with the gay couple from the church, because they'd been sitting in the corner of the restaurant. Come to think of it, I wasn't sure if they'd been there when we arrived or if they'd come in after us. I turned on my side to look at Greta, whose face was dancing with slivers of moonlight that shifted as the air conditioner blew the curtains. "Do you know if those 2 guys were already in the restaurant when we got there, or did they come in after us?" She didn't respond. "Greta?" Still nothing. "Are you asleep?" She was, and minutes later, so was I. Part 2. 13. The next morning, I was awake in time to catch a proper breakfast in Maria's exquisitely clean little kitchen. Tucked in around a small formica table, we were served a large spread of bread, butter, fresh fruit, ham, tomatoes, and more coffee, along with glasses of a pink juice I couldn't identify. Greta tasted it and said it was papaya, which made Maria snigger indelicately. After some rapid back and forth that I couldn't follow, Greta laughed too, repeating the phrase, "Fruta bomba, si, fruta bomba." After returning to our room, as we got our stuff ready for the day, she explained that Cubans usually called papaya fruta bomba for the exact same reason that Americans don't call cats pussies anymore. The word papaya had long since passed from being mere slang to standard vocabulary, so the fruit got renamed because otherwise nobody could eat breakfast without giggling. After another stroll through old Havana, during which we had no signs from Innerva, we grabbed a quick lunch, then stopped in front of a stone building marked with a yellow sign with black lettering that read, Gimnasio de Boxeo Rafael Trejo. A short, muscular man in a tank top called out from the doorway. "Do you want to watch?" "Watch what?" I asked. "Boxing," Greta said, pointing up at the sign. "Boxeo. It's a gym." I thought maybe it was a box store. The man laughed, though I don't think he understood me, so I concluded that he was laughing out of a habit of laughing at American tourists. He stepped aside as we walked in, but as I tried to pass, he held out his hand and flashed me a smile that indicated, "How about a little something for my trouble?" I shoved a 10 CUC bill into his hand and followed Greta to a small rack of raised bleachers with a rickety staircase leading up to 6 rows of wooden benches. There was no roof on the place, but luckily we were shielded from the sun by a large building looming over the opening. As Greta chatted in Spanish to an old man sitting behind us, I watched the training. I'm not much of a fight fan, but I went to a couple heavyweight fights in Vegas years ago. So, while I didn't know for sure whether these fighters were especially skilled, I could tell they were lightning fast. Even the largest of the men, a muscular bald guy with a poorly done back tattoo, was much quicker than the heavyweights I'd seen. And it made sense because they seemed to be working on their footwork for the first half hour or so. When the man she was speaking with left, Greta said, "This is the oldest gym in Havana." He said that every great Cuban boxer, including multiple Olympians, have trained here. Some kids start training at age 7. I said, not especially interested because my attention was drawn to the trainer, who was setting up a sparring match between 2 of the fighters. They looked to be about the same weight, but one was taller and on the lean side, while the other was no more than 5'6", but thick like a barrel. As we watched, the 2 men danced around each other, throwing jabs, then stepping to the side cautiously. A trainer shouted instructions in Spanish, but he spoke too quickly even for Greta to understand. After 2 or 3 minutes, the smaller of the 2 men connected with a jab, then lunged in with a hammering combo, knocking the taller man to the canvas with an uppercut. The man was only stunned because he leapt to his feet, but the trainer was already in the ring, shouting instructions at both men. The fight was over, apparently, because the taller man tapped gloves with the smaller man and followed him out of the ring. "I was thinking," Greta said tentatively, as the trainer barked orders at his line of fighters. "About what?" "When we got back together, you told me that Innerva set up that app on your machine. What was it called?" "Collude." "Right, and—" She trailed off, and I noticed wrinkles forming on her forehead, the ones that meant she was worried about something. "Greta, what's bothering you?" You told me everything about what happened with James, right?" "Yeah. I think I told you everything." "You told me she said that it was military-grade security, that she vowed revenge for James and that she would only use that app, right?" "Right." "What else did she say?" "That she was leaving the country, that there wouldn't be any funeral for James, but that there would be revenge." "Right. That's what I remembered you saying. And clearly this ransomware attack is the revenge. Or at least it's a creative version of revenge, where she's focusing her rage on the whole system rather than on Amand exclusively." She went quiet for a minute as another match began. 2 smaller men were fighting now, neither over 5.5 feet, and they moved like lightning in the ring. "What are you getting at?" I asked. The letter with the tickets explained why she couldn't use the app anymore. "Did it really, though?" You know Innerva better than me, but does it sound right to you that she'd say she'd only contact you on an app, then change that unilaterally? If she knew the app was compromised, that's exactly what she'd do. Greta crossed her legs and swung them up on the wooden bleachers, then turned to face me. I know nothing about computers. I can barely get my iPhone to do what I want it to. But if she's one of the world's top hackers and she was smart enough to hack into your laptop and install a military-grade messaging app on it— Greta, I tried to interrupt. No, hear me out. If she was smart enough to do that, and smart enough to detect that Amand had accessed your laptop so the app was no longer secure, wouldn't she also be able to, I don't know, install a new app? A secure app? Maybe, but she might have figured out that Amand was mirroring my computer, pulling my screen and bouncing it to another screen and watching. Maybe, Greta said, but I could tell she wasn't buying it. There are a million reasons she might not have been able to install a new app. You work in a building with 100 computers and smartphones, all connected to the internet. I have a laptop. Our apartment has a business center. You're saying that she couldn't have found some way to connect with you electronically? Yes, it's possible. Amand and his people are as good or almost as good as Innerva. And if she was stuck in Dubai or here, she might not have been able to find a way to contact me. I know what you're driving at, but there's no way those tickets weren't from her. For a few minutes, Greta shifted her attention to the boxing. Occasionally, she'd call out cheers in Spanish when one of the fighters did something impressive. The fight ended in an apparent draw after 3 rounds. Greta called out, "Gran lucha! Buen trabajo, hombres!" The boxers laughed, and from the looks they gave her and the way they tilted their heads to talk in low voices, I guessed they were saying something about the fine-looking Yankee lady. I didn't mind. They were right. I turned to Greta. I'm surprised you're so into boxing. I'm not, she replied, but I know good athletes when I see them, and these guys are putting in the work. I respect that. She turned to me and raised her eyebrows. So? So what? So I know you were thinking about what I said about Innerva. What do you think? She had me cold. I'd been going through every interaction I'd ever had with Innerva, starting with the first time I met her, when she'd tracked me and James to Bainbridge Island to help us break a story during the 2004 election, all the way through the meeting I'd had with her in Vegas, when she'd told me James was dead and handed me the old hard drive he'd been killed for. I don't know, I said. But as Greta was fond of saying, I'm a terrible liar. Yes, you do. The realization had been taking up residence in me slowly, and I was pushing it away. I didn't want to say it out loud. You know you think it's odd, Greta said. I ran my hand along the cracked wooden bench. Yeah, it's odd for her to reach out in a non-electronic way. Thank you. But Innerva has never been predictable. Plus, we're in an internet desert out here. Maybe she lost access or something. She had enough access to set up the largest ransomware attack in history from here. I slapped my palm on the bench, frustrated. But she could have lost it, necessitating sending paper tickets and a paper letter. Think about it. It's the last thing Amand and his crew would expect. This quieted her for a moment, but it didn't make me feel much better. I was still pretty sure that Innerva had sent the tickets. I was still pretty sure that she, or someone who worked for her, would find us wandering around Havana and tell us what the hell we were doing there. But I wasn't as sure as I'd been when I woke up that morning. And the fact that the gay couple from the cathedral was standing near the doorway of the gym, eyes locked on me, was shaking my confidence further. 14. They'd come in about a minute earlier and pretended to be watching the boxing match after I caught both of them staring in our direction. Like the day before, they wore typical tourist clothes, linen shorts and white short-sleeved button-downs, but somehow they still looked out of place in the gym. One was pale white like Greta, but had short-cropped black hair and looked like he could have been a boxer himself. His legs were like tree trunks, and I could make out his chest muscles from across the dusty gym. The other was black, with a bald head and stylish beard. He was shorter than the first and not as muscular, but glaring at me from across the gym, he looked a lot meaner. Greta told me once about her resting bitch face, a sullen, scowling expression she'd get sometimes when daydreaming or thinking. She assured me I shouldn't take it personally. This guy's eyes were bright white and seemed to be larger than normal. Or maybe his eyes were just open wide. In any case, if Greta had resting bitch face, this guy had resting hitman face. I hadn't noticed his eyes yesterday in the darkened cathedral, but now they had me worried. I nudged Greta. Don't look right away, but the two guys from the cathedral are here. The guys we thought were a couple. Greta scratched her nose and casually glanced over. That's odd. More than odd, I think. They were staring at me. Maybe they're looking for a threesome. You're an attractive guy, after all. I tried to find humor in what she was saying, but couldn't. Then I realized that I knew something she might not. They were also in the restaurant. I asked you about it last night, but you were asleep. They were? I didn't notice them. I think they came in after you were 2 mojitos in. I didn't think too much of it, but now... I trailed off, watching out of the corner of my eye as the 2 men took seats in blue folding chairs at the far end of the gym. As the larger guy sat, the chair creaked and nearly gave out. The trainer, who was in the ring demonstrating footwork to a group of boxers, turned suddenly. No puedes sentarte ahí. The white guy stood quickly, but the black guy stayed sitting and scowled at the trainer, who took a few steps across the ring and pointed a crooked finger at him. No puedes sentarte ahí, he repeated. Combatiente solamente. The white guy leaned down and whispered something to the black guy, who kept scowling at the trainer. He's saying you can't sit there, Greta called down from the bleachers. Fighters only. The black guy looked up at Greta, expression still frozen in a look that alarmed me. He held her gaze for a second, then smiled abruptly and stood. I watched the 2 men retreat into the corner of the room and lean on the wall. They seemed content to watch from there, but I wasn't content to watch them watch. Let's go, I said to Greta as casually as I could. She eyed me for a moment, then took my hand. Yes, let's get some lunch. I'll ask the guy at the door where we should go. As we left, I handed the man at the door another 10 pesos and offered up my best gracias. Greta asked him, ¿Dónde podemos almorzar? The man started answering in a Spanish so fast I couldn't make out a word. I shot a look into the gym where the 2 men were still watching the boxers. When the man finished speaking, I checked to be sure that the 2 men weren't watching me, then took Greta's hand and gave a gentle tug. We walked for an hour, down alleys and side streets, past many beautifully broken buildings. We wandered through shops and stalls, then back along the same streets and alleys. It must have been over 90 degrees, and by the time I was sure the 2 guys weren't following us, we were both sweaty and hungry. Can we eat now? Greta asked, wiping her forehead with her shirt. Yeah, sorry. Those guys creeped me out, and with what you were saying about Innerva, it made me worry that they were after us. What if they were with Innerva? Greta asked. Maybe she sent them to meet us. Nah, if she had, they would have come up to us. We stopped to look in the window of a market where I could see that a third of the shelves were bare, but they had fresh pineapples and a fridge full of drinks. Greta was already following the scent of roast pork into the market. How about we get some food and take it to our room? Because air conditioning. We bought a few servings of pork with orange and garlic mojo, plus some drinks and a few different kinds of fruit. Sipping on bottles of water, we walked hand in hand to Casa Remedios, the smell of the garlic and cumin making me salivate. At the door to our room, Greta stood on her tiptoes and kissed me on the cheek. It's almost like we're on vacation, she said as I opened the door for her. Almost, I said as she walked in front of me. But before I could follow her in, she stopped, and I saw them. The massive white guy and the smaller, mean-looking black guy from the boxing ring. They were standing on either side of the bed. I grabbed Greta's arm and pulled her into the hall. I yelled, "Run!" then threw my water bottle at the white guy. Greta dropped the food in her water bottle and ran. I stood in the doorway for a second, then bolted after her. She was halfway down the stairs by the time I made it to the top. The black guy, clearly the faster of the two, was right behind me as I leapt down a half-flight of stairs and tumbled onto the landing. I stood quickly, trying to block the hallway so they couldn't pursue Greta, but the guy was already on top of me. He didn't have muscles like the other one, but when he punched my stomach, I wished I hadn't run. Doubling over, I spat up, then fell to the ground. "Alex, we're here to help you." He said it in a voice that was quieter and calmer than I expected. I didn't respond, and he pulled me to my feet as the white guy appeared at the top of the stairwell and asked, "Where's the girl?" "She ran out ahead, but she won't go far. She won't want to leave her man behind." I wanted to say, "You never know, she might," but instead I stood as straight as I could and wrestled my arm free. He let me go, probably knowing that there was no way I was going to overpower the two of them. "Here's what's going to happen," the black guy said. "We're going to walk out of here. Dex on one side of you, me on the other." "Dex?" I asked. "Dex," the black guy said. "And you can call me TJ. We don't want to hurt you, Alex." "You already did," I said, rubbing my ribs. "Here's what's going to happen," TJ repeated. "We're walking out of here, and you aren't going to run or shout out or do anything other than walk around until we find Greta. Then we'll take you to speak with Amand." From the moment I'd seen them in the gym, the theory that Amand had sent them had been growing in me, and now I knew it was right. "Amand is in Cuba?" I asked. "Not exactly," TJ said, "but we have a way for you two to talk." "Did Amand send me the plane tickets?" I asked. They were marching me down the stairs, but I was holding back, walking as slowly as possible, trying to give Greta as much time as possible to get away. "We wouldn't know anything about that," TJ said. We emerged from Casa Remedios, shielding our eyes at the same moment as the midday sun hit our faces. When my vision returned, I said, "So, Dex, do you ever talk?" Dex said nothing, but suddenly something hard pressed into my ribs in the same spot TJ had punched me. I looked down and saw the barrel of a small black gun. "Where would she have gone?" TJ asked me, pressing the gun hard and twisting it slightly. I shrugged, but his look told me that wasn't going to be good enough. "Maybe she went to the restaurant from last night. She was fond of their mojitos. Did you try one? What about you, Dex?" He ignored me, and we continued walking away from Casa Remedios, Dex and TJ scanning the street and looking up alleys. I was doing my best to play it cool, but inside all I could think about were those damn tickets. I knew Amand had played me, and I felt like a fool. The tickets had arrived at my door 5 hours after I'd left Amand in the park. That meant he must have had the tickets ready during my meeting with him. He asked for my help, and when I told him to go to hell, he mentioned Dubai, then started threatening me. My guess was that Dubai had been a diversion. He'd wanted me to think that he was looking for Innerva in the wrong place and wanted to make me think that the tickets were from her. He tried to get me to help him, and when I'd refused, he'd gone to Plan B. A couple blocks from Casa Remedios, TJ pressed the gun into my side. "It's in your interest to help us find her. We're a lot nicer than the other people who are looking for her." Just then I heard a man shout, "La policía de La Habana! Deja querer tu arma!" Dex spun around, and I followed his gaze to a group of 6 officers, all dressed in dark gray police uniforms with light gray berets. Before he or TJ could make a move, there was another shout, "Deja querer tu arma!" 4 more officers stood to our left, and one was gesturing to Dex to drop his gun. "I don't speak Spanish," I said, "but I think he wants you to drop the gun." "God damn it," TJ said, crouching to put the gun on the ground, then slowly raising his hands. "What the hell?" Dex put up his hands as well. "Suelo! Suelo! Suelo!" an officer shouted, gesturing for us to get on the ground. We all lay on the ground, and the next voice I heard was Greta's. "That's him. That's Alex." The officers didn't seem to care because before I knew what was happening, I found myself in the cabin of a police van with TJ and Dex, A pair of officers strapped the three of us into benches, then handcuffed us to them tightly enough that I felt safer than I had 10 minutes earlier. At least TJ and Dex couldn't get to me. As the van pulled out, I caught a glimpse of Greta through a greasy window pane, but she didn't see me. TJ said, "Dex, don't say anything. The van could be bugged. And Alex, when we get to the station, do not say anything. Do not say anything. We have others out there, you know that, and you know what our friend has on you." 15. According to our guidebook, crime rates were exceptionally low in Cuba. Murders and rapes were rare and treated harshly. Tourists generally reported feeling relatively safe in Havana, as Greta and I had since our arrival. Even theft was lower than you'd think, given the level of poverty. I guess when everyone is equally poor, there's no point in stealing from your neighbor. Reading about the crime rates made me expect harsh treatment from the police. But what actually happened defied all my expectations. When the back door of the van creaked open, 4 officers were standing there. The oldest one, a worn-looking man of about 60, stepped in and uncuffed me, leaving TJ and Dex behind. "Come," he said in English through a thick accent. I followed him into a small one-story police station, wondering what they were going to do with TJ and Dex, but mostly relieved to be free of them. Inside the station, the officer led me to a small room and cuffed me to a cracked linoleum table. "Wait there," he said, and I smiled inwardly at the fact that he'd told me to wait after cuffing me, as if I had a choice. The fact that he said it did make me think, though. If I'd been a suspected criminal, if I'd whipped out a gun in the middle of Havana, would he have bothered to say, "Wait here" in English? I assumed that Greta had been pleading my case. But was there any chance she'd been successful? Half an hour later, I had my answer. The same officer returned to the room, this time flanked by 2 younger officers. I couldn't read their expressions, and for a moment I was worried that an interrogation was about to begin. Then I saw Greta behind them. She wore the same white shorts and floral print shirt she'd been wearing all day, and she'd never looked more beautiful. She wasn't smiling, but she didn't look as concerned as I felt. She'd given the older officer my passport and other documents, and he began thumbing through them as he sat across from me. One by one, the officer went through the papers, confirming my visa and holding up my passport to make sure the photo looked like me. Finally, he set the documents on the desk and slid them across to me, smiling. "La Virgen María de la Concepción Inmaculada?" I was pretty sure he'd said the name of the cathedral, but he'd spoken so quickly I wasn't sure. I had no idea how to respond, and luckily Greta jumped in. "Él no habla español." The man laughed. "No español?" "Zero," I said, chuckling nervously. "You go to La Virgen María de la Concepción Inmaculada?" "Ah," I said. Sí, yes." "Así que hablas un poco español," he said, more to Greta than to me. I looked at Greta, half smiling. "He said you do speak a little Spanish," Greta said to me. "Ah," I said. "Sí." The man laughed, then said something in Spanish to the 2 younger guards who both laughed while looking from me to Greta. With that, the officer stood, uncuffed me, and gestured for me to go with Greta. He watched closely as I pecked her on the cheek. Then he followed us out. "¿Necesitas algo más de nosotros?" Greta asked him as we came to the lobby. "Eres libre de irte," he said. Then, for my benefit, he waved toward the door as if to say, "Go! Go!" I was eager to get out of there, mostly because I hated police stations, but also because I was famished. Maybe it was my way of coping with a dangerous situation. But I'd been wondering what happened to that pork with orange mojo that Greta had dropped in the hall. I stopped at the door when Greta fell behind to talk to the officer. "Una pregunta más. ¿Qué pasará con los otros hombres?" The officer stared at her and said nothing. "¿Quiénes eran?" Greta asked. I wasn't sure until later, but I got the sense that she was asking about Dex and TJ. The officer looked side to side. like he was making sure that no one else was within earshot. Then he leaned in and said something even I could understand. Mafia. Muy malo. Back at Casa Remedios, Greta flopped down on the bed, sighing deeply. Maria had cleaned up the hallway, throwing out the pork, but she'd arranged the fruit in a bowl. What happened? I asked Greta as I peeled one of the bananas. When I ran out, the police were already there, like they'd been waiting or something. Or maybe they just happened to all be there. But there were many of them. It was like they knew we were here. Or maybe knew that Dex and TJ were here. Were those the guys' names? Probably not, but that's what they said. That big white dude did look like a Dex. Reminded me of a corn-fed meathead version of you. Like your life story was sold to Hollywood and they changed the script around so that you were more of a rugged hero type. Vin Diesel stars as Alex Vane. I'd devoured the banana in 3 bites, so I went to the bowl for an orange. I'm not sure whether to be flattered or offended, but I'm glad you can make jokes. Plus, I'd prefer Clooney. Is that how you see yourself? Greta asked, laughing. Anyway, I ran out and there they were, about a block away. I yelled that 2 men had taken my husband, which got their attention, but then they didn't run in after you. I pointed at the door to our place, and the officer who seemed to be in charge said, I know, like he knew they'd taken you, or knew something. I handed Greta half of the orange, and she ate it quickly. After I understood that they weren't going to run in after you, they pulled me into the alley and told me to be quiet. I had no clue what was going on, so I stood with them. Maybe a minute later, one of them gave a signal and they all jumped out, including another group of officers. I hadn't even seen them at first, but they were waiting. And what was it the older officer said at the police station, right before we left? You mean to the 2 younger ones? That was a sex joke. Oh, okay. Odd. But no, I meant right before we left. What did he say then? That was even weirder. After they threw you all in the police van, I explained what happened in Spanish as best I could. Gave him our whole cover story, even filled it in with details of the cathedral where we had dinner. Everything. He drove me to the station himself. Let me ride in the front seat. It seemed like he believed my story right away. At the station, he asked for my documents. I told him I had papers in my purse and I gave him everything. Little while later, they brought me into the room where they were holding you. But this is what I don't get, I said, pacing the room. If they believed our story, that we're 2 regular tourists here to see the Virgin Mary de la whatever, and that we'd been grabbed by men with guns, why'd they let us go? Why didn't they take a statement or ask us to testify? Did they even take down our names or contact info or anything? I sat down on the bed next to Greta, who said, He took a few notes while looking at the papers. It was weird, though. It was like they were after those guys for something else. The officer said mafia at the end, but I don't know if he meant that literally or if it was just what they call criminals here. I thought for a moment. I'll bet he meant that literally. The Cuban government, and by extension, the police, hates the mafia. The American mob were the ones who kept the Batista regime in power. They basically owned Havana. That was a big part of the Castro Revolution, to get the mob out of Cuba. I stopped myself before I started recapping the entire Havana sequence from The Godfather Part 2, but only barely. But why would they think those 2 guys were part of the mafia? Greta asked. Obviously, they were sent by Amand, right? No doubt about that. One of them mentioned him, said he wanted to talk to me. He's here? In Havana? I think they meant a call. Now Greta stood and paced. So why would they think those guys were mafia? I didn't know, and I was about to say so when there was a knock at the door. Greta jumped slightly, and I stood up. Then we heard Maria's voice from the other side of it. Hola? ¿Tienen una carta? We have a letter, Greta repeated in English. 16. As Greta opened the door, the words went off like a siren in my mind. We have a letter. Perdón por el lío, Greta said, gesturing to the hallway where she'd dropped the food. No hay problema. Maria said, stepping past Greta and handing me the letter. I offered a polite smile, waiting for her to leave as she did a little circle around the room, touching the bed and desk, then straightening the cross, which already looked straight to me. I figured that she was waiting for me to open the letter, but there was no way I was going to open it in front of her. Greta looked miffed that Maria hadn't handed the letter to her. ¿De dónde viene la carta? I knew that carta meant letter, so I figured that Greta had asked her where it came from. Maria started in on a long, rambling answer, the only word of which I understood was niño, which she said 3 or 4 times. ¿Un niño? Greta asked. Sí, un niño. They stared at each other in an awkward silence, until finally Greta cleared her throat loudly and sat on the bed next to me. Estamos muy cansados, she said to Maria, making the universal gesture of bedtime by putting her palms together and leaning on them like a pillow against her cheek. Maria took the hint and left. I tore open the letter, scanning immediately to the signature line at the bottom. It's from Innerva. Is it, though? On the walk back from the police station, I'd told Greta what I'd figured out about my meeting with Amand and the tickets. She'd already come to the same conclusion, but hearing exactly how he'd manipulated me added details. Well, it's signed by her, I said, but we both know that means nothing. I set the letter on Greta's lap and we read at the same time. Alex and Greta, I have no idea why you're in Cuba, but I'm glad you are. Alex, I told you I'd never contact you except on the Collude app, but I know that you don't have internet access here. Most likely, someone from one of the companies I hacked either forced or tricked you into coming to Cuba to try to lure me out of hiding. If that's the case, it was stupid of you to come, but, as I said, I'm glad you're here. So why would you trust that this letter is really from me? I'll tell you 3 things only you and I know, things James knew before they killed him. 1. The last time I saw you, when I gave you the old hard drive at the Vane in Las Vegas, at first you didn't believe me when I told you James was dead. I pointed up at the TV screen in the bar and we watched reports of the shooting pass by. That's when you believed me. 2. The day I first met you on Bainbridge Island with James and Camilla, we ate pizza, and that's where James started falling in love with me. You knew James better than me then, and I think you noticed it before he did. Maybe before I did. 3. On James's first day at the New York Standard, you bought him a soda at the coffee cart in Midtown. He said that you were the only person who spoke to him with anything more than a demand for online research. He said you never got annoyed by his stuttering, that even though you were an arrogant bastard half the time, the other half of the time you were the best person he knew. I hope I've convinced you that it's me. If I have, I hope you'll help me. At the east end of the Bosque de la Habana, there's a small bridge over the Rio Almendares. If you believe me, be there at midnight tonight. If you don't believe me, I can understand that, and I'd recommend getting out of Cuba as soon as you can. I.S. I'd been convinced halfway through the letter that it was truly from Innerva. She had a way of getting straight to the point, and the detail that James had started falling in love with her over pizza on Bainbridge Island was enough to make me sure she'd written the letter. James had never had a girlfriend before Innerva, despite his many good qualities. He'd had a pretty serious stuttering issue until his mid-20s, and speaking with women made it worse. The first time I saw him with Innerva, I knew he was crazy about her. And Innerva was right. I knew it before James did. But it was Innerva's third point that brought me to tears. I could still see James, awkward and sweaty, slouched in his chair in a dark corner at the Standard. He always had 2 or 3 computer monitors on his desk, along with empty soda bottles. Before he'd been hired, I was the youngest person at the Standard, but James was 4 years younger than me. To grizzled journalism veterans like Lance, he seemed like a baby. He was the only person at the Standard who had grown up with computers and the internet as a daily part of his life, and the only one there who understood the full potential of the internet from its inception. More than that, he was simply a good guy. You miss him, Greta said, wiping my cheek with her hand. Yeah. This is from Innerva? For real this time? Yeah. What or where is Bosque de la Habana? I know that bosque means forest, but I was already reaching for the guidebook. After thumbing through the index, I found it on its own fold-out page. Says it's Havana's equivalent of New York's Central Park. I switched to my news anchor voice. Deeper, crisply enunciated, and deliberately cheesy. Probably to distract myself from my memories of James, but also because it annoyed Greta in a way she liked. Bosque de la Habana is the only urban forest in the city, a recreational area for local residents that includes boating, a playground, pony rides, mini-golf, and an open-air snack bar. Alex, the voice. Also located there is Anfiteatro Almendares, I continued, dropping my voice further. The only amphitheater in Cuba originally designed for string-operated puppets but now used for magic acts and concerts. Cut it out, Alex. She was smiling and my vocal cords were tiring. In my regular voice, I said, it says some sections are also used by Santeria practitioners, though it doesn't say how. Before Maria knocked on the door, I was going to say that we should go straight to the airport. Get the hell out of Cuba. But if you're sure it's from her... She trailed off and I finished her thought. You think we should go? I do. I agree, but... Greta saw the look on my face. What? She asked. I'm thinking, if Innerva somehow knew we were here, then she probably also knew about Dex and TJ and whoever else is here. You're thinking that she tipped the police off to Dex and TJ? Probably before we even got here. Innerva is smart. Would have been easy for her to forge documents or tip off the right person. I don't know how she did it, but I'd bet anything that she was tracking those guys before we got here. I bet she's been in Cuba a while, and is pretty well connected. But if they were here before us, then Amand tricked you into coming here, tricked us into coming here, as bait. I looked at the floor. If our assumptions were right, it meant that Amand had known she was in Cuba, had a team of people looking for her, and, when they lost her, he tricked me into coming as a way to lure Innerva out. Greta could tell I felt stupid. Don't be too hard on yourself, she said. I'm an idiot, is what I am, I said. That's not being hard on myself, that's fact. You're not an idiot. Not usually, anyway. But in the spirit of renewed openness and honesty on which we're building our relationship, I'd say that you may have a bit of a savior complex, which occasionally makes you act like an idiot. I scanned the letter again, hoping I'd missed some detail. Something about the meeting or why Innerva was glad we were here. I didn't find anything new, so I paced the room. Greta was staring at me. You okay? Not sure. But, in your honest opinion, is it my savior complex that's making me want to go to that meeting? Probably, but, lucky for you, I don't have a savior complex. So why do you want to go? When you told me about your meeting with Amand, you said that he told you he'd lost track of Innerva, right? Yeah, but I have no reason to believe anything that bastard says. The best lies contain some truth, though, so hear me out. Maybe that part of his story was true. When you refused to help him, he already knew he was going to try to get you to go to Cuba. He knew that if he could get you here, somehow you'd connect with Innerva and lead him or his men straight to her. Maybe they had tracked her to Cuba, then lost her. You said that Amand told you that Innerva, assuming she is the hacker behind the Freedom Collective, gave a deadline of 4.5 days. And from what I know of Innerva, she's not the kind of person to ask for help. You're right about that. Other than her partnership with James, she's the definition of a loner. So don't you see what I'm getting at? Innerva may not have been in trouble before, when Amand sent those tickets, but she is in trouble now. 17. Bosque de la Habana was a 4-mile walk southeast from Casa Remedios in Old Town. We entered the park at the northern tip, then walked south along the east side looking for the bridge. The night was cool, the first comfortable temperature we'd experienced outside of the hotel room. The park smelled like rich greenery and less like urine than some of the more crowded streets, but it didn't look as inviting and lush as it had in the pictures in the guidebook. We walked past closed tourist offices and maps of park facilities that were too ill-lit to read, the sounds of the city gradually fading as we moved deeper into the park. There were no lampposts on the road we were on, and the moonlight dimmed as the trees rose up around us. After a few minutes, we entered a section of the path where a stand of trees completely blocked out the moonlight and the path went black. I pulled out my cell phone, which was down to 10% battery, and turned on the flashlight. The light illuminated our feet and the path for about 5 feet in front of us, but the brightness and almost total darkness made me nervous. "I know we're not exactly sneaking up on anyone," I said to Greta, taking her hand. But somehow you feel more vulnerable with the light on?" "Exactly. Same here. Well, we may not have that problem much longer. I forgot to charge my phone. It's almost dead." "Are you feeling any less sure that letter was from Innerva?" "I'm sure. Unless they got those details out of her under torture, or James is actually alive and he's been turned by Amand, the letter was from her." This seemed to satisfy Greta, and we walked in silence for another couple minutes. Suddenly, the path in front of us went black. My phone was dead, and Greta and I both stopped walking. I blinked rapidly, waiting for my eyes to adjust. "Stay calm," Greta said. "The moon is slicing through the trees a little. You'll be able to see in a minute." I let my eyes go soft and scanned around me, studying the shades of darkness and wondering whether I was seeing forms or if my mind was playing tricks on me. I squeezed Greta's hand. "You know how at home your phone dies and you feel cut off from the world, like a piece of you has died?" "Well, I don't usually feel that way," she said. "But I've worked hard not to let myself get too addicted to the thing. But yeah, I know what you mean. Like you might be missing something, a kind of subtle anxiety. For me, it's more like unsubtle dread. At least it is usually. But here, your phone dies and nothing changes. I mean, I guess you lose your flashlight and calculator, but you have exactly as much contact with the outside world as before, exactly as much access to information as before. So why is your hand more hot and sweaty than it was 10 minutes ago?" It must be hardwired into me. Even though there was no Wi-Fi or cell service, the app still opened and closed. The screen was still bright and shiny. It still glowed. Now, nothing. The world around me was slowly coming into focus, but not enough to move. Greta said, "Did you ever read that short story I told you about? Can you hear me now?" "Sorry, baby. I remember you mentioned it in the context of wanting me off my phone. It's about a guy who loses his cell phone and goes crazy because he thinks someone stole it. It's a metaphor for how some people rely on their phones the way others rely on whatever God they believe in. The story ends with him looking up to the heavens, thanking God for returning his phone to him. And, to you, God has died." My eyes had adjusted, and I was picking up an occasional twinkle to my left. "That's the moonlight hitting the water," I pointed, but I knew Greta couldn't see my hand. I turned her head toward what I now knew was the river. "I can hear it," she said. "It's faint, almost like wind, but I hear it." About 20 feet away, I saw the corner of a bridge, an old stone construction. As we approached, I could see that it had been paved in asphalt that looked to be 10 years overdue for replacement. I didn't know if it was midnight, and reflexively I started to pull out my phone to check the time. I heard Greta suppress a giggle. The soft murmur of the river and the distant cries of birds were all we could hear. The forest ate up the sounds from the city, and we might as well have been in the wilderness. After a couple minutes, I began to wonder how long it would take until we started feeling foolish and tried to find our way back to the casa. Then a light flashed from the solid darkness of the forest, and I jumped. The light quickly dimmed, and we took a few steps toward it. "Do you think it was a signal?" Greta asked. "Maybe. Where did it—" "Alex!" It was a loud whisper coming from the direction where the light had flashed. But it wasn't Innerva's voice. The light flashed again, and because I was already looking toward it, I could see that it was coming from between the trees, about 20 yards into the forest. There seemed to be a little footpath off the road in that direction. The shadows were impenetrable, but the light flashed in a way that suggested someone was holding it about waist level. I squeezed Greta's hand and inched forward. "You sure we should do this?" She squeezed mine. "We are already doing it." Just then, a softer light came on from the same location. It was bright enough so that we could follow the path into the woods. Whoever was holding this new light knew to illuminate the path so we could find our footing. 6 feet off the road, I almost stepped on a chicken skull, a couple feathers and a withered coxcomb still clinging to the long-dried blood on it. A few feet past that was another skull, probably a goat's. Then something that still had some fur left on it and might once have been a rabbit. Or a cat. I felt Greta squeezing my arm tightly, her breathing measured. As we approached the light, I saw there were 2 figures there, standing in a small clearing. They'd been completely invisible from the road, and even now I couldn't make out anything about them. When we reached conversational distance, I tried to take charge right away. "I'm Alex Vane. This is Greta. Who are you and where's Innerva?" A figure stepped forward far enough that I could make out a face in the dim light. He was a boy, no more than 14 years old, slightly built but nearly as tall as me. "I'm Delfino," he said in a voice that made me think he might be closer to 12. It was a soft, high voice, the kind of voice that makes you think it comes from a person incapable of yelling. I shook Delfino's hand, which was soft and cold. As he pulled it away into the shadows, he said, "This is Celeste. She doesn't speak English." Celeste didn't reach forward, but she tilted the flashlight up enough so I could make out a pretty round face and black hair. She was perhaps in her early 20s, but nothing was sure in this light. "We thought we'd be meeting in Innerva," I said. "She never said she'd be here," Delfino said softly. "Only that you should be here." "And here we are," I said. "Now what?" Celeste tilted the flashlight up slightly so it illuminated my face without quite hitting me in the eyes. Then she did the same to Greta, who held up her hand to shield her face. Greta hated lights in her eyes. Flashlights, overhead lights, headlights while driving. Every time we watched a movie together, I had to get up and turn off every light in the house. It was one of her pet peeves, and I knew it would annoy her even more than usual because we were in a dark forest. "Get that out of my eyes," Greta said. "How come you get to see us but we can't see you?" "Apologies," Delfino said. "That's the way Innerva wanted it, in case you were not who you were supposed to be." Delfino spoke so softly I could barely hear him, but his accent was slight and his English perfect. "I'm supposed to ask you," he continued, "what movie actor did you always say James looked like?" "Philip Seymour Hoffman," I said, unable to keep from smiling. I hadn't thought of it in years, but I used to kid James about that. Delfino patted me on the arm lightly. So lightly it was like a butterfly flapping its wings against my shirt. "Yes, good." "And how do you know Innerva?" I asked. "We are family," Delfino said. "Innerva doesn't have any family, at least not here. I am her cousin-in-law. She's not married." "Yes, she married my uncle." "She was married to... what?" I looked to Greta for help, but she didn't seem as shocked as I was. "I promise that she will explain everything," Delfino said. "But for now you must believe that I am who I say I am and that I'm not here to harm you. I'm the one who delivered the letter this afternoon." "Un niño," Greta said, reminding me of what Maria had told us when she brought the letter. But her annoyance from the light was still there. "Why are we here?" "Innerva sent us. We are friends and colleagues of hers. We will take you to her." "No, you won't," Greta said. "Not unless you tell us exactly where we're going and what she wants." "I cannot tell you exactly, but I can say this. Are you aware of what she has been trying to do here?" "Not the details," I said. "But we know there's a huge ransomware attack." "Her plan was disrupted about a week ago, and has recently been disrupted again. She needs your help now to get her plan back on track." It was close to what Greta and I had guessed, and I got the sense that Delfino wasn't going to be any more specific. I was considering threatening to leave if he didn't go into more detail when Greta asked, "Is she in danger?" Like I said, her plan is in danger of faltering. Greta stepped forward. Not her plan. Is she in danger? Of course, Delfino said. But she didn't expect to live through this anyway. Everything around us was still, except for the river, which seemed to grow louder as I pondered what he meant. We'll go with you, Greta said. Good, Delfino replied. But first we must visit the graveyard. 18. Delfino handed Greta a small flashlight, probably sensing how annoyed she'd become by the light in her eyes. Good idea to give her the light, I said, following him across the bridge and onto the opposite bank of the river. Celeste had fallen a couple yards behind, and Greta was walking beside her. A few minutes later, we entered a dense stand of trees. Everything around us grew darker, and I heard a crunching under my feet. Delfino turned up his flashlight, and I noticed what I thought were bones beneath my feet. Chicken bones, Delfino said. This is where the Santeria practitioners come. He paused a moment and added, Mostly chickens. Following Delfino's lead, Greta turned up her flashlight, moving it in a circle around the area. More skulls were scattered between the trees, along with miscellaneous other bones, feathers, and post-mortem detritus. With the better light, I could see that some of them were lying next to charred patches of ground, which looked like they might have been small campfires. You know why they have chicken skulls? Delfino asked. All I knew about Santeria I'd learned from the Sublime song by that name, and I assumed that was not a fair representation. No, I said. It developed from the ancient religion called Yoruba, Delfino said. Starting in the 1500s, enslaved people of Cuba began merging their religion with Catholicism in order to survive. They didn't want anyone to know that they were still practicing outlawed rituals. The word Santeria is actually a pejorative term that Catholics gave it to accuse us of deviant forms of worshipping their saints. No clases de historia, Celeste said. Greta laughed. She said no history lessons. But Delfino, who was clearly in charge despite his age, seemed off in his own world. The supreme god is Olofi, he said. Chickens are offered as a gift to Olofi, an offering to answer prayers, usually for healing or the well-being of others, but sometimes for more superficial requests. Why are we here? I asked. Delfino sounded suddenly serious. Do you have cell phones on you? I pulled my phone out of my pocket. Here's mine. Greta's is in the room. You won't be returning there, he said, taking my phone from me and trying to power it on. When he saw that it was dead, he smiled slightly. Good. Next, he took the case off my phone and pulled a small screwdriver out of his pocket. Before I could stop him, he'd pried the back panel off my phone, extracted the SIM card, and scattered the pieces among the chicken bones. With that, Delfino and Celeste moved briskly out of the park. Greta and I followed, exchanging glances as we hurried to keep up. I wanted to be mad at him for destroying my phone, but as I thought about it, it started to feel right. It was dead anyway, and if I was going to venture into the unknown, I might as well do it without a security blanket. But I was curious about one thing. Why didn't you throw it in the river? I asked, catching up to him as we exited the park. Delfino was opening the passenger door to a 1970s Peugeot that looked nothing like the beautifully maintained classic cars we'd seen by the water in Old Havana. It was a large model, with 2 rows of seats crammed into a space that used to hold 1, and a small hole in the floorboard in the center of the car. Delfino opened the back door and gestured for Greta and me to get in. Even us techies believe in rituals. Let's hope your phone has pleased the saints. Before we'd left Seattle 2 days earlier, I'd done another search for anything related to the Freedom Collective, Grayson Systems, and a few other terms that might bring up something related to the hack. At the time, there hadn't been anything new, but as Celeste navigated the car through the narrow streets of Havana, I realized that the deadline Amand had told me about was drawing near. By my calculation, it had been 4 days since I'd met with Amand, who told me that Innerva had given them 4.5 days to shut down their companies. I leaned forward and put my hand on Delfino's shoulder. So it's true that Innerva is behind the ransomware attack? He didn't respond. Celeste shot me a look in the rearview mirror. Greta patted my leg, her nice way of saying, "Shut up, Alex." But when I'm wondering something, I'm like a dog with a bone, so I decided to try another approach. In the chicken graveyard, you mentioned that you're a techie, I said to Delfino. Do you work in computers too? Still nothing. Greta rested her cheek on my shoulder, and I felt her head grow heavy. Let it go, Alex, she yawned. Soon we'll be with Innerva and she'll explain everything. Within a few minutes she was asleep, and we entered a part of Havana I hadn't seen. As tired as I was, I wanted to stay awake to figure out where we might be going. But after about 15 minutes, I realized that Celeste wasn't heading anywhere in particular. She was driving a complicated and repetitive loop through an especially poor section of the city, a section with few lights on in the homes and even fewer streetlights. Do you think we're being followed? I asked. We're always careful, Delfino said. Just then I saw the sign for the Carretera Central, a 2-lane highway that runs east-west across Cuba, and since Havana is located at the west end of the island, I assumed we'd be heading east since that's where most of Cuba lay. Instead, Celeste took the entrance for Carretera Central West. I reached for my phone, thinking I'd look up the highway and see what cities lay along it. Half a second later, when I realized that it was in pieces in the Bosque de la Habana, I asked, Where are we headed? Around, was all Delfino would say. I knew I wasn't going to get anywhere with him, so as Celeste merged onto the highway and the car groaned up to 40 miles an hour, I closed my eyes and let the acceleration carry me back into the seat. Greta adjusted her head on my shoulder, and I wrapped my arms around her, quickly losing my fight to stay awake. 19. When I woke up, Greta was still on my arm, and a man was speaking angrily outside the car. The sky was gray, but the first hints of soft dawn light filled the car. We appeared to be parked on the shoulder a couple yards off the highway. Celeste was leaning on the window, speaking to the man, who was wearing a gray police uniform like the officers in Havana. Te lo dije, ¿esto es un colectivo? ¿Nuevo? Sí, pero tengo papeles. Celeste passed papers to the officer, and I glanced out both sides of the car. 2 police cars and a matching motorcycle sat to the side of the road, and, to my surprise, I could see what I thought was the city of Havana in the rearview mirror. I'd slept for at least 4 hours, because it couldn't have been later than 2 in the morning when I fell asleep, and I knew that first light was around 6. It slowly dawned on me that we were at some kind of police checkpoint not far from the city of Havana, and I wondered why we hadn't made more progress while I'd been sleeping. The officer inspected the papers, then said, "Uno momento," and walked to his police car. Greta stirred and sat up, blinking sleepily as I clenched my fist to clear the pins and needles in my arm. "What's going on?" I asked. Celeste and Delfino didn't respond. "What's going on?" I asked again. "Where are we?" Greta asked. "No problem," Celeste said. "Look behind you," I whispered to Greta. She turned and asked, "We're still in Havana?" Celeste watched the officer in his car. Delfino looked straight ahead. Greta tapped his shoulder. ¿Por qué todavía estamos en La Habana? "Wait," Delfino said, not turning around. "Quiet." That's when I started to get nervous. Maybe it was something in his voice, or maybe it was the way he was staring straight out the front window of the car. I'm not sure, but my eyes kept returning to the officer, who was taking his time with the papers, and then he was on a cell phone. I gripped Greta's hand tightly to reassure her, but also to reassure myself. She leaned in and pecked me on the cheek. "It's probably nothing. I read in the guidebook that police checkpoints are routine." A few minutes later, sweat was starting to trickle down my back. Given all I'd been through, getting arrested or killed at a police checkpoint in Cuba seemed a sad way to go, especially before I'd had my morning coffee. Finally, the officer got out of his car and walked over, much more slowly than necessary. He handed Celeste a clipboard that held a piece of paper I couldn't decipher. Firma aquí. Y revise esas cajas. Celeste signed and checked a few boxes, then handed the clipboard to the officer. I wasn't sure, but I thought she'd slid a small stack of bills under the paper. Que tengas un buen día, the officer said. Celeste eased onto the highway, and I let out a sigh I'd been holding in for the last 2 minutes. No problem, Celeste said. What was that? Greta asked. Delfino turned, a thin smile across his face. Greta, you speak pretty well, right? Si, she said. Ever heard the expression, a la izquierda? I know that izquierda means left, but I didn't know it was an expression. It's how things get done in Cuba. There is an official way things get done, a way they are supposed to get done. And then there's how things actually get done, which is a la izquierda, on the left. Like the American expression under the table? Si, without la izquierda, day-to-day life in Cuba would cease. What was the form he had you fill out? I asked. I was starting to think that no problem was the only English phrase Celeste knew, so I looked to Delfino for an answer. Technically, we are a colectivo, a collective taxi that's permitted to take tourists around Cuba. We have all the correct papers, and we actually do this to make a living. Celeste does anyway. If you have the papers, why the bribe? Greta leaned back and swung her legs onto my lap. Didn't you hear him, Alex? It's a la izquierda. Why are we still in Havana? I asked. We had to drive around for a while, Delfino said. Traveling at night looks more suspicious. You drove around all night? Well, we also parked for a while. No problem, Celeste said. I was about to settle in for what I assumed would be a long drive when Celeste slowed the car and turned onto a small side street. Are we at Innerva's? I asked. Delfino laughed as Celeste stopped the car in front of an old white house with a broken stone path. We still have to earn money, Delfino said. Plus, this makes you look less suspicious. Stay put. He hopped out of the car. I knew what Celeste would say if I asked her what was going on, so I didn't bother. But I didn't have to wait long to find out. When Delfino emerged from the house, he was trailed by a couple who looked even more like tourists than Greta and I did. They were both tall and deeply tanned, and both wore shorts, hiking boots, thick socks. They were even carrying matching red backpacks. They slid into the rear seats, folding their long legs and wedging them under the seats. They didn't seem to mind, however. When I turned and offered a polite smile, they both beamed at me like they were high on life, and probably coffee. You guys headed to Sierra Maestra as well? The woman asked. She had a European accent, but one I couldn't immediately place. We're not, I said, not knowing what she was talking about. We're going to... What was it called again, honey? Greta gave me a look that I took to mean, how could you put me on the spot? But I hoped our new friends would take it to mean, how could you not remember where we are going? Luckily, Delfino stepped in. They look like hikers to you? He laughed. Greta smiled awkwardly. We are here visiting religious sites, heading to the town of... What was it called? Baracoa, Delfino said. That's right, Greta said. Amazing history there. Old churches and such. I'm Alex, I said, reaching to shake the man's hand. And this is Greta. The man extended his hand and shook with an enthusiasm I wasn't expecting, and that didn't seem appropriate for the circumstances. I'm Richard. Great to meet you. The woman leaned forward and put both hands on my shoulders. And I'm Ursula. We're as good as married. Then she put her hands on Greta's shoulders. So amazing to meet you. Where are you from? I asked, trying not to be too annoyed by their sheer enthusiasm. Can't place the accent? Richard asked. Nope. Ursula leaned forward in her seat until she was inches from Greta's face. Guess. Switzerland? Greta said. Richard shook his head. Scotland? I asked. Close, Richard said. We're from London, but we've been living in Australia for the last 3 years. Backpacking? I asked, trying to conceal the mild distaste I was already feeling for them. Of course, there was nothing actually wrong with them, but their chiseled bodies, radiant health, and utter glee at being alive was a bit grating, especially since I'd spent the night folded up in a 47-year-old Peugeot. We were, Ursula said. Did both coasts, hitchhiked across the country. We skied Kosciuszko, Richard interrupted. We swam in Lake Corangamite, Ursula gushed. Remember that eel, Richard? Ursula made a kind of slithering gesture with her arm up Richard's shirt. Richard giggled. Of course I do, dollface. Alex, did you know that Lake Corangamite is the largest saline lake in Australia? Actually, I did. I'm up to date on all the saline lake data, I said. Greta crossed her eyes and stuck out her tongue at me. Oh, a geography buff? Richard asked. Apparently this guy didn't have a sarcasm detector. He was kidding, Greta offered. After a few more minutes of small talk, during which I learned more than I ever wanted to know about the different colors of sand on the beaches of Australia, Greta and I turned around to face forward. I heard a sound I didn't know I was missing until I heard it. The crinkling of a plastic wrapper. Something orange and brown appeared in my peripheral vision. Protein bar? Richard asked. Sure, thanks, I said. Ursula handed me a thermos. Coffee? Greta swung around. Yes, please. Why, Greta, I do believe you're developing a drinking problem, I teased. Sometimes you fall off the wagon and sometimes you gotta jump. This is my jumping point. Thanks for your hospitality, I said to Richard. We always share with fellow travelers, he said. Karma and all. Greta and I split the best-tasting peanut butter protein bar I'd ever had, then shared the coffee, which was weaker than I liked but still not bad. Thanks, I said to Richard when we'd finished. That hit the spot. Now if I could just check my phone, life would be perfect. Phone, he asked. When we have 500 miles of scenery to enjoy? 500? I asked. Richard looked at Ursula. About 500, right, dollface? Right, honey. As the crow flies. Parque Nacional de Turquino is about 400 miles, but with the way this highway meanders... It's 500 easy, Richard said, finishing her thought. Luckily, the coffee was hitting my bloodstream and making me feel a bit more optimistic, so I was able to suppress a sarcastic expression of joy. Instead, I smiled, took Greta by the hand, and listened as Richard and Ursula explained the changing landscape that passed before us. 20. For hours, Cuba unfolded around us. I'd always seen it on maps, where it's a smallish island mentally juxtaposed with images of Fidel Castro or Al Pacino in Scarface, or archival footage of JFK looking solemn. It was hard to connect that little bent hyphen on maps with the distant horizons all around me. Fields of crops I couldn't identify spread out toward mountains that weren't shaped like any I'd ever seen. Occasional fearless bicyclists rode in the breakdown lanes of the highways. The road twisted and turned, taking us through varied landscapes, hills, plains, marshland, villages, towns, curious little industrial parks that didn't look like the ones I was used to seeing in Seattle. And every few miles, another propaganda billboard with Spanish phrases that I couldn't understand. When I asked Greta about the billboards, she frowned. They're odd, she said. My Spanish isn't good enough to get all the nuance, but they're not talking about the honor of the proletariat or the glory of labor. It's all, we will win in the end, and our spirit is indomitable and stuff like that. Well, that's down to the Americans, isn't it? Ursula interjected. I mean, sorry, no offense, but that whole embargo thing was originally intended to make the Cubans give up on communism, right? And 60 years on, their main slogan is, fuck you, Yankee, we'll never give up. Seems like the cause and effect there is pretty obvious. I nodded. Hard to argue with that, even if I'd felt like rehashing Cold War politics with a strange hiker in the back of a decrepit Peugeot. As the sun reached its zenith and the car began to feel like a pizza oven with wheels, we pulled off the main highway and onto a surprisingly smooth dirt road, which took us over a couple rises and toward a cluster of low buildings. I knew this entire trip was out of my hands, so I tried not to worry about the fact that I had no idea where we were going. We pulled up in front of a one-story cinder block structure with a couple cafe tables in front, shaded by a long awning made of dried palm fronds. Celeste turned off the car's noisy engine and rattled something in Spanish that Greta, Richard, and Ursula seemed to understand. She says this is a tobacco farm, Greta translated, and we're stopping here for lunch and a bathroom break. There's also a free tour of the drying shed, and they have cold drinks. I didn't care that deeply about the tobacco, but I realized that right then a bathroom and some cold drinks sounded like the best ideas I'd ever heard. The facilities turned out to be much more modern than I expected, and scrupulously clean in a way that made me imagine some fastidious little old lady making sure her guests were taken care of. When I emerged, I saw Greta and the two hikers being led off down a well-worn path by a tall, dark-skinned Cuban man in a straw hat. I hustled to catch up. The guide led us about 100 yards down to a 20-foot-tall triangle made of palm fronds, a kind of A-frame barn. It was open at both ends, and an intense, rich aroma surrounded it. As we stepped into its blessed shade, we were hit by the dark smell of tobacco, which filled almost every inch of the space inside. Broad leaves were stacked geometrically in bins and hanging at precise intervals along strings, and I realized there wasn't a single thing in here that would have been materially different in 1850. The structure of the building was natural wood, the bark still clinging to the beams in patches. The palm fronds were uniformly sized, obviously carefully selected. The guide said something in Spanish, but Greta interrupted him. Una vez es suficiente. Puedo traducir por mi esposo. The guide smiled and launched into what seemed to be a memorized speech. He said he could do the presentation twice, in Spanish and English, but I told him I'd translate for you. Greta said in a low voice as the guide continued gesturing at the leaves. Wow. Apparently these buildings are designed to be replaced every so many years. That's why they're built this way, she whispered a moment later. There's a gradual turnover in the walls and eventually the whole structure. The guide continued, making some kind of expansive gestures, and Greta said, Okay, cool. Apparently this building breathes. Like it's literally designed to have an inhale-exhale kind of gas exchange developed over centuries to dry the tobacco just right. The guide's body language changed then, and even before Greta translated, I knew that now he was talking about money. He went on for some time, and Greta, Richard, and Ursula all nodded knowingly. When he finished, he went to lead us back toward the car, and Greta filled me in. All Cuban tobacco goes to the government, which turns it into cigars in the official factories, making the famous Cuban brands. But 10% of the harvest returns to the farmers in the form of finished cigars, which they can smoke themselves or resell, so long as they don't price it below the official brand. It clicked into place for me then. So we stopped here to use the bathroom, get some cold drinks, and buy cigars. I bet Celeste takes all of her colectivo passengers here. Yeah, they make a few bucks. Celeste's tourists get a nice little free tour and a comfortable rest stop. Everyone comes out ahead. It's actually kind of elegant. At the cafe tables under the awning, plates of sandwiches had been set out. Cigars were laid out on a counter, next to a menu of prices for the drinks in the fridge. The sandwiches were classic Cubanos, Swiss cheese, mustard, pickles, and some magical form of ham, all pressed between crusty bread. They went beautifully with the ice-cold sodas in the old-fashioned glass bottles that emerged chilled from the fridge. It felt good to sit in the shade, unkink my legs and back after long hours folded into a tiny seat, and enjoy a decent little lunch and the cool, tobacco-scented breeze. I felt so relaxed I almost didn't notice Delfino hailing the straw-hatted guide and handing him a small thumb drive. They grinned at each other, and the guide slapped Delfino on the shoulder affectionately. Hey, Delfino, I asked as he rejoined our party. Can I ask what that was, or is it secret? His eyes flickered briefly to Richard and Ursula, who were paying attention to the display of cigars, and he shrugged. Not secret. Dropping off the stuff I promised Reynaldo I'd bring him next time. Both Atlantis movies, a couple seasons of American cartoons, and a cracked copy of Photoshop. Reynaldo's into graphic design. I nodded. So they provide sandwiches, tours, and clean restrooms for your passengers at no extra charge. You bring them customers for drinks and cigars, and Reynaldo gets pirated movies and software. La izquierda, right? Delfino smiled. Yeah, you get it. No one gets cheated. Everyone gets by. Internet here in the farmlands sucks, so I can help out guys like him pretty easy. Because you have... Right. I bet Innerva has the best internet connection in the country, doesn't she? Man, I get faster download speeds than Castro does, Delfino grinned. Like most tech nerds his age, he couldn't resist bragging about his system. Thinking about Innerva made me realize something. Unless I'd lost track of a day someplace, today was her ransomware deadline. She might already have pulled the trigger. Private intelligence services might be shutting down all over the U.S. Markets could be descending into chaos at this moment. There could be a media and internet circus happening, or data coming to light that would topple the government. None of that seemed to affect the cool breeze or the shady palm fronds, though. I wasn't in the digitized world now. Even weirder was the idea that I had no way of knowing whether all that was happening. Even if Delfino knew, which I doubted since he'd been in the same car all day, there was no way he'd tell me. I had no smartphone in my pocket, no laptop with 10 tabs of news open, no TV over the bar with CNN scrolling chyrons reading "Entire security state explodes, Alex Vane believed at fault." I was cut off entirely from the information ecosystem I'd always lived in, and if someone was in fact live tweeting the apocalypse, I was missing it. Then Greta returned to the table with a few fat cigars, and when she told me how little she'd paid for them, half of my brain wanted to send her to get a dozen more. The other half, though, had been acutely reminded that despite appearances, we weren't here as tourists. We were on our way to meet the woman who held the fate of half the world in her typing fingers, and it didn't feel like the time to stock up on Robustos. 21. After the farm, we continued east for another 6 hours, making it almost all the way across Cuba. Ursula and Richard talked excitedly the whole time, sometimes to us, sometimes to each other, as we passed through towns like Santa Clara, Camagüey, and Las Tunas, where the land became marshier and fields of sugar cane began appearing around us. Every minute that passed, I came up with new questions for Innerva, but they all paled compared to the biggest question. Had her attack been carried out? By now, her deadline had passed, and with no internet access and no one to ask, we were in the dark. My guess was that something had gone wrong with it, a delay of some kind or a change of plans. Otherwise, why would Innerva have sent for us? The Innerva I knew wouldn't stick around to chat with me if she'd just carried out the greatest hack in the history of the world, especially one that would get her tried for treason, or worse. In her letter, she hadn't said anything about the attack, but she'd mentioned needing me, needing Greta, and the more I thought about it, the more I thought that we were about to get more deeply involved in her project than we'd ever intended. We didn't stop for dinner, and I was growing hungry as night fell, and Celeste turned off the highway after a road sign for Yara. Yara turned out to be a small town on the edge of the Parque Nacional de Toquino, where Ursula and Richard planned to disappear for a week after stocking up on provisions. We stopped in front of a 3-story building of painted white brick, and as quickly as they'd come into our lives that morning, Richard and Ursula were gone. From Yara, we cut north across the eastern edge of Cuba, through Bayamo and Holguin, arriving at the tiny town of Velasco around 10. We'd made only 5 stops on the trip. 5 stops in 16 hours of driving, not counting the first 4 or so during which I'd been asleep. My legs ached as I got out of the car, but I didn't feel too bad because I noticed right away that we were standing outside an Italian restaurant, and the lights were still on. Greta noticed too. "Please tell me we're going to eat," she said to Delfino. "No problem," Celeste said. We followed her and Delfino to the door, but they stepped aside when we got there. "You're not coming in?" I asked. "No, we're going home," Delfino said, his voice tired and even wispier than usual. "What about Innerva?" Greta asked. She's inside. And if anyone asks, you're here to see the Casa de Cultura de Velasco, Delfino said, shaking my hand, turning quickly, and walking down the street. I watched him for a few seconds, surprised that he wasn't getting back in the car. 2 doors from the restaurant, he stepped into a yellow brick building, Celeste close on his heels. Maybe they live here, Greta said. Something seemed off about the whole thing, but I didn't know what, and I was too hungry to think of anything other than the smell of garlic and fresh-baked bread wafting out of the restaurant. I spotted Innerva from the doorway. She was sitting in an old booth in the corner, her thin shoulders hunched over a laptop as steam from a cup of coffee rose around her. Instead of her usual black turtleneck and matching pants, the only outfit I'd ever seen her in, she wore white shorts and a blue, floral print that almost made me think it was someone posing as Innerva. I'd never imagined that Innerva could look like a tourist. But I guess island living grows on a person. An old woman flashed us a grin from behind the bar and walked us straight to Innerva's table. As we sat, I noticed her rail-thin legs under the table. "It's good to see you," Innerva said. "Both of you. Thanks for coming." She said it without a smile and without any real affection in her voice. She looked tired, more tired than I ever remembered her looking. And the last time I'd seen her had been only hours after her husband was gunned down as she listened to it on speakerphone. I could tell she'd been through something rough the past few days, and I wanted to ask about it. But I had 100 other questions as well and didn't know where to start. The old woman tapped on the table with her knuckles. "¿Qué quieren ellos?" she asked Innerva. "What do you want?" Innerva asked. "I speak Spanish," Greta said. "How about I order?" Innerva said. Before we could respond, she'd ordered for all of us in a stream of rapid Spanish. When the woman left, I asked, "What are we doing here?" "I could ask you the same thing," Innerva said, holding the cup of coffee up to her face but not drinking. She seemed to be trying to warm her face with the steam. "You mean, why did we come to Cuba in the first place?" Greta asked. "Yes." I told her about the letter in detail, which I realized was mostly to show her how convincing the letter was so she wouldn't think I was an idiot for believing it. To my surprise, she didn't even comment on that. "That makes sense," she said. "When you showed up here, I knew it had to be something like that. I figured that Amand and his guys would try to get to the people close to me if they figured out I was behind the hack, which I assumed they would. And yet you didn't warn Alex or do anything to protect him." Greta was clearly annoyed, and I liked it. In my mind, I'd glossed over the fact that Innerva had initiated the ransomware attack without warning me, or taking any precautions to ensure my safety. Innerva sighed and finally sipped her coffee. "I didn't used to drink coffee," she said. "I went 10 years without caffeine, and was constantly trying to get James to give up the sodas he drank all the time. After he died, I was willing to do anything to stay motivated, to stay alert, to not give in to the darkness." "You're changing the subject," Greta said. "You're probably right. I probably should have warned you. But in my mind then, and even now, it's worth sacrificing a few people to bring these people down. They are truly evil." "Are all of them evil?" I asked. The ultimate morality of her whole attack was something I was still unsure of, and it wasn't where I'd wanted to start the conversation, but it's where we were. "Enough of them are that it renders their whole decentralized system evil enough to deserve destruction." "I don't know about that. Why punish all these companies, all these people for crimes committed by Amand and his team?" Innerva eyed me suspiciously. "They haven't flipped you, have they?" No, I said. "But I'm curious. How do you justify it?" Innerva sighed, then looked up at the ceiling and began to speak. "Imagine you're outside a frat house looking in the windows, but unable to enter the house. Because that's pretty much what I do. I look in windows I'm not supposed to look in, but I usually don't enter the house. Now imagine there are 50 men and 50 women inside, drinking beer, playing darts, some are even watching a movie in a room off to the side. You scan to the top floor of the house where there are 3 bedrooms. In each of the bedrooms, a man is raping a woman. The women are screaming in pain, desperate for help, calling out in terror. And you can see that downstairs some of the men and women are looking up from the TV. They can hear the screams, and a couple guys put down their cups of beer and walk to the bottom of the stairs. They can hear the screams, which are growing louder as they listen. Several women are touching up their makeup in a bathroom. They can hear the screams too. Remember, you can't enter the house, but you can see it all going down, and no one does anything about it. She paused and looked around the restaurant, watching as a group of 4 old men left their table and walked into the night. Now imagine the next morning the police find the bodies of the women who are raped under the bleachers of the football stadium. They trace them back to the frat house and eventually arrest the killers. Justice is served. The bad guys are put away for life, and everything goes on as before. But remember, you were outside, watching the scene. You know that the people in the house heard the screams and did nothing. Now imagine that not only can you look through windows, but you can smash them and enter the house. Not only watch, but act. What would you do? She paused to let the question hang in the air, then asked another. After you'd stopped the rapists, what would you do to the men and women who let it happen? The old woman arrived with a wooden board covered in charcuterie, 4 kinds of pork, cornichons, and other sorts of pickled vegetables, crackers, and mustard. Greta and I dug in, and we ate in silence for a few minutes, which gave me time to think. I was tempted to get into Innerva's morality play, but more than anything, I wanted to know what was going on with the hack and how she'd ended up in Cuba in the first place. Greta was on the same page. I understand the analogy, she said, but I'm not sure it's apt. No, let me finish. She held up a hand to keep Innerva from interrupting. We can debate the morality later, but if you don't tell us what is going on in the next 10 minutes, I'm taking Alex and walking out of here and catching the first plane to the States. Remember, you asked us to come here. It was an impressive threat, though Greta knew as well as I did that we were on the other side of Cuba now, and neither of us had any idea where the nearest airport was. Fine, Innerva said. What do you want to know first? I still had 100 questions, but I decided to start with the one that had just entered my mind. There's something I've been wondering since you sent us the letter at Casa Remedios. Did you somehow tip off the police about the men who were following us in Havana? I did. You told them they were mafia members because you thought they'd take the threat more seriously? Right. Then why didn't they arrest them right away? The police waited for them to grab me, waited until they pulled out a gun on the streets of Havana. Why would they have waited? Innerva offered up a slightly condescending smile. Alan Gross, a hero of mine, got 15 years for trying to set up free internet access here. Internet that would be beyond the government's reach. He only served 3 because the U.S. arranged a prisoner swap, but still. American tourists have done 5 to 10 years for possessing small amounts of marijuana, although I guess that still happens in the U.S. What I'm saying is that they're not especially fond of Americans coming in and committing crimes in Cuba. Add to that their struggles with the mafia and how hard it was, historically, to convict anyone, and my guess is that they wanted to wait until they saw a gun. That way, they can put those guys away for life. I doubt it, I said. Amand and his people have tremendous clout. I know they do. But it's not like in the U.S., where Amand could make a call and get some local sheriff to release a prisoner in 2 minutes and make the arrest records disappear. It's a lot trickier here. Best guess, are the men who came after us still in prison? Best guess is that they're still in jail, but that Amand will get them out within months or maybe weeks. Prisoner swap, outright bribe, something. But either way, someone is after us. She sounded sure about that. How do you know? I asked. I have their systems. All of them. Another group of 6 of them landed today. 3 men and 3 women. That's why Celeste and Delfino went to such lengths to get you here. You're sure we weren't followed? Greta asked. Celeste wouldn't have brought you here if you were followed. A steaming platter of food arrived. A whole chicken surrounded by roasted vegetables, grilled Italian bread, and cherry tomatoes. The chicken didn't have the massive swollen breasts and thighs I was used to seeing, and I realized I was seeing a natural chicken, something hormones had long since eliminated in the U.S. "This looks delicious," I said, and I wasn't being polite. The smell was making my mouth water. Innerva shrugged. "I'm full," she said. "That's for you too." Innerva didn't look full. She looked sickly, almost emaciated, and I assumed she'd been living off caffeine and vengeance for months. But it wasn't going to do any good to say so. I looked at Greta. "I don't know about you, but I think we can finish it." Greta nodded. "Plus," I continued, "you can tell us all about this hack while we eat." "What do you want to know?" "We want to know everything," Greta said, serving herself a pile of vegetables and bread. "How did you think of it?" I asked. "What does it mean? Did you do what you threatened to do when the deadline passed? Did you crash their systems? We want to know everything." "Where should I start?" Innerva said, more to herself than to us. She thought for a moment, then looked up. For the first time since we'd sat down, I thought I saw a twinkle of life in her eye. "Have you seen the film The Atlantis Vision?" 22. Everyone saw The Atlantis Vision. Good flick overall, though a bit overwritten. Visuals were gorgeous, and the lead performances— Greta interrupted me. "I don't think she was looking for a movie review, Alex." Then, to Innerva, she said, "Why'd you ask about The Atlantis Vision?" "Did you see it in theaters?" Innerva asked, "or download it illegally?" Not sure why it matters, but I saw it in the theater with Bird." I turned to Greta. "Remember, that weekend you were out of town?" Greta nodded, looking as confused by Innerva's question as I was. When she didn't elaborate, I said, "I heard about it when it leaked. Our film and tech blogs wrote about it. Our site actually ran a thing about it a few days ago, before we came out here. Something about an executive being fired over the leak." "Ever wonder how movies that big get leaked?" Innerva asked. "Or why?" "Well, I figure that there could be a lot of whys," I said. Innerva smiled slightly, and I knew what she'd been getting at. "You leaked it, and it has something to do with the ransomware attack." She smiled again, and I knew I was right. "Wait," Greta said. "I want to hear how those two things connect. But start from the beginning. How did you end up in Cuba?" As we ate the chicken and vegetables, she told us, "James and I always had 2 or 3 escape plans. People we could count on and places we could go if things ever got too dangerous around a hack we were doing or a story we were leaking. Most of the stuff we did wasn't in a category that would put us in any physical danger, but the stuff involving national security, or some of the bigger companies we hacked." She paused for a moment. "Well, you never know how people will respond, so it's good to have a plan." "And one of your plans was Cuba?" I asked. "Yes. James and I had talked about trying to relocate here, whether it was through fake passports, bribery, or some other way. But when he died, I figured it was the safest option I had." "I'm betting that somehow you already knew Delfino." "Yes. James met Delfino 3 years ago at a conference for white hat hackers. The boy was only 11, and the only Cuban out of 200 people there. He still won't tell me how he got the money to attend, or how he got permission to leave the country, but my guess is that he impressed someone online from an internet cafe and that person paid his way. After the conference, Delfino, James, and I became fast friends. All online, of course. And we hired him to arrange a way into the country for us, if the need should ever arise. At that point, it was still an emergency backup plan. But once James died, I contacted Delfino. I was in Cuba before the police even showed up at my apartment to tell me James was dead. Delfino got me in with fake papers, but he also had a plan that would enable me to stay." "He seems like a sweet kid," Greta said. "Is this where the uncle comes in? He said something about you being family?" "I married his uncle about 3 months after I got to Cuba. Been here in this town ever since. Of course, the marriage is to just make me a legal resident. It was a good trade. I get to stay in the country, and Juan gets to fulfill his dream of traveling outside of Cuba. With money I provide, of course." It was a good plan, I said. But can you tell us about the hack? I was getting to that. Every moment I was here, I was planning my revenge. But first, I had to set up a network, which took some time. Once I had access to the systems I needed, I put the plan into action. First, I got into the email of everyone at Family Media Holdings, looking for a hot new movie release to steal. As luck would have it, I was able to get a screener of the Atlantis Vision with full credits a month before it came out, right when the buzz about it was beginning to peak. Millions of people downloaded that film illegally, I said. It was one of the biggest disasters the movie business has seen. The film still did well at the box office, but I did kind of steal their thunder. Greta said, I'm still not seeing how this is connected to the ransomware attack. That's the thing, Innerva said. Millions of people downloaded the file to watch the Atlantis Vision. 11,400,000 to be exact. But what they didn't know while they were enjoying their 90-minute action-packed thrill ride was that I also gave them a shadow file. A what? I asked. In computer circles, we usually call them Trojan horses. Files that are embedded in other files that are designed to take over and sometimes destroy any system that downloads it. You embedded a secret file within the file containing the Atlantis Vision? Innerva smiled. What type of file? Greta asked between bites of chicken. A file that got their systems working for me, she said, that allowed me to control 11,400,000 personal computers around the world. In the first generation, anyway. It propagated nicely. I'd been nibbling on a piece of bread, and I almost dropped it when I got what she was saying. Are you serious? She smiled again, clearly proud of her work. As she continued, I forgot all about dinner. Playing the movie triggered the shadow file encoded in the same data package. That file is a program that runs quietly in the background of your computer or on whatever server it's stored on. It's small and almost undetectable, and it waits for contact with one of the computers owned by one of the companies that killed James. I used that movie to turn half the world into my personal botnet. Nobody's system is secure enough to hide from that. Once the file gained access to one of the systems I was targeting, and not one of them held out more than 5 days, it unfolded into a quiet set of permission changes deep below the user interface level. Nothing about their computers changed or worked differently, except that I had access and control. By the time she finished, I was staring at her like she'd transformed into a unicorn in front of my eyes. And I'll explain why. A normal ransomware attack takes a computer hostage. Typically, the hacker then demands a ransom from the owner or user to unlock the machine. When the ransomware attack is against a personal computer, the hacker might demand $200 to unlock it. That's an amount many people have immediate access to and are willing to pay. But let's say that you're a hospital with crucial medical records on your computers. If a hacker takes over your system and threatens to delete your data, there's a good chance you'll pay that hacker tens of thousands to get him or her to release the data. In short, you'll pay the ransom. But what Innerva had done was much more complicated, more devious, and more ingenious. She'd taken millions of computers and turned them into her tools, spreading her shadow file until it found the exact systems it wanted to take hostage. From Cuba, Innerva had managed to gain access to millions of machines, and to use them to freeze the entire U.S. private security system. And she'd done it all without anyone knowing until a few days ago. We sat in silence for a full minute, and I could tell that Greta was contemplating the details as I was. The restaurant had emptied out, and the old woman behind the bar was wiping it down, clearly closing up for the night. Innerva saw me noticing this. "Don't worry," she said. "They won't mind if we stay late. I'm like family in this town. They don't know why I married Vane, but they know that I made it possible for him to travel for the first time in his life. And many of them love hearing about America. They'll let us stay as long as we want." I looked at Greta, then at Innerva, trying to figure out what to say. "That story was shocking. I don't know. But the way you're talking about it, I can tell something is wrong. Amand told me that you made 2 threats. First, to destroy all the data you collected from these companies, which would undermine the U.S. security apparatus. And second, to publish embarrassing personal information about the men and women who work within it. And he said that you threatened to do this by yesterday, I think it was, or earlier today, I'm losing track of time, if these companies didn't shut down. That's right. But you didn't do it, or else we wouldn't be here. Also right, Innerva said. So, setting aside the morality of this whole thing, what do you need from us? Innerva stared at me. Why did you send for us when you did? Greta asked. Why haven't you followed through on your threat? Innerva chuckled bitterly. Believe it or not, my internet is down. Somehow, that was the most incredible thing she'd said yet. Having your internet go down is like having your credit card decline. One of those embarrassing frustrations in life that simply goes away above a certain income level. Mark Zuckerberg's credit card doesn't get declined. And Innerva Shah, of all people, does not have her internet access go down. She must have read some of that in my face because she rolled her eyes. We're in Cuba, remember? The only internet here goes through government servers, except mine. I had a covert satellite link that gave me all the access I needed, as well as keeping this town provided with new movies, TV shows, and computer games. There's more than one reason I'm family around here. You said had, I replied warily. They destroyed my setup a week ago. Luckily, I got a tip that they were about to do so, or I'd be in solitary in Guantanamo Bay, which, coincidentally, is only an hour from here. A week ago? Amand told me they lost track of you about a week ago. He was telling the truth about that, Innerva said. My plan was to launch the attack from here, assuming that they ignored my ultimatum. But that's no longer possible. All the time I spent setting up the system was wasted. I'm still not seeing what you want from us. Innerva reached into her pocket and pulled out a simple black USB drive. I want you to take this to America and slip it into the first computer you see. I was about to ask if she'd lost her mind when I heard the first gunshot. 23. Crack! It came from outside the restaurant, but not far away. The three of us dropped to the floor under the table. Then came 3 more shots in rapid succession. Crack! 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 I looked at Innerva, who was peering out toward the front door of the restaurant. Those came from my house. I grabbed Greta's hand. Your house? You live here? Innerva shot a look toward the back of the restaurant, then back toward the front door. She was conflicted about something, but I didn't know what. But Greta did. Delfino and Celeste? You live with them? The yellow building outside? Innerva didn't respond. Let's go, she said, leaping up, stowing the USB drive in the pocket of her shorts and bolting for the back door. Greta yanked me out from under the booth, and we followed Innerva past the bathrooms, down a short corridor, and out a back door into an alley. The alley went left to right behind the restaurant and a few other shops. On the opposite side of the alley were a couple houses and a large vacant lot, fenced in and topped with barbed wire. Innerva sprinted between 2 of the houses, her floral shirt flowing behind her. When we came out on the other side of the houses, we were on a residential street. Small houses lined both sides, with decrepit cars in front. I caught up with Innerva, who had already crossed the street and turned left. What are we doing? I yelled. As we ran, she reached out her hand and shoved something into my hand. For an instant, I thought it was the USB drive. I didn't know what was on it, and I didn't want to know. I wanted nothing to do with it. But it wasn't a USB drive. It was a key. You have to drive, she panted, pointing about 20 yards ahead of us at a yellowish-brown sedan. It wasn't as old as most of the cars I'd seen in Cuba, but it was just as rickety. At least it had seatbelts. Greta was only a few seconds behind us when we reached the car. Innerva climbed into the back seat, so Greta slid into the front seat, put her head on my lap, and tugged my shirt, forcing me to duck as I started the car. Where should I go? I asked, peeling into the street. Don't speed. At least not yet. I know most of the police in town, but if they see you speeding, they'll stop you. I glanced in the rearview mirror, and that's when I understood why Innerva had taken the back seat, and why she'd wanted me to drive. She was holding a black semi-automatic pistol, pointing it out of the back window. I looked, but didn't see anyone following us. "Where should I go?" I demanded, surprised and a little freaked out that Innerva had a gun. I'd always known that she was much more radical than James. He'd been a big teddy bear of a guy, willing to break the law and hack into systems to expose criminals, corruption, and hypocrisy. He saw himself as the Batman of journalists. Sure, he operated outside the law, but his aims were pure at the core. I doubt he ever would have gotten involved in a plan like Innerva's ransomware attack, especially if it required using a gun. Innerva rolled down both of the windows in the back of the car, then said, "2 streets up is Calle Luz. Take a right there, and that'll take us away from the apartment and out of town." "Okay, but then what?" I asked. When she didn't respond, Greta said, "Alex, what the hell are we doing?" "I don't know," I said. "I really don't." I took the right turn onto Calle Luz, driving at a normal speed through light traffic. We passed through another small commercial district, then another few blocks of homes before leaving town. All the while, I snuck glances into the rearview mirror, which showed no signs of us being followed. About a mile outside of town, Innerva finally spoke. "About 5 miles ahead, there's a little village. A few homes. That's where we're gonna stop." "Then what?" I asked, but she had already turned around, gun pointed out the back window. The village was named Colombia Niquero, but it was really just a handful of old stone houses, most of which looked abandoned. Innerva directed me to a 2-story house about 100 yards off the main road, and I pulled around out back and parked next to a rusty wire-frame chicken coop that abutted the rear of the house. Innerva jumped out and called to Greta, "Help me with this." She pulled a green tarp out of a bucket next to the chicken coop, and as I put the key in my pocket, she and Greta draped it over the car. The tarp only covered about 2/3 of the car, but she angled it such that it would be hard to see from the road. Next, she put a few rocks on the tarp to hold it in place, and threw a few handfuls of dirt and dry grass on top of it. Inspecting her work, she said, "If they're looking for a yellow sedan, this will make it a little harder." "But not much harder," I said. "What's the plan?" Innerva was already heading for the back door, a few feet from the chicken coop where 4 scrawny birds had come out from a little wooden house to see what the commotion was. Without knocking, Innerva opened the door, which was unlocked. "Abuela," she called in a loud whisper. "Abuela Martinez?" "Your grandmother lives here?" Greta asked. "Grandmother-in-law," Innerva said. "Juan's mother. I told myself I'd never bring her into anything I was doing, but—" She trailed off, the way people always do when they know what they're doing is wrong but are out of better ideas. We followed Innerva into the house, where a small washroom led to a hallway that opened into the kitchen. The kitchen was large, and would have been at home in a 1960s woman's magazine. The yellow and brown cabinetry reminded me of the sedan we'd just hid in, and the stove was an antiquated electric model. The fridge was short and narrow, and there was no microwave, but it was clean and well kept. "Sit," Innerva said, poking her head out of the kitchen. "Abuela Martinez?" Greta and I sat at a small round table watching as Innerva disappeared through a doorway. When she was gone, Greta whispered, "This is crazy. There's got to be a better option than following Innerva. What if we—" "Walked out of here and found a police officer?" "Yeah, or called them. Something." "That's what I was thinking during the ride over here, but—" "What?" "First of all, if we find police, they will find out about Innerva. I mean, they know about Innerva, but not that she's using Cuba to stage an attack on the U.S. security apparatus. If anyone in the Cuban government found out, or even a police officer with basic common sense, Innerva would be extradited to the U.S. in chains, probably with a stop in Guantanamo to be tortured." I paused for a moment, listening. I heard creaking above us, like Innerva was making her way up a flight of stairs. "The other reason is that I don't have a ton of trust in the Cuban police. We're here under false pretenses, and I don't doubt that Amand and his crew could bribe the police to arrest us. My thinking is that we see what Innerva's plan is, find a way back to Havana as soon as possible, Then get the hell out of Cuba. Shh, Greta said. The creaking was back, and it now sounded like two people coming down the stairs. My whole body tightened. My brain raced through scenarios that involved a dead grandmother upstairs, her killer leading Innerva downstairs with a gun pressed into her side. I was holding my breath when Innerva emerged from around the corner and stepped into the kitchen. A short old woman in a pink bathrobe shuffled in behind her, hunched over like her neck and shoulders were weighed down, but smiling nonetheless. "Hola," she said in a voice louder than I would have expected coming from a woman of at least 90. Innerva waved her arm toward us in a sweeping gesture. "Estas son mis amigas Greta y Alex." Then she gestured to the old woman. "This is Grandma Martinez." Greta stood. "Placer conocerte. Lo que una cocina encantadora que tienes." As she said it, she pointed at the cabinets and stove, which made me think that she was complimenting the kitchen. "Gracias. ¿Tienes hambre?" Sí. ¿Comerás? ¿Tienes hambre? Without waiting for an answer, Grandma Martinez opened the fridge and began pulling out Tupperware and bowls. Greta and Innerva sat at the table. "Does she speak English?" I whispered to Innerva. "Not a word." "Then can I ask what's the plan?" Grandma Martinez laid out plates and cold roast pork with rice and salad. "Should I tell her we already ate?" I asked. "She won't care," Innerva said. "You're eating." "Don't be rude, Alex," Greta said. Then, turning to Grandma Martinez, she said, "Gracias. Se ve deliciosa." "The plan?" I said to Innerva. "Daylight is in about 5 hours. We spend the night here, and, meanwhile, I'll be using every connection I've made since moving to Cuba to try to get the police to help us get out of this alive." 24. Innerva put Grandma Martinez to bed, and Greta and I nibbled at the meal she'd laid out for us. Innerva took a few bites, then pulled her laptop out and plugged a small black box into it. Into the black box, she ran the landline phone cord and dialed up the internet. I hadn't seen a dial-up connection in 20 years. "You're not going to tell me you planned the ransomware attack over dial-up, are you?" Innerva smiled for the first time since the Italian restaurant. "No. Like I said, my main connections were destroyed about a week ago. This is a plan B. Actually, plan C or D at this point. It's not secure, but also not easy to trace unless they already know we're here, which I doubt. And we won't be here long." "What are you doing?" I asked. Innerva didn't respond, and Greta put her hand on my knee and gave me a look that said, "Leave her alone." Then Greta said, "Is there a couch or something we can sleep on?" Innerva nodded toward the kitchen door, and I followed Greta into a living room with matching decor. Brownish-orange carpet, an old couch, and a TV with a screen not much larger than my iPhone encased in wood. I lay on the floor, and Greta took the couch. "I figured we should try to get a few hours of sleep," she said, yawning. Before the shots, Innerva was saying she needs our help. The USB drive. "We can talk about that tomorrow," Greta said. I reached out from the floor and stroked her hair, the way I knew she liked. She let out a noise, half sigh and half relaxed whimper. She didn't purr, not exactly anyway, but that's the way I liked to think about the sound of her breathing. One of the things I'd learned during our separation was that there was always something that seemed more important than the little moments that make up a relationship, that make up a life. Something more pressing, something more demanding of my attention. Always something that seemed more important than love. Back when we lived in New York, it was bills and work. Then for a while it was Greta's pregnancy, all the preparation and planning. When we lost the baby and moved to Seattle, it was bills again as we got back on our feet. Then the Barker got huge and Greta's career took off, so instead of worrying about bills, we worried about work, about maintaining the levels we'd hit in our respective careers. Bills, kids, bills, work. Always something more important than the relationship, than us. But it was all bullshit. In that moment on the floor, running from Amand and his team of hired killers could have seemed like the most important thing. In fact, it might have even been the smarter thing to be thinking about. But as I stroked Greta's soft hair, she was all I cared about. I was beginning to think she'd fallen asleep when her head shifted slightly under my hand. I know this is bad to say, but I don't care what happens to Innerva. I don't care what happens with her ransomware attack. The only thing I care about is getting out of here and getting back to Seattle with you. I didn't know what to say. It was as though she'd given voice to my thoughts. Problem was, as soon as she said it, my mind started changing. As much as I wanted to get back to Seattle with Greta, and as sure as I was that she was my top priority, I did care about what happened with Innerva's attack. I knew it was crazy, but I wanted to know what was on that USB drive. And that thought started a chain of thoughts. All the questions I hadn't gotten to ask in the Italian restaurant started flooding my mind, battling with the exhaustion I felt. I wanted to know whether Innerva really had all the data she claimed to have. I wanted to know whether she was really prepared to cripple the U.S. security system if the companies she targeted failed to shut themselves down. And most of all, I wanted to know what would happen if she followed through on her threat. I knew it would be the greatest security breach in U.S. history, bigger than the WikiLeaks hack of the CIA and Vault 7, bigger than the time a 15-year-old boy named Kraka hacked the FBI and disclosed hundreds of agents' secret identities on the dark web. But what I didn't know, what I don't think even Innerva knew, what no one could know, was how far-reaching the effects would be. When I was sure Greta was asleep, I got up as quietly as I could and went to the kitchen, where Innerva was hunched over her laptop. Standing in the doorway, I waited for her to look up. I knew she was ignoring me, but I'd decided to take control of the situation. "Close the laptop," I said. She kept typing, then glanced up. "We need to talk," I said. "Almost done." I stared at her as hard as I could and was about to walk over and shut the laptop when she closed it herself. Taking a chair across the table, where the dirty dishes and Tupperware from dinner were still sitting, I said, "Tell me everything." 25. I shouldn't have been surprised that she kept me in the dark. I didn't think it was because she distrusted me. She had, after all, sent Celeste and Delfino for me. But after 20 minutes of listening to her talk around my questions, I'd grown impatient. "Innerva, if you don't tell me what's going on right now, Greta and I are walking out of here and taking our chances with the local police." I think she knew it was a bluff because her face didn't register anything. In fact, her mind seemed to be elsewhere. After a long silence, she said, "Celeste and Delfino are dead." She pressed her hands into the table, reached for her laptop, then let her hands fall off the table. "The shots we heard from the restaurant?" "Yes, I thought those shots came from my apartment. Now I've confirmed it." She tapped on her laptop. I was getting the impression that Innerva had many different helpers around Cuba, people who owed her favors. Clearly, someone had confirmed about Celeste and Delfino. "I'm sorry," I said. "They were nice. And Delfino was... he was the most promising young hacker since Bootby. Since my friend Alup. Alup Sarin was a name from the past that I didn't want to think about. He'd been a brilliant young hacker until he was murdered in a porta potty in Lower Manhattan after getting wrapped up in a plot to rig the 2004 election. It occurred to me that between Alup, James, and now Delfino, Innerva had lost 3 men who were close to her, all of them involved in hacking. 3 I knew about anyway. They'd all brushed up against that privatized politics security system, and all ended up murdered for no good reason. "I'm sorry," I said again. Her eyes were down, glued to the table. "Innerva, look at me." She did, and her eyes held a resigned look I never expected from her. "Innerva, please, tell me your plan." "Juan's nephew is a police officer a few towns over. He's going to be here at daylight to take you and Greta to the airport. He'll drive you there himself. You're getting out of here." My heart lifted a little, then sank. "Wait, only me and Greta? What about you?" "He wants to help me, but he can't. I was able to persuade him to get you and Greta out, but they're already looking for me. I had to agree to go with them." "With who?" "He wasn't sure. but when I tried to convince him that there were members of the mafia here, he didn't buy it. He said that people much higher up had struck a deal with U.S. law enforcement. Every police officer in Cuba is looking for me. She stood and walked around the kitchen. Looks like I've overstayed my welcome in Cuba. I was trying to think of something to say, something to make her feel a little better. But honestly, I was mostly just happy that Greta and I would be making it home alive. Thank you, I managed. Innerva sat down and slid her chair right next to mine. It's not free, Alex. What isn't free? You have to help me. I leaned back. How? She pressed the USB drive into my hand. When you get back to the US, you need to slide this into the first Wi-Fi connected computer you can find. Then what? That's it? Well, you'll have to double-click the one file that's on the drive. And then, she managed a weak smile. And then, boom goes the dynamite. I placed the USB drive on the table. I'm not saying yes, but, assuming I did what you're asking, tell me what happens next. Tell me what boom goes the dynamite means. Exactly what it means. Well, you understand the basics of the attack. I'm holding hostage the servers of most of the private security contractors in the U.S. My original deadline passed yesterday, but I knew they were never going to shut down on my demand. I know how they think. Even if threatened with personal embarrassment and the revelation of state secrets, I knew they wouldn't shut down. Then why make the threat to begin with? If you already had access to all their data, why not destroy them without warning? Why make the threat? So no one can say I didn't give them a chance. I had to admit that her logic made sense. How could you be sure they wouldn't shut down or try to negotiate with you? They'd rather be embarrassed than cease existing, and they knew that. Even if they have to fire half of their employees, they can replace them with the next batch of people willing to dance within their system of perfected evil. They're not all evil, I said. Don't give me a ridiculous few bad apples argument, Alex. That might work on others, not me. I know more about these people than they know about themselves. And I mean that literally. They keep the system decentralized so that no one person knows too much. There are so many branches of our military, so many interconnected pieces of our security system that operate outside of military control, that no one knows everything. No one but me. And what do you know? I know how the sausage is made. I know how the intelligence is gathered. How much of it is wrong. How much of it is guesswork. I know who concocted the story that got us into Iraq, and why. I know about the internal debates that Nixon squashed to keep us in Vietnam. I know what Amand did in Pakistan, and who ordered it. I know what he's done since he got back. I know what kind of prostitutes he likes and where his kids go to school. I know everything about that bastard except what he had for breakfast. She paused, then said, and I know everything that happened that led to James's death. Every innocent little box that was checked and email that was forwarded that led to him getting shot in the chest with a shotgun from 12 inches away. There were no bad apples involved. It was the system working exactly as it's designed to. I took a few deep breaths, trying not to visualize James's death. What will it do? I mean, if I stick this into a computer, what will it do? You stick it in and open the folder. Then double-click the one file, freedomcollective.zip. Then walk away. It'll do what it needs to do on its own? Yes. And then what happens? I don't think you want to know. Humor me. The file will upload directions to my botnet, to all the computers I've taken hostage. My botnet will begin uploading files to the dark web. Every piece of information I'm holding hostage goes public. It will take years to sift through, but I've separated out 20 highlights, a top sheet of sorts. This will make it easier for the press to get on the story. The press? The top sheet will be emailed out to about 500 journalists at the same time, along with around 5,000 pages of supporting documents. I'd say the first major stories will take a week or two to appear in the mainstream media, TV news, the Times, and the Post. She was right about that. Stories this big would take a team of reporters at least a week to sift through, and because of the sensitive nature of the material, senior editors would have to meet with military leaders, lawyers, and anyone else who might object to their publication. But Innerva was smart. By emailing it to hundreds of journalists at once and putting it up on the dark web, she was ensuring that someone would write about it. So, while the details might trickle out over weeks or months, the mere fact of the leak would lead every newscast right away. "And your threat to destroy their systems?" I asked. "Is that real?" "Yes. Besides the leak, my program will destroy every piece of data on every last machine that's involved in the American private security complex. Without exaggeration, they will simply cease functioning. Those bastards are going to roast for what they did to James. First in the public spotlight, then in hell." "Don't tell me any more." Now I knew why Innerva didn't want to tell me everything. The more she talked, the more I saw how she'd changed, how James's murder had radicalized her, had turned her into an obsessive. And even though I believed her about all the terrible things that had gone on, as much as I didn't buy my own few bad apples argument, I didn't see the total destruction of the system as a viable alternative. "Now you know why I didn't involve you from the beginning." She sighed deeply, and her face trembled. You knew you weren't going to get away with this from the beginning. People like me always hope they're going to get away with it, and usually we do. But in this case," she trailed off. "After James, She didn't have to say it. James and Innerva weren't the lovey-dovey types. They never kissed in front of me, and I doubt either ever brought the other flowers. They were united by a shared mission to make the world more transparent, to hold politicians, governments, and businesses more accountable. Even though I didn't always agree with the way they did it, I respected them. And the more I stared into Innerva's quivering and broken face, the more I knew that she'd loved James in a way I didn't understand and might never understand. She slid the USB drive toward me. "Please, Alex, do this for James." "I'll think about it," I said, sliding my hand over it. "Thank you." I was about to get up when she put her hand on mine and said something that surprised me as much as anything she'd said before. "It's not a few bad apples, Alex. That's naive, and I don't even think you believe that. But," she paused, and I could tell she was choosing her words carefully, "but there's an extent to which I agree with you. Sometimes I think you're right, and I actually created multiple versions of the program. One version burns the entire system to the ground. One version does less." "What do you mean?" "Not destroying any of their system isn't an option, but completely destroying every aspect of it might just function as a transfer of power from one group of unelected pieces of shit to another, who would take the same power and do things that are equally bad. The Russians, Saudi Arabia, or worse. Half the time I think I don't care. They deserve it. Consequences be damned. And half the time I think I might make things even worse. Sometimes I think about what James would have wanted me to do." "And what would James have wanted you to do?" "I'm still making up my mind." I gripped the USB drive tightly, thinking of James and thinking of Greta. Innerva was making up her mind, and so was I. 26. As the first light crept through a slit in the living room curtains, a rooster let out its morning call. Greta was still asleep on the couch, and I was lying on the floor staring at the ceiling. Innerva came in from the kitchen and opened the curtains, allowing the soft gray light to fill the room and waking Greta. "When they get here," Innerva said, staring out the window, "I'll walk out, hands up. Juan's nephew assured me that he'd come with only a few officers. They will take me back to the station, where they will turn me over to Amand, or whoever shows up from his team. That's the price he needed to pay to convince Amand's people to let you two go." "What's going on?" Greta asked, rubbing her eyes. "I'll explain everything," I said. "After they take me," Innerva said, "they'll drive you to Baracoa, about an hour away where you can get a bus or a colectivo back to Havana. He gave me every assurance that you'd be safe." I sat on the couch next to Greta and explained the plan as Innerva stared out the window silently. Under the best of circumstances, Greta is not a morning person, and now she seemed barely able to comprehend what I was saying. Before I could make her understand, Innerva said, "They're here." I jumped off the couch and looked out the window. 2 gray and white police cars were parked out front, lights on and still running. 2 men had gotten out and were walking toward the front door. Innerva pressed her face against the window, turning her head left and right. "It's them." "You're sure?" "Yes." She walked quickly to the couch and hugged Greta, then did the same to me. "Goodbye, Alex." Before I could respond, she was opening the front door. She walked slowly down the crumbling stone walkway, arms held out to her sides. It was overly dramatic, I thought. The officers weren't pointing guns at her, and from what she'd said, they knew she wasn't a threat to them. Once she got into the police car, she'd probably be safer than she had been since James died, at least until they turned her over to Amand, I thought. I was wrong. As Innerva neared the police car, a shot broke the stillness of the morning. The officer closest to Innerva fell first. Then another shot, and a second officer fell, leaving Innerva standing alone. One more shot, and Innerva was knocked back before collapsing on the ground. Next, a spray of bullets hit the 2 police cars, shattering glass and puncturing the car in 100 places. I dropped to the floor and shimmied over to Greta, pulling her onto the floor next to me. We crawled behind the couch as more shots rang out. "It was an ambush," I shouted. "Innerva was shot." "¿Qué es eso?" It was Grandma Martinez calling from upstairs. Then from outside I heard Innerva's voice, screaming with pain. "Alex! Alex!" More shots, then men's voices yelling in English and Spanish. "Innerva? ¿Qué es eso?" Grandma Martinez again. More shots, then Innerva's voice. "Alex, hold down Command 2 when you click the file." Springing up from behind the couch, I saw Innerva crawling toward the still open door. All the cops were either on the ground or slouched over in their cars, covered in blood and broken glass. "Into the kitchen!" I yelled. Greta raced into the kitchen as I bounded up the stairs 3 at a time. When I reached the bedroom door, Grandma Martinez was walking out. I knew immediately that she couldn't move as fast as I needed her to, so I picked her up and stumbled down the stairs with her in my arms. Greta was already out back, yanking the tarp off the car. I made it to the car as I heard a voice from the front of the house. "Don't make us shoot you." It was an American voice, but one I didn't recognize. I set Grandma Martinez in the back seat and leapt into the driver's seat, backing out as Greta hopped in and slammed her door. "Did Innerva get hit?" Greta asked. "I think so," I said, half in a panic as I slammed the gas pedal. "I think she's... I don't know. Maybe dead, maybe... I don't know." From the back, Grandma Martinez let out a scream. "¿Qué está pasando? ¿Dónde está Innerva?" "Tell her it's okay," I shouted. "Tell her Innerva asked us to keep her safe. Tell her anything to get her to shut up." Grandma Martinez screamed again, and Greta reached back, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Innerva fue con la policía. Ella nos dije que necesita salir con nosotros." I took a sharp right onto a wider road that I hoped would lead out of town, but about a mile down the road it became a 1-lane path, not much wider than the car and deeply rutted from years of use. The road was walled in on both sides by thick hedges and brambles and dead-ended a few 100 yards ahead at what looked to be an old farmhouse. "Déjame salir! Déjame salir!" Grandma Martinez yelled. "What's she saying?" I asked, glancing at her in the rearview mirror. She was pointing at the farmhouse. "I think she's saying to let her out," Greta said. Then, to Grandma Martinez, she said, "¿Quieres que te dejamos salir? El señor San Lucas vive aquí. Déjame salir." She says she knows someone who lives here. In the rearview mirror, I saw that no one was behind us, but I knew someone would be soon. I drove over a sad patch of grass up to the front door of the farmhouse. "Run her in," I said to Greta. But Grandma Martinez was already halfway out of the car. Greta followed her up to the porch, but turned back when Grandma Martinez slammed the door in her face. Seconds later, Greta was back and we were flying down the dirt road in the direction we'd come from, car rattling and spraying dust and rocks behind us. I hit a bump that lifted the entire car a few inches off the ground, and I saw them. 2 vehicles heading straight for us. They weren't police cars, though. They were unmarked black SUVs, a type of car I hadn't seen since we arrived in Cuba. A type of car that I hoped I'd never see again. 27. The day after James died, after I met with Innerva in Las Vegas and she gave me the antique hard drive he'd been killed for, I found the one person who could help me access the data. Her name was Quinn Rivers, and, to put it kindly, we didn't hit it off right away. While we'd been arguing about what to do with the hard drive, a silver SUV had pulled up, one that looked eerily similar to the 2 black mini-tanks speeding straight toward our busted-up sedan. I guess Quinn was right. Bad things really do start with a knock on the door. If you'd asked me 4 days ago whether I'd ever end up in a game of chicken with 2 SUVs sent by Amand, I probably would have said no. But if you'd asked me whether I would have responded the way I did, I would have said, definitely not. That's because I had no experience with high-speed chases. No experience outrunning cops or bad guys. I'd never even seen one of the Fast and Furious movies. So if you'd asked me 4 days ago how I'd respond, I would have said that I'd panic, slam on the brakes, and give myself up. I didn't. Instead, I became calm and surveyed the terrain. The matching SUVs were about a quarter-mile away, one following closely behind the other. The dirt road was 1 lane, and my guess was that they expected me to slow down, knowing that my little sedan would surely lose a game of chicken. The bushes on both sides of the road boxed me in, and I knew right away that I had 3 choices. First, I could slam on the brakes and back up as fast as possible toward the house where we'd dropped Grandma Martinez. Maybe I could speed over a field on the other side of the house, find some route that would connect with a road. But it hadn't looked like there was one, and something in me wanted to keep these guys as far away from Grandma Martinez as possible. The second option was to floor it, race toward the SUVs, counting on them to swerve first. But that was a suicide mission. If they didn't swerve, my little yellow hoopty would get crushed like a junk car at a monster truck rally. So for this option to work, both of them would have to swerve off to let me pass. I considered going straight for them, then veering off into the shoulder to try to pass them, but it was only a few feet wide, and even competent driving on their part would enable them to stop me. The third option was to give up, to stop the car and let them take me. Chances were they'd kill me on the spot. They'd probably already killed Innerva. Only thing left for them to do was to clean up the mess. Greta and I were the mess. Alex, you see those cars, right? I almost laughed when she said it, because what else can you do at a time like that? Then she said something much more useful. That patch there? She was pointing at a small patch of long grass about 100 yards ahead, a few feet off the road. It jutted into the brambles, and the grass was so long that it almost looked like part of the hedge. It was about 4 feet wide and 10 feet long, and I knew right away that it was our only shot. At our current speed, I would have passed the patch of grass before the 2 SUVs, so I slowed the car to about 10 miles an hour. I tried to slow the car gradually so they would assume I was stopping. The SUVs continued at the same speed until we were about equidistant from the patch of grass. Then I floored it. The car was no racer, but it responded. 20 miles an hour, then 30, then 40. By the time I hit 50, it started rattling and shaking like it hadn't been driven that fast in years. The SUVs sped up too, and I could only imagine what they were thinking and saying inside. I didn't like what I imagined. About 20 yards from the patch of grass, we hit 50 miles an hour, and I got my first look at the men in the SUV. I didn't recognize them, but their granite-jawed faces and generic looks made me sure they were with Amand. The man driving had short black hair, pale skin, and black sunglasses, but I'd barely registered this when another man leaned out the passenger side and started firing. The first 2 shots missed our car completely. I heard them as a rapid pop-pop, but couldn't see where they landed. My guess was that he was aiming for our tires because it didn't seem likely that he'd be a bad enough shot to miss the car entirely, even going 50 on a bumpy road. We were only about 40 feet from a head-on collision when a bullet hit our windshield, It struck the top right, where the windshield connected to the metal frame of the car, and sent a long crack skewing down toward the center. I lowered my head as far as I could without losing sight of the road, and inched the car to the right, scraping the brush on the side of the road. When we were no more than 20 feet apart, the driver swerved to his right, slamming on the brakes at the same time and careening into a tangle of branches. At the same time, I spun the wheel to the right, taking up as much of the shoulder as there was. Branches scraped and shrieked along the side of the car, and Greta jumped over into the center by the gear shift. A few feet later, the patch of grass emerged, and I swerved further right as the other SUV veered right to avoid clipping us. Swiveling the wheel left as hard as I could, I entered the road again. But I hadn't cut out of the patch fast enough, and the side of the car struck a tree stump concealed in the bushes. Greta's door pressed in toward her, but only a few inches, and the bump from the tree shot us back onto the dirt road, where I stepped on the gas as I took in the scene in the rearview mirror. The first SUV was smoking, and I saw a door opening. I wasn't sure, but I thought it hit a tree. The second SUV was speeding down the road toward the farmhouse. The road wasn't wide enough to turn around in, and this would buy me at least a minute. We hit the section where the dirt road became paved again and came to the first turn 100 yards later. I slowed for a second, watching to see whether the car would park at the house. I wondered whether they'd try to take Grandma Martinez, but they didn't. As I took a soft left, I saw one of the SUVs coming after us, kicking up a storm of dust behind it. 28. "What the hell?" Greta yelled as she spun around looking for the SUV. "What the actual hell?" The SUV was temporarily out of sight because I'd turned on a 2-lane road, but it had been in the rearview mirror, so I knew they'd seen us. "Those weren't Cuban police, were they?" "Doubt it," I said. "They wouldn't be driving cars from this century, and they wouldn't have shot Innerva." This rocked Greta, and she slumped back in the seat. "I don't understand. I thought she said she'd arranged it." "She had." "Are you sure she's dead?" I was pretty sure, but I didn't want to say so. "I'm not certain, but they shot the police as well. The police she said she'd arranged to meet with." Greta went quiet, and I could see that she was tearing up. "So the Cuban police sold her out to Amand's thugs?" she asked softly. "Probably. But then someone shot them, too. I couldn't see who was doing the shooting, though. 2 officers who looked Cuban were walking toward Innerva in front of the house, and they both went down. Then they shot up a police car, and a couple more officers in it." I went quiet for a minute as the weight of it hit me. Innerva, Delfino and Celeste, plus 4 officers. "You didn't tell me about Delfino and Celeste." Innerva confirmed it. I struck the steering wheel with an open palm. "Damn it!" "Alex, we have to focus here. Figure out what's going on." "So you think the police led the men in the SUV to Innerva, then got double-crossed?" "It's possible that somehow Amand's men followed the police without them knowing, but I doubt that. I'm pretty sure we weren't followed on the ride with Delfino and Celeste. So the most likely thing is that somehow they traced Innerva to the address next to the restaurant, took out Delfino and Celeste, then came for us. When they lost us, they probably got in touch with the Cuban police and struck a deal. Innerva's cousin sold her out. Then they turned on the police to cover up the mess. They'll probably try to pin it all on Innerva." We passed a farmhouse that looked a lot like the one we'd dropped Grandma Martinez at. Some kids ran in the yard as a young man led a cow out of a barn. I'd been checking the rearview mirror and hadn't seen the SUV, but I knew they were back there. "What should we do?" I asked. "We got lucky before, but we can't outrun them. Plus, we're going to get pulled over by real police any minute, and we have no reason to believe they wouldn't hand us over." We drove in silence through the Cuban countryside for a few minutes, past fields and farms and the occasional old farmhouse. I drove as fast as I thought I could get away with, and I assumed that the men behind us were driving faster. Finally, the black SUV appeared in the rearview mirror. It was cresting a small hill that led into a long, flat stretch of road. I watched for the second one to appear, but it didn't. Greta saw my look and turned back. "Alex? There, I see them. I nodded toward the horizon where low hills started rising out of the farmland. Maybe there'll be somewhere to lose them there. A turnoff. Something. Go faster, Greta said. Better to take our chance with local police than those guys. I floored it, but the car only made it up to about 120 kilometers per hour, or around 75 miles per hour, before it rattled so hard it felt like the nuts and bolts would start popping off. Combined with the whistling from the crack in the windshield, I was worried that the whole car would spontaneously fall apart, leaving me sitting on the street and holding the steering wheel like in some old cartoon. I checked the rear view and saw that they were gaining on us. Despite the fact that I was flooring it on a slight downhill, our car was topped out at 70 miles an hour. They'd catch us within minutes. We passed into the low hills and followed the road on a slow arc to the left where a river appeared, running parallel to the road. There, Greta said, pointing at a sign off to the right. La Haiba, 5 kilometers. If we can make it there, I said, maybe we take our chances with the local police. We drive around like crazy until we see an officer or a police car, then hop out and yell, Mafia, and point at the SUV. The fact that we're in a local car and they look like Mafia or American agents should help. But if the local police sold out Innerva to them... She didn't need to finish the sentence. I knew as well as she did that it was a terrible plan. Our only hope was that the local police in La Haiba didn't know who the men in the SUV were, that they hadn't gotten to them, that they'd keep us safe long enough to get these guys out of our life. But sometimes a terrible plan is the only plan. The problem was that the men in the SUV didn't plan on letting us make it to La Haiba. They must have read the sign, too, and gone through the same thought process I did. My guess was that even though they'd be willing to kill us in a populated town, they'd much rather handle their business out here where no one would see. We were ascending a small hill, and the car began wobbling like a runner at the end of a marathon before collapsing over the finish line. I pressed the gas pedal into the floor, but it was no use. They were gaining on us. Just over the hill, I saw a long, 2-lane bridge that looked like it had been built in the days when horses and buggies ruled the land. The metal posts were rusty and the concrete cracked and veiny. The SUV came over the hill, and I saw TJ in the driver's seat. Dex was next to him, one arm out the passenger side window like he was ready to lean out and start shooting. But he didn't start shooting. As we veered right toward the bridge, they sped up even more until they were 10 feet away from us, then 5. On a straightaway before the bridge, I floored it again. The windshield rattled, and Greta reached up to steady it. TJ and Dex were right on our tail as we entered the bridge. They swerved into the left lane to try to pass, but I made it over far enough to block them. Their front bumper dinged our back bumper, causing me to fishtail slightly, but I'd kept them from pulling alongside. I checked the mirror, and they were about 10 yards behind us. I was worried that they'd start shooting, but instead TJ floored the SUV like he was trying to ram us from behind. And that's exactly what he did. Their front bumper rammed the back of the car, jolting us forward slightly. Out of anger, more than intelligence, I hit the brakes. The SUV couldn't slow fast enough and hit us again, but this time it didn't separate. After the initial bump, I sped up, but the car didn't respond the way I expected. I floored it, but couldn't get any separation. I tried to veer into the left lane, but the car didn't respond as I expected. It was slower, like a giant weight was attached to the car. Our bumpers are locked or something, I said. I looked in the rearview mirror as Greta turned around. Alex, she screamed. Gun! Duck, I yelled, and she did, just as the first shot shattered our rear window. I felt the car speed up again, and for a second I thought we'd come unstuck from the SUV. Then I heard the high-pitched snarl of its engine and realized they'd decided to take advantage of the situation. They were gunning it, pushing us in front of them. They were going to force us into a crash, our clunky old sedan sandwiched between them and whatever solid object they aimed us at. I ducked and could no longer see the road, mind racing. When it came up empty, I let my instincts take over, spinning the wheel to the left as fast as I could. With the extra momentum from the SUV pushing us, the turn became a wild skid. I heard the screech as their tires scrabbled for traction. Another shot rang out at the moment we smashed into the rusted old guardrail on the bridge and flew right through it. Greta and I slammed forward against our seatbelts as the car lost its speed. For an instant, it was as though we hung stationary in the air above the river. We started to fall, then stopped mysteriously, dangling for a moment and looking down at the water through our half-busted windshield. I heard the groaning of old metal from the rear of the sedan, along with an ominous series of cracks and pops. I looked back, looked up, really, and saw that we were hanging from the front of the SUV by the twisted steel of our bumper. We weren't falling because their rear wheels were still on the bridge. And then they weren't. The fall seemed curiously slow. It doesn't take long to fall 30 feet. But I had time to see TJ and Dex looking terrified, to feel Greta's hand clutch mine tightly, to turn and see the green river water leap up and smash into us like a wall. 29. We hit with a force that crushed the windshield, half of which floated off to the side and half of which came into the car, carried by a torrent of water. Out the back window, I could see that the SUV was still on our bumper, pushing us down toward the bottom of the river. I caught a glimpse of Dex and TJ disappearing behind airbags in their front seat as our car filled with water. Then the panic started. The magic of waterboarding is that it creates an uncontrollable terror, the lack of breath and the absolute certainty you're about to die. I know this because Amand's people waterboarded me for 2 days. Now, as the water rushed in around me, I found myself right back on that table, legs and arms tied, hood over my head. For one hallucinatory second, I wondered if there were any questions I could answer that would make the water stop. I would have answered those questions. I wanted to answer the questions. Unfortunately, the river wasn't curious about anything, and water filled the car before I could begin thinking coherently. And the first thing I did was the exact wrong thing to do. I tried to breathe. Not one of those last gasp before the water covers your head kind of breaths. I found out later that Greta had taken that kind of breath. I took a shallow, ill-timed breath right as the water hit my face. I breathed in the muddy water and choked on it. I tried to spit it up, but it filled me, and as we were now completely underwater, there was nowhere to spit it out. The car was drifting toward the bottom of the river, and I was barely conscious when I felt Greta's hand. I opened my eyes but couldn't see anything in the muddy water. When I felt a tug from in front of me, though, I figured she'd somehow made it out of the car. I tried to go with the direction of the tug, but my seatbelt was still on. After tugging at it for what felt like minutes, the belt released and I wriggled myself out. Feeling around, I grazed Greta's fingers, then gripped her hand tightly. I felt myself floating upward, but all I saw was blackness. Greta squeezed my hand so hard that I lost feeling in it, unable to tell where I began and she left off. I felt weightless, unaware of anything except a gentle rising, and for a moment I wasn't sure whether I was floating up to the top of the river or if I was dying. Then I saw light. Seconds later, my head emerged into the warm air. I coughed up water and gasped, half choking again as the water came up. Struggling furiously, I paddled with one hand as Greta pulled me with the other. Somehow, we made it to a muddy bank on the far side of the bridge. I crawled up far enough to get myself out of the water, then flopped onto my stomach, still coughing up water and unsure whether I could breathe in enough air to live to the next moment. "Alex, we have to get out of here," Greta shouted. When she stood, her feet sunk into the mud up to her knees. She tried to pull me up, but I didn't move. At that moment, I was too focused on trying to get air to even consider running. She grabbed my shoulder and tried to flip me over. "Alex!" "I can't," I said. "I can't run." "Then crawl," she said. I heard the suction cup sound of Greta trying to walk up the bank. Flock, flock, flock. From my position face down, I could see her about a yard ahead of me, and I knew I had to try crawling. I made it a few inches, but each time I tried to press my knees or elbows into the mud to get leverage, I sank before I could make it far. "Alex, go a couple more feet. It gets firmer up here." I looked up and Greta's feet were above the mud on a lighter patch of mud. Next, she bolted up the bank and grabbed a branch from a grassy area by the base of the bridge. "Grab this," she shouted. I did, and with everything she had, she pulled me. I pressed my feet into the mud, trying to feel for any little bit of solidity that would allow me to push ahead. We struggled for a minute or two before my elbows hit a patch of more solid mud, allowing me to pull myself forward and then onto my feet. My mind came back to me. A coherent thought. I looked back at the water. "They haven't come up," I said between gasps, the grit of the mud still on my tongue. "What?" Greta asked, still guiding me toward firmer ground. "Guys in the thing, SUV." I realized I wasn't speaking as coherently as I was thinking. I tried to take a deep breath, but that triggered another coughing fit that ended in retching. When I'd gotten rid of what felt like another couple pints of muddy river water, I saw that Greta was looking at the broken railing on the bridge and at the diminishing ripples and bubbles from where the cars had hit the water. "How long would you say it's been?" she asked. 5 minutes? I don't know. I think I lost consciousness at some point. Greta was leading me up a low bank where the mud stopped and marshy grassland began. "I'd say 7. I stopped walking and surveyed the bank on both sides of the river, then scanned it for any sign of movement. The water was still. "I don't think they're coming up," I said, turning as Greta tugged at me. "Let's not wait around to find out." At the top of the banks, we joined the road on the far side of the bridge, Greta leading the way. As we walked, I looked back at the water every few seconds, happiness flooding through me every time I glimpsed its still surface. I knew that if Dex and TJ emerged from the water, they'd catch us. Or if their guns still worked, shoot us. I was walking as quickly as I could, but it was still more of a zombie-like stagger. But they never emerged from the water. We walked for another 3 or 4 minutes before I lost sight of the bridge. They were dead. 30. Exhausted and muddy, we trudged toward La Haiba. Though a few cars passed us without slowing, we didn't see anyone along the road. As we neared the city, traffic picked up and we got some odd stares, but no one stopped and few people even slowed long enough to get a good look at us. "We need a colectivo," Greta said. "To where?" I asked. "Anywhere." "What about our documents?" Greta reached into her fanny pack and pulled out our passports. "They're wet, but you can still read them," she said, flipping through them. "Our visas are soaked and muddy, but if we can get a hairdryer—" "Money?" "Wet and a bit dirty, but money is money." For the first time since I'd seen Innerva Shah, I thought of the USB drive. I pressed my left pocket, then my right, and felt the small bulge. Pulling it out, I handed it to Greta. "Stow this in your pack." "Do you think it'll still work?" "Probably. The connector is hidden away and the rubber seal seems solid." I was tempted to tell her all the details of my conversation with Innerva, but that could wait. When we hit the commercial district, we started getting funny looks. I'd wiped the mud out of my eyes and off my face on the walk, and so had Greta. But we were still covered in a dark brown crust and were soaked. After walking a few blocks, Greta stopped a young woman who was getting out of a car. "¿Dónde podemos conseguir un colectivo? Un coche?" The only word I understood was colectivo, but I knew she was asking where we could find a ride. I expected the woman to jump back, as anyone would when approached by 2 mud monsters on the sidewalk, but the friendliness of the Cuban people won out even over Yankees looking like Swamp Thing. The woman stepped back slightly, then said, "¿Están bien? ¿Qué te ha pasado?" "Estamos bien," Greta said. "Nuestro coche quedó atrapado en el barro fuera de la ciudad, y caímos en el barro tratando de sacarlo." As she spoke, she gestured with her hand, making it into a car getting stuck in the mud with a loud thlock. "Oh, no! 2 cuadras ahí. Luego gire a la izquierda. Puedes conseguir un colectivo en la estación de tren." "Gracias," Greta said, taking my hand. "What did you tell her?" 2 blocks up, then a left. We can get a car at the train station." Walking was still a struggle, and Greta was leading the way, clearly in better shape. "What did you tell her?" I asked again. "That our car got stuck in the mud and we fell in trying to free it." "Good lie, but we need a better one for our driver." We made it to the train station and, luckily, didn't have to wait in line. Greta arranged for a ride to Havana, telling our driver we were tourists who'd gotten into a fight with our traveling companions. They'd left us by the side of the road and taken our bags, and we'd fallen in the mud running after the car. It was a crappy story, but as long as we were paying cash, he didn't seem worried about it. Greta pretended to haggle a little so as not to be too suspicious, and minutes later we were cruising west for the long drive across Cuba. Once we both felt sure that we weren't being followed, we dozed off. When I awoke, night had fallen and a bright moon lit the back of the van. I stared out at it, realizing that I really was alive. I hadn't drowned or been shot. I wondered if Greta was awake yet, and how I'd know if she was. Then she settled the question by speaking. "Alex, what did Innerva mean when she said to hold down command in 2, or whatever it was she said after they shot her?" She grimaced when she said the last part, and I closed my eyes. The image of Innerva crumpling on the lawn was one I'd be stuck with for a while. "I don't know," I said, but she told me more about the USB drive, about what the hack will actually do, what her plan is. For the next half hour, I repeated as best I could remember everything that Innerva had said to me in the house. Every time I moved any part of my body, a crust of half-dried mud cracked and scattered dust. I felt like I'd been baked in clay, and I truly wished that was the worst sensation I was feeling at that moment. Unfortunately, the guilt, fear, and dread were way ahead. Greta stared out the window in silence as I spoke. When I finished, she sighed deeply. "There's no good answer here." "I agree," I said. "I need to think." "Tell me again, exactly what did she say about the 2 versions?" "That's the problem. She didn't say exactly. After going on and on about destroying everything, she said that sometimes she wondered what James would want her to do. That sometimes she agreed with me and my few bad apples argument. That I don't remember exactly. I've barely slept in 3 days, and she said something like, one version burns the whole system to the ground, the other version does less." "So there are 2 versions of the hack on the USB drive?" "I guess. Maybe. But there's no way of knowing. At least, there's no way you and I are going to figure out in the back of this car." As night turned to morning, the moon disappeared and the darkness gave way to a pale pink and gray sky. We didn't speak much. We both knew what the other was thinking. Besides replaying the events of the last few days, we were thinking about the USB drive, about what we should do with it, about whether we should do what Innerva asked us to do. We had a decision to make, but first we needed to get out of Cuba. By late morning, we were 20 miles outside of Havana. "Clothes," I said to Greta. "Can you ask him for his help?" Greta leaned forward and made conversation with the driver for a few minutes, asking finally, "Podemos parar por un poco de ropa?" The man smiled and took an exit, stopping at a small clothes store where we found shorts and colorful shirts that fit well enough to be a major upgrade from the mud-caked clothes we'd been wearing. Greta found a nice pair of walking flats, and I settled for a pair of basketball shoes that were a size too big. After a stop in the restroom where we washed our faces and tried to comb the remaining mud out of our hair with our fingers, we could pass for typical grubby tourists. Next, we stopped by our casa, but only long enough to retrieve our bags and Greta's phone. We left a stack of bills on the counter and snuck out without seeing Maria. By noon, we were standing at the ticket counter at the Havana airport. Part 3. 31. Buying tickets was easier than I expected. We had the equivalent of $2,000 left, and we spent 2/3 of it on 2 one-way tickets leaving that evening, stopping at JFK, then connecting via a flight to Seattle at 7 the next morning. We spent about $30 on a couple large bottles of duty-free rum, and boarded the plane feeling as close as we could to regular American tourists returning from an action-packed vacation. My phone was still in the chicken graveyard in Bosque de la Habana, but Greta's was out and plugged into the charger between the seats by the time I sat down. Besides doing news for a living, I'm a news junkie, and I couldn't relax until I knew what was going on in the world. By the time the plane took off, the magical glowing apple appeared as her phone powered on, But with no cell reception and no Wi-Fi, it was nothing more than a fancy calculator and paperweight. As we took off, I leaned in close to Greta. We need to talk about Innerva. About the USB drive. Hang on, she said. Wait till they turn off the seatbelt sign. I sat and fidgeted for several minutes until we got that soft ding, at which point Greta undid her seatbelt and said, "Follow my lead." I followed her back to the rearmost row of the plane where she approached an older couple who had the 2 seats on the left. Excuse me, she said in a tone much softer and more vulnerable than her normal voice. I hate to bother you, but do you think you could switch seats with my husband and me? We're in the middle of the plane, and I kind of think I need to be right next to the, lavatory. In my condition? She cupped a hand protectively over her lower belly, and the older woman's face lit up like a slot machine. They couldn't give us their seats fast enough. As we settled into our new seats, before I could even ask, Greta said, "There. Now you know nobody's behind